Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
While the Tao family's uncle and nephew analyzed Wengu's intentions, Wengu and his companions had already arrived at Old Master Hong's home. Large families like the Hongs, with many members, also had many affairs. Relatives who served outside their hometown returned home, which was a time for strengthening bonds and social engagements. Old Master Hong was also swamped with matters. This was Wengu's last visit before the Lunar New Year. The next would be after the holiday. The wind was a bit strong outside today, so the old master was not practicing swordplay in the courtyard, but was diligently writing in his study. Little brother, he did not get to see this 60-year-old man practicing swordplay in the snow. However, seeing old Master Hong's demeanor, he knew he was indeed vigorous. He not only felt no trace of the weariness of old age, but even had more fighting spirit than the young people. In the study, there were only the teacher and student at this moment. Without looking at what the old master was writing on paper, Wenga sat aside. Seeing the man's energetic state, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he could roughly guess the reason. When the old master finally stopped writing, Wengu asked, "Did you pass?" "Yes." Old Master Hong responded with a powerful affirmation. The Zhao family had agreed to the establishment of the academy and offered their support. However, it won't be established in any of the existing districts. A new one will be created. The old master informed Wengu about the location where the academy would soon be built. Wengu had a map of the city's market districts in his hand. Listening to the location old Master Hong mentioned, he quickly pinpointed it in his mind. It was also a vacant district, close to the inner city wall. If viewed on the market map, it was symmetrically distributed with Jingxing District along the central axis, located on either side of the axis. It's close to our Jingxing District. It wouldn't take long for Wenga to walk there from Jingxing District. Relatively speaking, Old Master Hong lived a bit farther. This was not an issue at all for the old master. While others took carriages or sedan chairs, he could probably reach it in a short while by riding a horse. Besides, once the academy was built, teacher dormitories would certainly be constructed. At that time, with old Master Hong's ambition, he would very likely move there directly. Since the Zhao family had agreed to old Master Hong establishing a branch of Sentai Academy here, they would allocate a batch of money, food, and supplies for construction, which also included the creation of school emblems. It was estimated that in the future, people holding Sentai swords would be everywhere in the city. When will construction begin? Wengu asked. After the weather warms up, an auspicious day will be chosen to start construction, old Master Hong replied. Wengu thought to himself, starting construction so soon implies that old Zhao has quite a bit of extra money, food, and supplies. I can grab some more. Old Master Hong became excited when he talked about the academy. He told Wengu that he had already contacted several old friends in the city to get the blueprints for the library and academy. Wengu also followed the old master's topic, offering a few small suggestions. However, as the old master spoke, the excitement on his face subsided, replaced by a hint of seriousness. As a teacher, one must understand the heart of their student to correct their mistakes. Although he had not formally accepted Wengu as a disciple, he was still a student learning from him, and he had to offer a reminder when necessary. He looked at Wengu and said, "A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. A person who excels above others will be criticized by the crowd. This Xian prefecture city is neither small nor large. Although this branch academy is established by me, anyone who investigates will quickly discover that your shadow is also behind it." How long had Wengu been in Xian prefecture city? He only arrived this winter, and the Lunar New Year had not even passed, yet his reputation had already spread. There were indeed clever and capable merchants who could make money for the Zhao family. And there were many excellent scholars who could manage various districts. The benefits Wengu brought to some people also blocked the interests of others. Excessive sharpness would inevitably cause harm. If the storm becomes too strong, you can come to the academy to take refuge. Old Master Hong meant for Wenga to study calligraphy and painting there, assist in managing the academy, and lay low for a while. Wenga stood up and bowed. "Thank you, teacher." He appreciated the old master's good intentions and understood the reminder in his words, but was this considered being too sharp? He hadn't even exerted much effort yet. Wenga had no intention of restraining himself. If a storm arises, he would find someone to stand in front to withstand it. Old Master Hong had expected that after his reminder, Wenga would be restless and agitated. However, while painting, he did not seem to be as the old master had imagined. The young man sitting there was focused and concentrated, gracefully wielding his brush, showing no signs of restlessness or anxiety. Old Master Hong smiled with satisfaction. What he admired most about Wengu was this very quality. He could calm his mind and remain composed. After praising him silently, Old Master Hong walked over to look at the painting. The old master's face was full of question marks. What was this painting of? After looking for a while longer, he felt he understood. Wengu was currently painting two objects. One was a bell. A bronze cast bell was solemn and upright, its resonant sound clear and far-reaching, just like a gentleman's virtue, firm and unwavering, adhering to his true nature. The other object depicted in the painting looked like a cloth shirt. It was not ornate, but rather simple, lacking a bit of elegance and possessing more robustness. Simple and upright, the demeanor of a gentleman. Old Master Hong stroked his beard and nodded. When Wenga stopped painting, the old master's face was kind. "Does this painting have a title?" "Wengu, Golden Bell Shield, Iron Cloth Shirt." Old Master Hong was momentarily bewildered. He did not understand, but he could sense that the meaning of the painting seemed different from what he had imagined. "What is the meaning of this painting?" Wenga said, "I just suddenly remembered a folk legend I heard during my travels, two protective martial arts." Old Master Hong did not know if such divine skills existed among the folk and asked, "Can it protect you from being scratched or bitten by evil creatures and not become possessed by them?" Wenga thought for a moment. "I don't know." "Go. Practice swordplay. Stop thinking about folk legends whose truth or falsity is unknown." Until the end of the lesson, when Wenga left, Old Master Hong remained in the study, gazing at the painting Wenga had done, pondering for a long time. Was the boy painting the literal meaning, or was it a metaphor? He always felt that his reminder today seemed ineffective. Jingxing District. "Little brother," he returned to the public office with his mind full of thoughts. Changji asked him, "Did you gain some experience by following along this time?" "Little brother," he sincerely said, "I gained a lot of experience. The human heart is unfathomable, and truth is hard to discern." He did not say much until the next day when Tao San came to the public office for an interview. Since Wengo personally recruited him, the interview was conducted by Wengo and Zhou Shan together. After the initial assessment, there were no problems, and Tao San entered the probationary period. Hida, holy cow. Having just entered the probationary period, Tao San was still very well behaved, displaying his upright and courteous side. 2 days later, Wenga called Tao San over. He first asked how Tao San was adapting to his new environment, and then asked about the living conditions of local residents like the Tao family. Tao San replied cautiously, "This year is actually much better than last year." This year, each district was given 2 coal stoves, a batch of honeycomb coal, and some relief food. If used sparingly and with mutual support, everyone can get through it. Wengu understood the general situation at the grassroots level. "What will be the biggest difficulty for you after spring arrives and the weather warms up?" Wengu asked again. Tao San thought for a moment and said, "The biggest difficulty when the weather gets warmer is probably gathering firewood. In terms of food and supplies, they could earn some by doing manual labor." He heard that the villages in Xian Prefecture had been allocated more land for farming and were given farming tools, so agricultural output would increase next year. However, with the invasion of various epidemics, even drawing water from the public wells in the district was not safe. Firewood was needed to boil water and cook. But the areas around Xian Prefecture City had already been nearly depleted of firewood. Wenga nodded. Overall, water and firewood were still major issues. The supply of coal remained limited, and poorer districts would receive even less. The cleanliness of the water sources could not be guaranteed either. "It will get better," Wenga said. Tao San wondered in his heart if Wengu's words were just for comfort or if they conveyed some information. As he was thinking, he heard Wengu say, "Before the Lunar New Year, Jingxing District will hold a small internal banquet to liven things up. The public office plans to find some people to perform plays. Can you take charge of this matter?" Tao San was taken aback and quickly replied, "No problem." His anxious heart was finally put to ease. Foreman Wen must have seen my acting skills. He thought he would be assigned an important task and felt a little disappointed. The technical difficulty was too low, not allowing him to showcase his outstanding talent. Although it was below his expectations, there was indeed work to be done, and Tao San knew this was his first test. If he did well, after becoming a full-fledged member, he would be a part of the Jingxing public office. The officially registered kind. Tao San perked up. Regarding the cast, will we select people from within Jingxing District? He asked. There are no restrictions. You can also recommend suitable people from your local community. Tao San boldly said, yes. There are people of all ages, men and women. Some have worked as stooges for others, and some have performed funeral wails. They know a bit of miscellaneous entertainment. They are not as good as professional actors, but they are passable compared to ordinary people. Choose whomever you think is suitable, not exceeding 9 people, Wengu said. Local residents might still have some clothing and props at home that were not burned. It would be perfect to use them. There was not much time for rehearsal. When people were struggling to eat and stay warm, where would they have the energy for other things? Therefore, Wengu did not give them complex requirements, instructing Tao San to select popular folk performances and prepare a few programs. The performers would be provided with one meal, and they would also receive remuneration, but the remuneration would be paid in Jingxing District food ration tickets. Tao San was overjoyed. They would be provided with meals and food ration tickets. He understood Wengu's intention. This was an opportunity for him to help his fellow villagers. He repeatedly assured Wengu, "We will prepare well and make everyone happy." Hosting banquets during the new year would naturally involve festive programs, including some entertaining plays and singing short tunes. The nobles might not be interested, but the district chief also said that it was for the residents of the district. Most of them were commoners, and they just wanted to have a good time. Having received permission, Tao San ran off to choose people and prepare the programs. Wengu looked at the district's plan. During the days leading up to New Year's Eve, he would not be in Jingxing District. His aunt and uncle had invited him to the Zhao family's home to spend the new year together. After everyone in the district had a New Year's Eve dinner, he would have to leave. The Zhao family had a reunion dinner on New Year's Eve. Immediately after, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, there would be another grand banquet, inviting various dignitaries and prominent families in the city. The banquet arrangements during those days would be tight, making it inconvenient to travel back and forth. Therefore, Wengu would take Taitu and stay directly at the Zhao family's residence. Coincidentally, the New Year's gifts were also almost ready. The Zhao family's reunion dinner was secondary. The grand banquet on the first day was the main event. In such an occasion, there were rules about which table to sit at. He did not want to sit at the children's table. End of chapter. As the Chinese New Year approached, the Shen family in Xianghui district was also preparing for the festivities. Uncle Shen had been busy with external engagements, leaving the household affairs to his sons, Shen Qing and Shen Lu. Finally, having some free time, he decided to check on their preparations. To his surprise, he discovered a problem. Why wasn't Wengu invited for New Year's? He questioned. The Wen family had suffered a disaster during the chaotic times, and now only Wengu and Taidu remained. He believed they should be invited to their New Year's Eve feast, especially since he was Wengu's maternal uncle. Shen Qing blinked in surprise. Father, you didn't know. Uncle Shen was even more taken aback. Know what? Shen Qing's tone was tinged with resentment. Wengu is celebrating New Year's at the Zhao families, so he's not coming here. Uncle Shen was shocked. You didn't tell me sooner? I thought you knew, Shen Qing replied. Mentioning Wengu's New Year's celebration at the Yao household, Shen Qing's face showed a hint of envy. Uncle Shen thought to himself, the Zhao family values Wengu so highly. He had originally prepared a packet of New Year's money for Wengu, assuming he would spend the holiday with them. Now that he knew Wengu was at the Zhao families, he decided to add a little more to the red envelope. He had prepared New Year's money for all his young relatives. Although many were no longer children, Given the current state of the world, he decided to give everyone a red envelope for good luck and to ward off evil spirits. With this thought, Uncle Shin looked at his own two sons and felt a pang of frustration. If he hadn't asked, he might not have found out until New Year's Eve. Meanwhile, in Jingxing District, since Wengu wasn't spending New Year's at the Shin families, he prepared a New Year's gift for them, a few exquisite glassware items. The district was also preparing for the new year. Those who would be attending the New Year's banquet at the canteen had already received their invitations. The attendees came from various backgrounds: clerks, security personnel, outstanding residents, artisans, and laborers, among others. Most were from Jingxing and Qing'an districts, but some were from other districts, particularly artisans. In these difficult times, a free meal and a lively atmosphere to relax and de-stress were eagerly welcomed. The New Year's banquet was funded by the Jingxing Public Office, and the food prepared was more plentiful than usual. While it might not impress wealthy families, it was considered a luxury for the common people. Each table would have meat, and everyone would receive a small portion of wine. The two districts were hosting the New Year's banquet together. Hida, looking at the new member Tao-san, wore a smile. The banquet was a joyous occasion, so he couldn't show a sour face. However, inwardly, he had been scolding for a long time. "Brother, he's probably not your kind of person. You don't need to be so wary, little brother," he comforted him. "No, don't be deceived by him. He may not seem like it, but he's also an ambitious person." In the district hierarchy, there were only a few important positions, and everyone in them was a competitor. He just saw this clearly. Yuer was busy with his blacksmithing, but he still managed to befriend the laborers in Qing'an district and gather information. However, Yuer was in Qing'an district. This newcomer genuinely intended to stay in Jingxing district. How could he not be wary? Tao-san didn't care about Hida's cold shoulder. He was busy rehearsing for the literary and art team's performances. Since joining Jingxing district, he had made quite a name for himself. Although he wasn't officially on the staff yet and wouldn't receive year-end benefits temporarily, he would be eligible if he stayed. Officially registered staff members received year-end benefits mainly in the form of food ration tickets and coal. Although the amounts weren't large, they were free. In this day and age, who wouldn't envy receiving such things for free? Before the canteen's year-end meal and the two districts' New Year's banquet officially began, when Gu announced rewards for outstanding personnel, food ration tickets, salt and sugar, meat, cloth, and other sundries. The rewards would be distributed based on performance and contribution level. After distributing the rewards, he painted a grand picture for everyone. After the new year, there will be many affairs. Everyone work hard, and next year's year-end benefits and rewards will be even better. The attendees, as well as those watching from outside, were filled with excitement. Those not on the staff thought about working hard next year to get a position, while those already employed were even more thrilled. They had already been excited about the year-end benefits a while ago, and now there were additional rewards from the district. Taoist Master Qingyi was invited to perform a simple ritual sacrifice ceremony. Little Lu had also returned for a rare visit. After joining the patrol division, he appeared much more composed. Previously, he viewed the world from the perspective of the common people. After joining the patrol division, he saw things from a higher vantage point, gaining a broader perspective and a better understanding of various issues. He would face more complex and cruel factors which ordinary individuals couldn't endure. Clearly, little Lu had held up. At Foreman Win's table sat several teammates from the northbound escape squad. When Gu, with sincere eyes and a touch of emotion, scanned the faces of those present and said with a sigh, "By this time next year, the district's New Year's banquet might not be able to gather everyone." Hearing this, everyone's hearts grew heavy. Stable times were fleeting and chaotic times were indeed chaotic. They had to face reality. No one could guarantee they would all be sitting here safely next year. However, compared to a life of constant uncertainty, they were already doing very well and had no complaints. Just as Hida was about to liven up the atmosphere, when Gu continued, "By this time next year, everyone should be doing better than they are now. By next autumn, when the autumn hunt begins, you should be preparing to return home to assist your relatives and friends, right?" "Huh?" Several familiar faces at the table looked stunned. When Gu added, "By this time next year, Perhaps several people at this table will be celebrating the new year in their hometowns. Everyone, huh? It was indeed the case. Hida, Uer, and others had acquaintances in their hometowns who had helped them before. If possible, they were willing to go back and bring some people over. Trusted friends and relatives from their hometown were far more reliable than the people here. Zhou Shan also began to consider it. He wanted to return to see if any relatives or friends had survived, to see those who had helped him in the past, and perhaps to confront any enemies and deal with them directly. The composure on Little Lu's face vanished, and he immediately broke into a smile. I am going back next year. I'll gather a few more people to go together. We'll get our equipment ready and ride back on horseback. It'll be faster. For Little Lu, all the hardship was worth it. He wanted to make a name for himself and bring his fellow villagers back next autumn. The New Year's banquet in Jingxing district was simple, but the atmosphere was enthusiastic. Wengu used this occasion to allow everyone to release their emotions and psychological pressure, while also encouraging and motivating them. Wengu didn't stay in the district for too long. After arranging matters, he left the next day with the prepared gift boxes, calling for Taitu. Let's go, visit the wealthy. He left an identity chip in Jingxing district. If there was an urgent matter, Cheng Ji and the others could use this chip to find him. Wengu, Taitu, and Chang Shun headed towards the Zhao residence. In the days leading up to and following New Year's Eve, wealthy households and nobles in the city engaged in gift-giving and social interactions. When Wengu arrived at the Zhao residence, some Zhao clan relatives who had come to give gifts were just leaving. As he entered, he ran into cousin Zhao escorting some guests out. One was a middle-aged woman who appeared quite affluent, and the other was about Wengu's age, tall and slender, with a refined demeanor. Cousin Zhao introduced them to each other. These were Aunt Zhao and her son, He Wenyu. Aunt Zhao's gaze immediately became defensive. He Wenyu, however, modestly bowed first. Wengu returned the greeting with a smile. Aunt Zhao sized up Wengu, a slight smirk on her lips. You are Wengu? I heard you've accomplished quite a few significant things. She then turned to young Master Zhao and said, Wenyu is about the same age as him, highly educated, and capable of great deeds too. Meanwhile, He Wenyu frantically shook his head at young Master Zhao. Asterisk I'm not. I don't have that. I don't want to do that. Asterisk. Aunt Zhao, not noticing, continued to grasp young Master Zhao's arm and recommend He Wenyu. You are his older cousin. You know how my son loves to study, is kind and honest. Young Master Zhao thought to himself, in this world, kindness and honesty aren't enough to accomplish great deeds. He Wenyu's inner monologue was a frantic plea, save me, save me, save me. Finally reaching the door, Aunt Zhao, though still full of unexpressed thoughts, left with He Wenyu in a horse-drawn carriage after a while. Once they were farther from the Zhao residence, a troubled and helpless He Wenyu said, Mother, you know very well what my capabilities are. There were so many people watching outside just now. Why did you have to displease cousin Zhao? Aunt Zhao, having shed her earlier insistence, calmly replied, Your cousin won't get angry over such a small matter. He Wenyu worried, but saying those things to cousin Zhao at the door wasn't appropriate. Aunt Zhao calmly explained, Our family lives in Jiahui district, after all. We need to appear to fit in. Everyone asks their uncle and cousin for positions and power like this, so we'll just put on a show. He Wenyu suddenly understood. He paused, then said, Wengu is extremely talented and is highly valued by uncle and cousin Zhao. I am far inferior and cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Aunt Zhao glanced at him and said, You're overthinking it. Your cousin knows your temperament and won't put pressure on you. He Wenyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But your attitude towards Wengu just now. Uncle and cousin Zhao value him greatly. Aunt Zhao said, Of course I know Wengu is highly valued. Otherwise, he would be celebrating New Year's at the Shin families instead of coming to the Zhao families. My attitude just now was to deal with those in Zhouhui district and also to show those who were still at the door, for future reference. It's also for future planning, so you won't need an excuse to avoid Wengu later. He Wenyu said sheepishly, I see. Mother, you've worked so hard. Your acting just now was superb. I didn't even notice. Aunt Zhao said proudly, If you could notice, how could I manage? She knew very well that facing her nephew, young Master Zhao, the more someone acted entitled and demanded positions, the less likely they were to be given important roles, and they would only receive nominal and idle positions. That was sufficient. It would save face, involve little work, and provide stability. Their family wasn't particularly ambitious. With this blood relationship, as long as the Zhao family didn't fall, their family's life would be worry-free. Why strive when they could win passively? Aunt Zhao smiled serenely. She said, I heard Wengu is quite resourceful. If he's a black-hearted person, it's easy to suffer a loss when confronting him. You and your father are not skilled in this area, so it's best for us to keep our distance. Wenyu strongly agreed. In this chaotic world, having experienced the pain of losing loved ones and witnessed too many tragedies, they only wished for their small family to live in peace and harmony. Eating together, talking together every day, and enjoying rare peaceful and good times was more than enough. Their self-positioning was that of wealthy idlers, something many people pursued their entire lives. Living such a life in these chaotic times made them truly content. On the other side, at the Zhao residence, young Master Zhao saw his aunt and cousin off, and then walked further inside with Wengu. Aunt Zhao's attitude towards Wengu just now hadn't been very good, so young Master Zhao explained. My uncle was born into a scholarly family in the north and is skilled in literature, not in martial arts. The northern lands did not have a strong literary tradition. Now that Xian Prefecture City was filled with talented individuals, and with more people migrating from the south, his uncle's previous talents were even less prominent. Young Master Zhao said, My uncle is humble, upright, and steady, with a calm temperament. My cousin is very similar to him. When Gu understood, it meant that father and son lacked ambition and were not suited for major responsibilities. He immediately began to ponder. A scholarly family, skilled in literature? Upright, steady, calm temperament? Most of Old Master Hong's old friends were elderly and didn't have Old Master Hong's robust physique. The initial establishment of the academy would surely involve many tasks, and those elderly people might not be able to handle them. There would be young people to do the work, but they might not have sufficient status. If father and son were indeed like his cousin described, with such talent and understanding of the times, and possessing a relative status, they would be much more content than those who were always scheming for power. They also wouldn't be like the scholars from the south, who needed more time to adapt to a new environment. They wouldn't suffer from acclimatization or fear weather changes. Looking at Wenyu's physique, he appeared quite sturdy. If father and son were similar, they should be able to handle more affairs and endure greater pressure, perhaps. Thinking of Aunt Zhao's performance just now, when Gu graciously said to Cousin Zhao, Aunt Zhao was strongly recommending Wenyu just now. Cousin, you could consider it. Speaking of which, you should know about the Academy's affairs. Perhaps Wenyu could assist in running it. The Academy could gradually supplement its purely academic personnel. Old Master Hong and the others were more experienced. Given the Zhao family's swift support for the Academy, under the current survival situation, they would definitely expand the administrative system within the Academy for better control. The Zhao family had surely had other candidates in mind, but adding 2 more people wouldn't hurt. Lack of ambition and inability to handle major responsibilities didn't matter as long as they could do the work. When Gu's suggestion was taken to heart by Cousin Zhao, it made sense. However, his considerations differed from Wengu's. Besides expanding the Academy's administrative system to strengthen control, he also wanted to deepen exchanges between the North and the South. His uncle and cousin, with their knowledge, status, and gentle temperament, were indeed good candidates. Young Master Zhao pondered. Wengu said no more. The father and son would likely have new positions after the new year. Aunt Zhao's wishes would be fulfilled, and she would surely be very happy, probably. Whether the other party would be happy or not, Wengu was quite pleased. When he arrived at his aunt's place, there was still a smile in his eyes. Young Master Zhao had other matters to attend to and left temporarily. Madame Shin, who had just become free, looked at Wengu and asked, You seem to be in a good mood today. Is there good news? Wengu replied, Indeed. I had good luck today. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I saw someone offering themselves. Let's all carry this burden together. End of chapter. Wengu presented the year-end gift he had prepared for Madame Shin. It was in a wooden box with 2 layers, each containing an item. The top layer held a magnifying glass with its frame and handle inlaid with gemstones, exquisitely crafted. Magnifying glasses were not uncommon among the upper class, and Madame Shin had heard of them, though she hadn't seen one before. Previously, they were small objects made from polished, clear, natural colorless crystals, used by artisans and handled with fingertips. However, the magnifying glass Wengu presented was much larger, yet its size was just right. Too large would seem cumbersome. Madame Shin was delighted to receive this small item. She played with it for a moment before looking at the wooden box. What about the bottom layer? Wengu opened the partition, revealing a cloth bag. He took out a small, equally exquisite, circular object. At first glance, it looked like a pendant. "This is a Duanrong mirror," he said, opening the outer cover to reveal the mirror surface. It can be hung on the head of a fan or tied to a handkerchief for easy carrying. Madame Shin took it with curiosity. The mirror surface was bright and clear, superior even to a newly forged bronze mirror. In the short moment she held it, Madame Shin's mind raced. Having come from a merchant family and received education in the upper echelons of Xian Prefecture, she understood, without Wengu's detailed explanation, how to leverage this item for greater profit. "You've worked hard," Madame Shin said. She knew Wengu had put considerable effort into creating these two items in Qingyun district, and now he had achieved such results. Wengu said with some regret, however, the current craftsmanship is still limited. The mirrors, with proper care, can only last a few months to a year. Mass production is also not feasible and manufacturing is rather troublesome. Currently, only Qingyun Temple can refine them. Madame Shin smiled. "It's fine. For people of status, this was not a problem at all. Using something for a few months before replacing it, and the exclusivity of having what others don't, could further showcase their status and satisfy the vanity of rich households. Many of them also hoarded vast amounts of money and grain." Wengu had also prepared gifts for his cousin and nephew, which Madame Shin would arrange to be sent. Putting the matter of the mirrors aside, Madame Shin began discussing the Zhao family's New Year banquet with Wengu. The New Year's Eve family reunion was secondary. The main event was the grand banquet on the first day of the new year. Many important figures, including nobles and wealthy households, would be invited for the New Year celebration. These wealthy individuals, at home, used honeycomb coal stoves with copper pots, dipping food in sauces. When fresh wild rabbit meat was available, they would have it with their Dianxia tribute. Amidst the various epidemics outside, in such an environment, people of status increasingly favored hot food. Regardless of the occasion, warm food provided them with a sense of security. Hot pot was not a novelty for people of status. In the most prosperous streets of the imperial capital in the past, there were even shops specializing in such warm pots. During winter or periods of widespread epidemics, people would set up a small warm pot at home to cook and eat vegetables. For the current Zhao family banquet, being held in winter, hot pot and cooked food were naturally preferred. Wengu had previously offered some suggestions, leading to the urgent crafting of a batch of charcoal-fired copper pots, which could be used for such large-scale banquets. The food served at the banquet could not be too meager. Although it was winter, vegetables still had to be prepared. Tanghua and Nuanshe greenhouse cultivation techniques had existed for a long time. This past autumn and winter, Madame Shin had instructed people to cultivate vegetables in the greenhouse early. After the glass windows were installed, the greenhouse was immediately renovated, with stronger light permeability, allowing the greenhouse vegetables to grow faster and become plumper. Although the taste still couldn't compare to seasonal vegetables, it was an unprecedented advantage in winter. This year would suffice. After supplying the banquet, personal consumption, and gifts, they could be consumed. Next year, they could expand the scale and bring some to the market for sale. Winter greenhouse vegetables would undoubtedly be expensive, affordable only to the wealthy. Wengu had heard many rumors from the marketplace. When some people first pledged allegiance to the Zhao family, they exchanged large amounts of supplies for Xian Prefecture money certificates. At that time, their intention was to offer tribute, and they never expected to spend all the money certificates they acquired. They lacked nothing in terms of food and clothing, and with nowhere to spend, the large sums of money certificates they held were used to prop up table legs, as toilet paper, and rumor had it, a few fools even burned money certificates while drunk. Now, they regretted it deeply. According to marketplace rumors, during the period when glass windows were first introduced, there were people being beaten at home, crying loudly. Taitu entered the room with Wengu, holding a carrying case. When a maid came to take it, he avoided her. It wasn't until Wengu finished his conversation with Madame Shin and received a message from his uncle's side asking him to come over that he handed the case to Taitu. Wengu took the carrying case and said to Taitu, "You go back to the courtyard first." They had a small courtyard in the Zhao residence where they stayed overnight. Madame Shin said, "Let him stay and keep me company for a while. I'll have someone take him back later. You go to your uncle's place first." Madame Shin's gaze briefly lingered on the carrying case in Wengu's hand. Just as she was about to offer to have someone carry it for him, she met Wengu's eyes. At this moment, a brief exchange passed between aunt and nephew. Madame Shin didn't press further and changed the subject, asking a trusted female attendant to personally escort Wengu to the Zhao family head's courtyard. Of course, Wengu knew the way. It was just that during the New Year period, there were many people coming and going, and it was to prevent any troublemakers from causing issues. On the way to his uncle's, the female attendant informed Wengu that the inspections at the family head's residence had been stricter these past few days. Upon entering the family head's courtyard, any dangerous weapons or carried gifts had to be handed over to the steward on the spot or inspected after being opened. After escorting Wengu to his destination, the female attendant, unable to linger, quickly returned. Wengu looked at the large courtyard, which he had visited a few times before. Indeed, as the female attendant had said, the inspections were stricter and security had been increased. At such times, one truly couldn't underestimate human nature, and strengthening security was a good measure. Wengu set down his Tsintai sword, which he carried with him. However, he showed no intention of relinquishing the carrying case in his hand. He walked over and asked the steward responsible for reception, "Is Butler Fuxing here?" He was inquiring about the trusted head steward by the Zhao family head's side. Meanwhile, in the study of the courtyard, the Zhao family head was signing a document, appropriating funds to establish a branch of Tsintai Academy. Old Master Hong had visited him a few days prior to discuss establishing the academy, with the nudge of that Wengu kid behind him. He wasn't angry about this. Glass and honeycomb coal stoves had greatly eased their burden of supporting the army, preventing him from holding a grudge against Wengu for such a matter. He simply found the kid quite interesting and capable of causing trouble. However, young people were sometimes too impetuous and needed a reminder. Not everyone living in Xian Prefecture City was of the same mind. Drawing too much hatred made one prone to suffering losses. The tallest tree in the forest will be battered by the wind. Wengu didn't have any other close elders, so as his uncle, he felt obligated to provide a reminder. Therefore, upon learning that Wengu had arrived at the Zhao residence, he had someone summon Wengu over for a chat. He likely wouldn't have time for a private conversation in the coming days. He should take this chance to talk to the kid. At this moment, someone approached and whispered something to Fuxing, who was nearby. Fuxing's expression showed surprise. "What is it?" the Zhao family had asked. Fuxing quickly approached and whispered Wengu's request to the family head. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family head raised his eyebrows. "No need for inspection. Let him come directly in." He then signaled for the guards standing nearby to retreat further. Soon after, Wengu arrived with the carrying case. Wengu glanced around. Besides Butler Fuxing, there were no other outsiders. Wengu smiled at the Zhao family head. "A New Year's gift for you. I'm sure you'll like it. I prepared it for a long time, and the kiln wasn't able to produce it. Fortunately, it's finally successful." The carrying case was somewhat large. As Wengu brought it over, the Zhao family head and Butler Fuxing, due to their ingrained perceptions, assumed the item inside was not heavy. However, when Wengu placed the case down, even with a gentle movement, the slight sound of the carrying case touching the wooden table signaled to the two insiders its weight. The Zhao family head and Butler Fuxing shared the same thought. "We should have gone to receive it just now." Wengu placed the carrying case down and explained, "It's inconvenient to let others handle it, and it's not suitable for public display, so I brought it directly." The topic the Zhao family head had prepared was temporarily set aside. He knew that the kilns in Qing'an district were still firing glass, and the artisans were continuously studying and polishing glass. Many of the gifts Wenga had given out this year were also glass items. Originally, the Zhao family had expected Wengu's year-end gift this year to be some glass ornament. Now, judging by Wengu's demeanor, it was likely something more profound. Wenga opened the box. I wasn't sure if it could be made before, so I didn't mention it to you. Now it seems that experienced old craftsmen have steady hands. Coupled with some luck, we managed to complete it before the new year. The carrying case was also divided into 2 layers. He opened the lid of the upper layer, revealing a long tube inside. What is this? The Zhao family had asked. This item is called a kuetong, also known as a telescope or a long-distance telescope. During my travels, young Master Zhao, after seeing off another group of guests, went to sit with Madame Shin. They were chatting about the magnifying glass and Duanrong mirror that Wenga had given Madame Shin. Butler Fuxing approached and said that the family head had asked the young master to come over. He wore a suitable New Year's festive expression, showing no signs of abnormality. However, his appearance at this moment indicated that there was another important matter involved. Madame Shin asked no further questions, only inquiring, "Where is Wenga? Have him come back to chat with me." Fuxing showed no unusual reaction and replied respectfully, "Young Master Biao is discussing some interesting stories from his travels with the master. The master said that the young master should also come and listen." Madame Shin's heart was put at ease. After young Master Zhao left, she had someone send some pastries to Taitu. Wenga was likely to be in discussion for some time, and Taitu shouldn't go hungry. Young Master Zhao hurried towards his father's courtyard and found it unusually quiet outside. It wasn't that no one was there, but the guards seemed to have received orders not to let others approach and appeared unusually stern. When young Master Zhao arrived, his attendant was stopped a considerable distance away. Young Master Zhao was puzzled. He had left here just an hour ago, and it wasn't like this then. He felt a sense of awe and had his attendant and guards wait outside. Upon entering the courtyard, he was informed that the family head and Wenga were on the 2nd floor of the study. Young Master Zhao's confusion deepened. Still upstairs? He quickly went upstairs. Upon entering the room, he saw his father not in his wheelchair, but pacing the room with his hands behind his back, breathing heavily. Young Master Zhao's confusion intensified. What was going on? Was something major happening? But then he saw the other person sitting in the room. Wenga was leisurely sipping tea nearby. That meant it wasn't bad news. Young Master Zhao looked at his father. As the head of Xian Prefecture, the Zhao family head's legs had been injured and were undergoing treatment, with gradual improvement. Normally, his father used a small wheelchair for mobility outside, and he minimized the use of his legs indoors, apart from rehabilitation exercises. He would sit whenever possible, to protect his legs, and he avoided going upstairs. Young Master Zhao had always thought his father's recovery was limited, but now he appeared to be walking briskly and nimbly. What kind of medical miracle was this? End of chapter. Young Master Zhao collected his thoughts and walked into the 2nd floor room, sensing Butler Fuxing guarding the downstairs. Why would the security need to be so tight? After entering, at his father's signal, he closed the door behind him. "Dad," he asked, confused. The Zhao family head didn't stop. He pointed to the desk by the window, specifically at the items placed on it. The paper next to it explains how to use it. Pick it up and take a look first. Young Master Zhao asked no further questions. On the desk, the first thing he saw was a tray holding nested cylinders. Glancing at the instructions on the paper, he picked up a cylinder and looked out the window. The 2nd floor of the book building offered a clear view, with no obstructions ahead. Young Master Zhao adjusted the cylinder, then suddenly put it down, his eyes filled with astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he raised it again to look into the distance. Within the small field of vision, outside the Zhao residence, the actions of the distant guards were all visible. The newly built official offices appeared as if they were right before his eyes. In that moment, young Master Zhao thought of many uses. A powerful military tool. As the weather warmed up, they could observe the movements of evil creatures in various places without needing to risk getting close. Young Master Zhao's breathing quickened with excitement. "Dad, this." The Zhao family head waved his hand and pointed to another strange set of items next to it. "And that, take a look at that." Young Master Zhao suppressed his excitement and calmed his breathing. At the same time, he became even more confused. This was a crucial military equipment that could revolutionize tactics, and it wasn't the most important thing. Reluctantly, he gently set down the long cylinder in his hand. Only then did young Master Zhao look at the other item beside it. Overall, it was partly made of brass and partly of iron, assembled from various unknown parts. It also had a cylinder at the top, where one would look. This item also came with an explanation paper, clearly illustrated with diagrams on how to operate it. The operation was not complicated. On top, there was a small transparent glass dish, which seemed to contain a small flying insect. These small flying insects, smaller than sesame seeds, were common. "Just look at this," young Master Zhao muttered. When Gu came over and adjusted the lighting components, signaling to his cousin, "Please, go ahead." The best way to prove its usefulness for observation would be to take some water from the feng shui fish pond at the Zhao residence and observe the tiny creatures swimming within. When the Zhao family renovated this courtyard, they were mindful of the evil plague. Since evil Gu could easily survive in water, they filled in more than half of the original large pond, leaving only the fish pond for feng shui purposes to suppress evil spirits and ward off misfortune. Although it was winter, even by chiseling through the ice, there were still living microscopic creatures in the water beneath the pond. However, who could be absolutely certain that no evil Gu was hidden within? When showing it to the Zhao family head, these had to be avoided. Anything brought here had to be handled with extreme caution. Since when Gu had arrived, he had Butler Fuxing directly go and find a target for observation, such as the small flying insects in the warm room. The warm room was used for growing vegetables in winter, and the produce was for the nobles, managed by the Zhao family. The warm room was both heated and had suitable humidity, so it was inevitable that some small flying insects would be present. When Butler Fuxing went to get the small flying insects, the servants there thought that the supplied vegetables had not been washed properly, and a noble had found a small flying insect in their food, scaring them to death. After some fuss, Butler Fuxing finally brought back a small flying insect that had been half dead. Never mind the medical miracle that occurred when Uncle took a look at the flying insect with the microscope just now. At this moment, young Master Zhao followed the steps on the paper, making adjustments bit by bit, and then he suddenly recoiled, kicking over the stool behind him. His face turned from red to green, then from green to white. His facial muscles twitched in sharp, stiff movements, and he even had the urge to draw his sword and chop at the table. This is, his voice trembled. A small flying insect, when Gu replied. A magnified small flying insect. You call this a small flying insect? From the cylinder of that apparatus, he had seen a monstrous creature with a terrifying appearance, and even saw the long hairs on it. Young Master Zhao's complexion had not yet recovered. The thought that he had accidentally eaten such a small flying insect as a child made him want to vomit. The color drained even further from his face. Anyone who saw the image in the eyepiece would be horrified. It was indeed a great psychological shock, especially for someone like him who had accidentally consumed a small flying insect. He could dismiss it before, but from this moment on, with the scene replaying in his mind, his mindset had changed. Breathing rapidly, he suppressed the nausea welling up inside him. After all, he was the young master of a powerful faction. Once he confirmed that it was indeed that small flying insect, he instantly thought of many things. This evil plague that caused chaos was rumored to be a type of goo worm, a poisonous insect that could inhabit the human body. If they had this divine artifact, color returned to his face rapidly. Young Master Zhao suppressed his discomfort and looked into the microscope's eyepiece again. To confirm it himself, he adjusted the knob on the base and moved the target. The image he observed in the field of vision moved accordingly. After a long while, he stood up and exclaimed excitedly, "A divine artifact. This is a divine artifact." Young Master Zhao quickly walked up to Wengu. "How did you make this divine artifact?" Wengu poured him a cup of tea and explained, "When I was traveling." Young Master Zhao drank the tea to calm his excitement, listening to Wengu recount his travel experiences and learn about the various uses of the microscope. He finally understood why his father, confined to a wheelchair, was so restless. He, with his fully functional legs, couldn't sit still either. If his father weren't here, he would have wanted to run a few laps outside to vent his excitement and elation. In these chaotic times for all factions, the most important thing was not to fight outwards or expand territory, but to preserve oneself as much as possible. This was related to their foundation and survival. Shock and surprise arrived simultaneously. Young Master Zhao eagerly asked, "With this divine artifact, can we find a method to suppress the goo worms faster?" When Gu nodded, "With it, we can observe minute objects and perhaps see the true form of the goo poison, and find a way to counteract it." Young Master Zhao's complexion had not yet fully recovered from the visual shock, but his eyes were filled with excitement. His emotions were so intense that he didn't know what to say for a moment. When Gu said, "The construction period was tight, and we can only produce this much for now. As the craftsman's skills improve and the magnification of the lenses increases, we can magnify it further. However, it would only be useful for observing small animals with magnifications of a few hundred times. Bacteria and viruses were out of the question, but observing parasites was possible. The Zhao clan, as a major power, must have assembled physicians to research the evil plague. Judging by the situation, their progress had been slow. Now, with the microscope, they would surely be able to accelerate their efforts. Yes, they needed to recruit more talents in the medical field. Young Master Zhao then inquired about the kiln and workshop in Qingyun District. When Gu replied, "Qingyun District has ceased operations, but the craftsmen involved in these two items are still within the district for now. Each craftsman was only responsible for a part of the work and did not know what the final product would be. Secrecy had been maintained all along." The Zhao family head finally sat down and said, "Bring those craftsmen and their families to the Zhao family's workshop and arrange for their proper accommodation." After thinking for a moment, the Zhao family head added, "After the new year, we will open another workshop to produce these telescopes and microscopes. Strengthen security and cultivate more craftsmen skilled in polishing." When Gu also said, "We definitely need to cultivate more specialized craftsmen. They should focus on grinding a specific type of lens, and their skills will improve faster, allowing us to produce finished products that meet the requirements more quickly. For the microscope and the telescope I prepared, grinding the lenses alone took a considerable amount of time. There were only a limited number of qualified finished products, and we only managed to rush out these two. This was due to good luck. With bad luck, it might take months to grind one." Upon hearing this, both the Zhao family head and his son felt a stronger sense of urgency. Who could guarantee perpetual good luck? To obtain more telescopes and microscopes, they had to start with the craftsmen. The number of people available in Xian Prefecture was limited, but they could look elsewhere. This matter was added to the plan. Uncle Zhao said to Wengu, "Your status is special. Although these two divine artifacts are kept secret from the public, people might still be watching you. Would you like me to assign you more guards?" To prevent Wengu from overthinking and feeling resistant, Uncle Zhao was about to elaborate and persuade him further. Wengu immediately replied, "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Uncle." In the future, he would have elite bodyguards to escort him, so he wouldn't have to worry about being mugged. When he was at home, he would have more people to help out. The wages paid would definitely be added to the public office's expenses. It was all good things, so why refuse? Uncle Zhao fell silent for a moment. Young Master Zhao also looked at Wengu several times, but he couldn't detect the slightest hint of reluctance on Wengu's face. This cousin seemed to be quite open-minded. Uncle Zhao said, "Then I'll assign you 5 guards? Wengu, 10, please. I'll have a lot of affairs after the new year, so having more people will make me feel safer." The guards would be on rotation, not overworked, and could maintain their peak combat readiness. Uncle Zhao nodded. "All right, 10 guards it is." Given Wengu's contributions, apart from other material rewards, providing guards was a small matter. In terms of official positions, as some veteran clerks knew, the same title could have vastly different administrative levels. And Wengu was in such a situation now. He himself wanted to continue being the foreman and not move. However, the leadership had granted him greater authority. In addition to money, grain, and goods, the Zhao family had also agreed to several of Wengu's requests. For example, after the glass artisans were moved from Qingyun District, Wengu wanted to recruit a group of ceramic firing artisans. Simply firing ceramics was not a major problem, and Uncle Zhao agreed on the spot. The number of ceramic firing artisans was much larger than that of glazed tile artisans, and they could be trained more quickly. After discussing the workshop matters, when Gu produced another drawing and handed it to young Master Zhao, this was originally intended as a New Year's gift for you. Young Master Zhao dared not underestimate the drawing when Gu gave him. He quickly took it and looked. It also depicted a glass product, also a mirror, but its purpose was clearly different from the previous two. What is this? I saw it during my travels as well. Some people call it AI dye, while others simply call it glasses. They are remarkably effective for people with vision problems. When Gu explained myopia and hyperopia in simple terms to the two of them, the lenses have not been ground yet. The qualified glass materials were produced not long ago, and they were all used up in making the telescopes and microscopes. Young Master Zhao understood. Indeed, those two divine artifacts should take priority. When Gu said, "If we have the capacity, I still hope the workshop can produce the glasses as soon as possible." Regardless of wealth or poverty, regardless of status, most people would experience vision problems. Especially among scholars nowadays, after reading too much and not taking care of their eyes, the probability of problems increased. For those tiny characters, and for reading fine print and secret letters, people with good or minor vision problems can use a magnifying glass. For those with noticeable vision problems, they will need glasses. The Zhao family head had known about magnifying glasses before, and when Gu mentioned he had made one and given it to Madame Shin. Young Master Zhao had seen it at Madame Shin's place recently and nodded repeatedly. Magnifying glasses are indeed convenient for reading small text. When Gu said, "When vision is blurred and fine print cannot be discerned, but with corresponding glasses, the brushstrokes become doubly clear." Nowadays, there were quite a few talented people within Xian Prefecture. For young and middle-aged men with severe myopia, the jobs they could do were limited, and they rarely went out despite being physically fit. For those who were older but healthy, presbyopia also limited them, reading documents was difficult, and work efficiency was low. When Gu said, "We are currently facing a shortage of talent, and it's a time when we need people. If these two types of glasses can solve the problem of vision, it will enable more people to contribute to Xian Prefecture." The Zhao family head and his son looked serious. How could they not know what Wen Gu was talking about? Especially young Master Zhao. When he heard Wen Gu mention myopia, a deep gloom settled in his eyes. He had a friend who loved literature and ink, but his eyesight had deteriorated to the point where he couldn't recognize people 5 steps away. During the spread of the evil plague, that friend mistook an evil creature for a normal person and went to meet it, only to be killed. At the beginning of the chaotic times, when things were disordered, they didn't have strong defensive awareness. Due to their nearsightedness, they couldn't distinguish between monsters and normal people, causing them to miss the best escape time. Young Master Zhao recounted these events, and when Gu expressed his regret, he had indeed died unjustly. Silence fell for a moment. After the somber atmosphere subsided, Wen Gu sighed. There are many people in the city who are clearly talented but have poor eyesight and cannot go out or dare not go out. It's better in winter, but when the weather gets hot, they are even more afraid to go out. Young Master Zhao was deeply touched. He had other friends of the same age who, due to vision problems, could only stay at home. With the preceding example, they dared not go out, and their families also did not let them go out, keeping them confined and dejected. When Gu sighed again, with glasses, this will be solved. However, the lenses need to be ground by hand, and different vision problems require different ground lenses. There are too few craftsmen who master the technique of grinding lenses, and specialized training is needed. The Zhao family head and young Master Zhao felt their heartstrings tighten once more. Sense of urgency +1+1. Setting aside relatives and friends, even they themselves, especially the Zhao family head, were fine for now, but in a few more years, they might face presbyopia. Both the Zhao family father and son pondered where to find more craftsmen. Craftsmen with carving and polishing skills were certainly more concentrated in the other 5 clans. The question was, would they poach from one clan first, or target all 5 clans? The Zhao family head let out a long sigh, making a mental note for now. He said, "We will search for craftsmen and produce a batch of glasses as soon as possible." When Gu said sheepishly, "For the presbyopia glasses, uncle and aunt should not need them yet." I want to pre-order a pair to give to old Mr. Hong. There will be many affairs at the academy after the new year, and glasses can alleviate Mr. Hong's burden. The Zhao family head readily agreed. Okay, the first pair will be made for old Master Hong. Since Wengu had presented these glasses, the first pair would naturally be made for Wengu. Whoever he wanted to give it to, it would be made for them first. The Zhao family head then remembered something and said to Wengu, on the third day of the new year, there will be a small meeting with only a few participants to discuss affairs for the coming year. You should attend and share your thoughts with the seniors if you have any. Wengu stood up and bowed. Yes. Thank you, uncle. The small meeting on the third day of the new year was a genuine high-level meeting of Xian Prefecture's power structure. It was a sign of trust in Wengu and an opportunity for him to interact with the top power figures of Xian Prefecture. Seeing that Wengu had understood, the Zhao family head was filled with emotion. As for the topics he had prepared earlier for calling Wengu over, a tall tree in the forest will be hit by the wind, and young people are too fond of causing trouble, they had been discarded. What forest? What wind? Causing trouble? None of it was a problem anymore. It was good to be lively. Young people should be like this. They could be even more active. The Zhao family head encouraged him. Don't be afraid. No matter how strong the wind and rain, our Zhao family will protect you. We are your umbrella, shielding you from the wind and rain. Wengu was deeply moved. Can we change the wording, uncle? This phrase is inauspicious. I heard some things during my travels that were not good. Although he didn't know why it was inauspicious, since Wengu had said so, Uncle Zhao smiled. All right, let's change it. How about a shelter that shields you from the wind and rain? Knowing that his uncle and cousin had other important matters to discuss, Wengu took his leave. He had carried a heavy gift box when he came, and he left with another heavy gift box. However, this one contained special pastries and drinks from his uncle, and a follower helped to carry it. After Wengu left, young Master Zhao held the telescope. Father, this telescope is beneficial for combat and defense in spring and summer. We can let the generals know. But this microscope, should it be kept secret for now? Under the current circumstances, the level of secrecy for the microscope had to be higher than that for the telescope. This item concerned the change in the situation. The Zhao family head pondered for a moment and said, let them know as well. We must let them see hope. The evil plague had shattered the psychological defenses of so many people, causing them to collapse directly. Even some individuals with very high combat power and great bravery in battle were so terrified by tales of ghosts and spirits that they lost all will to resist. The generals and strategists under him, although their minds were more resilient than others, still felt lost and unsure in their hearts. Initially, they had mercilessly eliminated a group of demon monks and heretics who spread rumors to destabilize people's minds. But in times of chaos, various sinister cults were still plotting in the dark. If any more twisted theories and heresies appeared in the future to shake people's hearts, it could lead to greater chaos. It was better to stabilize some of the higher-ranking personnel first. This was his decision after weighing the pros and cons. From a global perspective, it can stabilize the morale of the army, and the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Young Master Zhao thought about it and agreed that it made sense. Therefore, he sent people to notify the various high-ranking officials. While waiting, young Master Zhao recalled Wengu's travel experiences about what to observe with the microscope, and he found a few more items for observation. The scenes under the microscope might cause discomfort to scholars, but not necessarily to generals. It was better to look at a few more things. According to the order of notification, Pei Jun, the chief officer of the patrol division, was the first to arrive. Not long after, a group of people arrived one after another. These were all trusted confidants of the Zhao family who were stationed in Xian Prefecture City or had returned from reporting their work for the new year. They included both military officials and scholars. Each of them could influence the situation in Xian Prefecture. However, upon their arrival, they were told to wait outside. Only when Pei Jun came downstairs and notified them did they enter and go upstairs together. Meanwhile, Pei Jun stood guard with his sword outside the door on the first floor. The few people who entered the building noticed this, which added another layer of caution to their hearts. Regardless of what they thought when they went upstairs, moments later. Kicking stools, strange cries, spitting insults, talking nonsense. A cacophony of meows and woofs. A scholar suddenly ran to the window on the other side and vomited out. After a while, a general pushed open a window and let out a string of incomprehensible, emotional shouts, only to be gagged and dragged back by two other generals. The window was closed again, but after a while, the scene repeated, only with a different person at the window. Vomiting and laughing, crying and shouting, as if collectively gone mad. The guards responsible for defending this small courtyard were stunned. Although in this chaotic era, many people's minds were twisted and their mental states were unstable, and they would occasionally go mad. However, these prominent figures who held great power and had tenacious spirits, even when emotionally agitated, would not lose composure to this extent. The guards were unsure how to respond, and the leader's head began to ache. Butler Fushing had already informed them that the family head, the young master, and several important figures were having a discussion of urgent matters, and there might be some commotion, so they should not interfere. But the commotion just now was too bizarre. Several highly capable generals had entered today, and the guards were still worried. The leader decided to approach and check the situation. As he walked towards the book building, he saw Butler Fushing and Pei Jun, the chief officer of the patrol division, guarding the entrance. Pei Jun's face was stern, his sword held ready. His gaze swept over them sharply, filled with a chilling glint, as if telling them that anyone who approached without permission would die. The guard, swallowing hard, looked at Butler Fushing. Butler Fushing waved his hand, signaling that everything was fine here, and told them to leave. The leader could only suppress his doubts for the time being, led his men to retreat, and continued to observe cautiously. After a long while, there was finally movement again. The generals and scholars who had entered earlier began to emerge one by one. Those with flamboyant personalities were still muttering something. Those with less control over their expressions seemed excited, their faces flushed, their eyes smiling, and then their faces would darken, looking ferocious. They hadn't walked far before their expressions became solemn again. The guards, was this a lingering effect of their madness? On the second floor of the book building, after everyone left, silence returned to the surroundings. Only the father and son remained here. The Zhao family head sat in his wheelchair, lost in thought. Young Master Zhao wiped the sweat from the telescope's barrel, carefully placing the tube back. He turned around and saw the creased drawing on the table. Earlier, during their excitement, several highly placed generals and scholars had fought over it, and the drawing had almost been torn. He carefully put the drawing away. These things could not fall into anyone else's hands. After tidying up the room, young Master Zhao sat down and let out a sigh. He thought about what Wengu had said today and sighed from the bottom of his heart. I really should have gone out to travel back then. The Zhao family head agreed wholeheartedly and said with utmost sincerity, yes, we should have sent you to travel back then. End of this chapter. Back in the day, the imperial court favored civil over military officials. Young Master Wu's chosen path for development was a civil service career. His family hired renowned teachers from both the southern and northern lands, but they didn't travel to study abroad. The northern lands had a less flourishing literary atmosphere. Moreover, his family members who held official positions had to be stationed at the border for extended periods. If he wanted to study abroad, he would naturally have to go south, where the literary tradition was strong. It was too far, and the journey was too risky. After consideration, the family deemed it unnecessary. Thus, they invited renowned scholars and literati from the south to come and impart knowledge from books, as well as discuss the lives and customs of various regions in the south. When Wengu spoke of his traveling studies and their gains, the Zhao family father and son did not doubt him. In this era of inconvenient transportation and poor information flow, people believed whatever they were told. If one could provide evidence, even more people would believe it. And what Wengu presented, from the honeycomb coal stove to various types of lenses, was concrete proof. Everyone's initial intentions and goals for traveling abroad were different. Even when following the same paths and visiting the same renowned teachers, their insights and gains would vary. During times of flourishing literary culture, most people who traveled abroad did not place much importance on craftsmen and folk skills. Wengu's traveling studies and their gains might have been considered a waste of time in the past. What a pity! In these chaotic times, how many precious talents and skills are buried? Young Master Zhao lamented. The Zhao family head also thought, when the world is peaceful again, I can let future generations of the family continue this tradition of traveling studies. Traveling abroad is truly of great use. Meanwhile, when Gu returned to their small courtyard, he pondered matters on the way. The microscope he gifted his uncle as a New Year's gift had a lens combination that could magnify objects nearly 200 times. No one knew what the gu, a type of venomous insect or reptile often used in witchcraft, that caused the epidemic of evil looked like, or how big they were. With a limited magnification of the naked eye, magnifying by tens of times was surely not enough. If the venomous insects that caused the epidemic of evil were smaller, and if he wanted to study them from the egg stage, 200 times might suffice, but to be safe, a higher magnification was needed 300, 400 times. High magnification could even see bacteria, of course, but that was limited to merely seeing them. Fortunately, what caused the epidemic of evil were parasitic worms, not bacteria or viruses. Currently, the production of lenses depended entirely on manual grinding. It wasn't as simple as deciding to make a lens of a certain magnification and being able to do so immediately. It was possible that after countless trials and errors, the successfully ground lens might not achieve the desired magnification. To better study those parasitic worms from the egg to the adult stage and their living environment, it was best to have lenses of various magnifications, from low to high. That would require more high-tech craftsmen. It would require more people to be involved in grinding lenses. Microscopes and telescopes were considered classified items and could not be revealed to outsiders. Glasses for myopia and hyperopia, on the other hand, were for public consumption. Workshops and stores were definitely needed, as well as the training of professional teams. Whether by degree of myopia/hyperopia or by age, a large number of lenses would be required to support this. Therefore, no matter which type of lens it was, more craftsmen, a larger production system, and more professional craftsmen and personnel were needed. It involved complex work in all aspects. Wen Gu didn't have much time to oversee this, nor did he have suitable people to manage it. So he dumped all these tasks onto the Zhao family. The recruitment of craftsmen from various places, the construction of workshops, talent management, and other such affairs were all handed over to the Zhao family. Uncle and cousin still had a good amount of rest time each day. If they squeezed a little more, they could dedicate more effort to the lens project. With this thought, Wen Gu returned to his small courtyard and began writing a plan to help the Zhao family improve their efficiency. The next day, after finishing the plan, Wen Gu did not immediately hand it over. He decided to take a leisurely stroll to relax before returning to check for any omissions or errors. The adults in the Zhao family were still very busy, so Wen Gu decided to visit his grandnephew. For his New Year's gift this time, he had given his grandnephew a kaleidoscope. He wondered if the little friend would like it. Strolling to his grandnephew's courtyard, he learned that his cousin was also there and had been for some time. He hadn't heard of any urgent matters. Was his cousin here for a rare father-son bonding session? Not far inside, he saw the father and son duo under the corridor. The child stood with a stern face, as if angry but trying to suppress it. What could have caused this? Taking a few more steps closer, he saw his cousin holding a cylindrical tube with one eye, gazing intently and continuously rotating the tube. Wen Gu. He understood the reason now. The kaleidoscope he gave to his grandnephew was indeed very attractive to young children who had never encountered such toys before. Now, it seemed, it was also very attractive to certain adults who were well-traveled and open-minded. Wen Gu did not try to muffle his footsteps. Young Master Zhao, engrossed in rotating the tube, looked up and a fleeting embarrassment crossed his face. He explained, "When I first arrived, I thought he was holding that thing." When he came over and saw his son playing with this tube outside, he was startled. He thought Wen Gu had sent over a telescope. Upon taking it in his hand, he exclaimed, "Huh." It was quite intriguing. He had initially intended to just inspect it, but as he looked, he began to study it. The child, having his toy snatched away, could only stand beside him with a stern face, daring not to speak out. In a few words, Wen Gu understood the cause of the incident. The little friend was very fond of his newly received gift. The corridor was brighter, so during his free time, he took his new toy outside to play, unafraid of the cold, wearing gloves as he looked. Then his father saw it and had been hogging the toy ever since. Now that Wengu had arrived, young Master Zhao no longer felt comfortable playing with this toy. He returned it to the child and walked with Wengu along the corridor. Listening to Wengu explain the making and principle of the kaleidoscope, young Master Zhao was very interested. However, compared to telescopes and microscopes, which could change the course of events, a kaleidoscope was merely a small toy. What truly interested him was what other interesting things Wengu had seen during his travels. Besides this kaleidoscope, what other lens-related artifacts did you see during your travels? Young Master Zhao sighed as he spoke. I almost went traveling abroad back then, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. Wengu smiled politely. Speaking of traveling experiences related to lenses, it reminds me of another item, also related to mirrors, a device for observation that was made. Oh? Tell me. Young Master Zhao's interest was piqued. The principle is actually very simple. It's made using the reflection of mirrors. A flat mirror can be used for the initial version. Wengu briefly explained the simplest version of a periscope. Young Master Zhao had some difficulty understanding the principles of reflection that Wengu spoke of, but a device for observation might be something they could use now. How long would it take to make this initial version you mentioned? Young Master Zhao asked. It can be done now. I brought some defective parts from when the mirrors were being made. Wengu said. Even the defective parts couldn't be left behind in Jingxing district, so Wengu brought them along when he came to the Zhao residence. They were just a few pieces of glass, which could all fit into a small box. Young Master Zhao became even more interested upon hearing this. Do you have anything else to do? If not, why don't we start now? I have nothing else to do, but cousin, you should have more affairs to attend to. I can make it and bring it to you. Wengu said. No need for such trouble, I'll go with you, young Master Zhao said decisively. Tell me what other items are needed, and I'll have them prepared. Stiff paper and glue that can stick the lenses. That's all. For a simple one, that's enough. I have scissors on my end. Confirming that Wengu was not joking, young Master Zhao called over a servant who was following him, gave a few instructions, and then headed to Wengu's small courtyard. The servant behind him hesitated to speak. Young Master, you still have visiting guests waiting. Young Master Zhao naturally knew he had many matters to handle, but those matters were not particularly important. Relatively speaking, he was more eager to know what kind of observational device Wengu had spoken of. When he had asked someone to fetch the paper and glue, he had already instructed them to have the visiting guests entertained by a scholar present. Wengu also knew that his cousin had been attending many social events recently. To save time, he didn't waste words. Upon reaching the small courtyard, he asked Taidu to bring out the box containing the parts. Inside were several small square or round pieces of glass. Young Master Zhao glanced at them. They were indeed defective products. Some glass pieces were locally blurry, and some had chipped edges, clearly showing various problems that occurred during manufacturing. Wengu took 2 square glass pieces of similar size. The paper and glue were quickly delivered. Various types of paper were stacked together. Wengu selected 2 sheets of suitable material, picked up a charcoal pencil and a small bamboo ruler to draw lines. He hadn't prepared them beforehand, so he could only draw a rough sketch. Then, with young Master Yao's assistance, they cut and pasted, patched and mended, to create the desired shape. My hands are unskilled, so it's quite rough, Wengu said. Young Master Zhao looked at the 2 square, strange tubes full of patches and could tell that Wengu was indeed unskilled, but he didn't mind. As long as it works. Wengu then attached the 2 glass pieces to the pre-designated positions at both ends of the tubes. The paste used for sticking paper was ordinary paste, while a different, freshly boiled glue was used to stick the lenses, which adhered quite firmly. The 2 of them were busy here. At the same time, Uncle Zhao had intended to call young Master Zhao over to discuss some matters. Upon inquiring, he learned that young Master Zhao had abandoned several visiting guests and rushed to Wengu's small courtyard. After a moment of thought, Uncle Zhao also arrived at the courtyard, in his wheelchair. Yesterday, he had been too excited by the New Year's gift from Wengu and had used his legs for too long, causing some discomfort. After all, he hadn't fully recovered and needed to take good care of himself. Except for important occasions requiring brief standing, he intended to let his legs rest at other times. There were no other people left in the courtyard. Taitu was guarding the gate and did not stop the Zhao family head when he saw him. Wengu had told him whose presence was permitted. The Zhao family head, filled with curiosity, entered the room and found the two of them crouched below the window, acting suspiciously. The Zhao family head frowned. What kind of behavior is this? Don't they have any sense of integrity and openness befitting a gentleman? What are you two doing? He asked in a deep voice. The two below the window replied, simulating reconnaissance from a field outpost. A moment later, the wheelchair was empty and another person appeared below the window. Young Master Zhao was squeezed to the side, the core position forcefully occupied by the Zhao family head, who also firmly held the sole initial version of the periscope. Not bad, not bad. Excellent. It works. The Zhao family head played with the crudely made paper tubes for a while before standing up. With young Master Zhao's assistance, he slowly returned to his wheelchair and asked about the origin of its creation. I originally thought that such flat glass mirrors could only be used as luxurious ornaments, but now it seems they have important uses. Young Master Zhao sighed again. Although not as miraculous as telescopes and microscopes, if used well, they could play a significant role. During spring and summer, there were times when it was necessary to reduce outdoor exposure and enhance stealth, while still maintaining observation and surveillance of the outside. Periscopes were also quite good, as their name suggested, they were suitable for lurking in the shadows. Young Master Zhao's heart stirred, and he asked Wengu, can these periscopes be combined with telescopes? Wengu nodded. It's possible to add devices similar to the lenses in telescopes, but that would require craftsmen to explore and improve. The difficulty of grinding lenses. The Zhao family head had an idea and couldn't help but sigh. We still need craftsmen. More craftsmen are needed. Process improvement could not be completed in a short period. Let's first produce a batch of the basic version. How many qualified flat glass mirrors like this can be manufactured? The Zhao family head asked. The craftsmanship for producing flat glass mirrors is limited, and the process is quite complex. I mentioned to Annie before that currently, only Taoist Master Qingyi of Qing'an Temple has the highest success rate. When Gu explained the manufacturing steps, including the technical difficulties and common problems, to both the Zhao father and son, he also took out the defective items he had brought in the box for comparison. Many crucial steps are not easily achievable by ordinary craftsmen. The highest quality and most successful ones are still by experienced individuals like Taoist Master Qingyi, who has a foundation in chemistry, alchemy. The Zhao family head pondered for a moment. In that case, let Taoist Master Qingyi work a little harder. Qing'an District. Holiday. It was the New Year holiday. Taoist Master Qingyi was in a good mood. He had a rare period of rest and was very relaxed. He didn't have to worry about other dangers. He was well-fed and clothed, and had young disciples serving him. His life was leisurely. The dog scholar had also gone to the Zhao residence, so he wouldn't be urging him for tasks from time to time. Out of sight, out of mind, his mood was even better. Thinking about the Taoist temple that was about to be completed, his heart felt even more elated. The architectural plan for the Taoist temple was designed on a large scale, with several phases of construction. However, as long as the first phase was completed, he could move in and wouldn't have to borrow lodging from the dog scholar's residence. Soon he would have his own territory. Taoist Master Qingyi began to plan again. He currently had 6 young disciples. In fact, there were a few other promising individuals he had his eye on, but he didn't dare to take in too many at once. It was better to be cautious in Xin Prefecture. He couldn't take too big a step at once. It was easy to. Once the Taoist temple was built, he would proceed gradually. He would fulfill the tasks given by the dog scholar perfunctorily. In the new year, his own Taoist temple would be his priority, and his own plans would come first. He would refine some pills and exorcism incense, as well as magic artifacts, to supply to those who wished to accumulate merit in the future. Recently, he had met a few wealthy patrons and believers. He planned to have a chat with them after the new year to deepen their relationship. As he was happily planning, a young disciple rushed in. Master, someone from the Zhao residence has arrived. Taoist Master Qingyi quickly got up. Could it be a New Year's gift? A reward? During holidays, superiors would also send gifts to show their appreciation. Taoist Master Qingyi maintained a composed demeanor, stroking his newly grown beard. The Zhao family still maintained a cautious attitude towards Buddhism and Taoism, and Taoist Master Qingyi had often subtly complained about it. However, the Zhao family had always been prompt in handling affairs and providing rewards. Let me see, what reward has the Zhao family brought today? Taoist Master Qingyi stepped out with a smile. There was indeed a New Year's gift, and also a reward. There was also a document. He opened it, and his smile quickly vanished. The antennas of caution in his mind whirred loudly. The document generally stated: first, strong support for the construction of the Taoist temple. Second, permission to accept more young disciples and develop the Taoist temple. Third, a mission from the Zhao family with a very high reward. The first point was that the Zhao family support was very substantial, covering everything from construction materials to decorative items, and there was no need to worry about various approvals. Combined with other rewards previously received, it could be said that the entire construction of the Taoist temple, including glass windows and other decorations, would not cost Taoist Master Qingyi a single cent. Good news! The second point stated that he could recruit 20 young disciples. He didn't need to worry about taking too big a step and offending the superiors. He could recruit openly. Also good news! Individually, these 2 points were quite good. But, damn it. The main point was the third item. He had to refine glass mirrors again? And so many. The document detailed the specifications and quantities. Although he did have plans to make some small glass mirrors as magic artifacts to supply to wealthy patrons, he hadn't intended to refine so many. How much of his time would this workload consume? Even the village oxen couldn't pull such a large plow. Taoist Master Qingyi was utterly perplexed. He couldn't comprehend it. What were so many mirrors for? To subdue demons? Logically speaking, such mirrors, if made more ornate, would be luxury items supplied to wealthy families with a short usage period. Luxury items should be scarce, not produced in such large quantities. If they couldn't be sold and their usage period passed, they would become scrap. Such a large quantity, Xian Prefecture certainly couldn't absorb it. Could it be for trade with other factions? Troubled. He could fulfill the tasks given by the dog scholar perfunctorily, but did he dare to be perfunctory with tasks assigned by the Zhao family? Should he refuse it? Think of an excuse to refuse? Taoist Master Qingyi held the document, flipping through it repeatedly. The more he looked, the more something felt wrong. This style, it faintly bore the mark of the dog scholar. Hiss. He took a deep breath. After labeling it as the dog scholar's work, he looked again. The 20 young disciples were actually being recruited as mirror-grinding apprentices, weren't they? Written as young disciples, read as laborers. If one ox couldn't pull the plow, use many oxen. He, as the master, had to labor tirelessly. With the need to supply so many glass mirrors every month, he felt his vision blacken when he calculated the workload. Doing all this, where would he find the time to deepen his interactions with the wealthy patrons and believers? It was definitely that scoundrel's doing. That scoundrel. In a fit of rage, he slammed the document onto the ground. After a moment of silence, he quickly picked it up and, like a madman, sat there flipping through it. The previous page listed the benefits, and the next page listed the tasks. Flipping back, they gave so much. Flipping forward, damn it, I don't want to do it. Flipping back, my dream come true. Flipping forward, damn it, I don't want to do it. Torn. What on earth did the dog scholar say to the Zhao family? He wouldn't even let people have a peaceful new year. End of this chapter. Date, May 9th, 2025. Regardless of how conflicted Taoist Master Qingyi felt about the document, Wengu was in a good mood. He had once again made his uncle and others realize the importance of craftsmen, especially master craftsmen skilled in the art of grinding. Such individuals could save countless hours and manpower, and even turn the tide of a situation. As more and more technical secrets were involved, would they still feel comfortable relying on other people's craftsmen? If there were no craftsmen, they would find them. Or cultivate them. What was most important to everyone now? Time. Winter would soon pass, and the weather was warming up. When the severe cold no longer offered protection and everything began to revive, they would have to face another wave of threats. The number of survivors scattered across various places would drastically decrease again. Whether they died or mutated into evil creatures, it would be detrimental to everyone. When Gu returned to continue organizing his plans for after the new year, he pondered whether he should provide some positive guidance to his uncle and cousin again to achieve their common goals. Soon, it was New Year's Eve. The Zhao family's New Year's banquet included not only the hosts in this large courtyard, but also some special important relatives and friends. For example, several members of the Zhao family clan. Most members of the Zhao family clan lived in Jiahui district, and the people there had never held a favorable opinion of Wengu. The power in Xian Prefecture City was concentrated in the hands of the Zhao family father and son. Regardless of whether they were paternal or maternal relatives, they could only receive a little assistance based on kinship. Wanting more power was difficult. The Zhao family clan did not gain many advantages. It was similar for the Shen family. However, Wengu was an exception among the relatives. The Zhao family clan members had never been particularly welcoming to this exception. Wengu's presence made them look like useless individuals, so how could they welcome him? Not far away, several people surnamed Zhao gathered, pointing and talking about Wengu. How can he surnamed one be here? Wait, there are two surnamed one. And he brought along Taitu, who was also surnamed one, bringing extra baggage. Although Taitu's situation was special, he had still brought an extra person. One more person meant one less position. We can't bring an extra child, yet Wengu can bring a simpleton. He's not even surnamed Zhao, nor is he surnamed Shin. It was said that one's cousin was several degrees removed, but that was not the case in the Zhao residence. A few days ago, learning that Wengu would be spending the new year at the Zhao residence, many had been so envious and jealous that their eyes turned red. A small group of people were chattering there. Seated beside them was an elder whose beard and hair were almost entirely white. In terms of seniority, young Master Zhao called him second granduncle, while others addressed him as second grandfather Zhao. Second grandfather Zhao had only one son, who died in battle at the border many years ago. He had contributed to the Zhao family's development in Xian Prefecture, but had no successor. The Zhao family head, remembering past ties, invited second grandfather Zhao to celebrate the new year together every year. In the past, second grandfather Zhao was often lost in grief for the past. However, after the world became chaotic, he seemed to have come to terms with things. He became more spirited and even adopted a grandson from the clan. Under the instigation of some people in the district, second grandfather Zhao brought his grandson to the Zhao residence for the new year today with some ulterior motive. The elderly became more emotional and stubborn as they aged. Therefore, even though second grandfather Zhao knew it would displease the Zhao family head, he decided to cast aside his pride and seek benefits for his grandson. All of them, the elders, knew that in terms of loyalty to the family, the Zhao family head was more inclined towards them than young Master Zhao. When opportunities arose, they would approach the Zhao family head directly. Therefore, as soon as the Zhao family head appeared, second grandfather Zhao made his way over with his old, stiff legs. The Zhao family head appeared somewhat weary, but in good spirits, and he had been in a good mood for the past 2 days. Today, on New Year's Eve, all those present at the family banquet were relatives. The eyes of this powerful figure were much gentler, and his words were more casual and cordial. When someone asked why Wengu was spending the new year at the Zhao residence, the Zhao family head said, "Wengu's family has encountered a change, and as his uncle, I naturally have to look after him." A moment later, members of the Zhao family deliberately or inadvertently complained about their own unpromising descendants. The Zhao family head comforted them. Children and grandchildren have their own fortunes. Go with the flow and don't force it. If they truly had the ability, they would have used it already. If their abilities were insufficient, they shouldn't cause trouble. However, the Zhao family head's words meant something else to others. These were clearly two different attitudes, a double standard. Having been subjected to the Zhao family head's double standard, the person dared not question him based on their kinship and sullenly retreated. It was at this moment that second grandfather Zhao approached. What about attitudes? He did not care about them at his age. The child second grandfather Zhao adopted from the clan was a little over 10 years old. He was a bit old when he was adopted. But it was understandable. The world was unstable now, and very young children might not survive to grow up. This age was just right. They could listen to reason, understand gains and losses, and had stronger self-preservation abilities. Second grandfather Zhao's words revolved around his good grandson. Honor can be a bit childish sometimes, but aren't all children his age like that? Full of energy. The Zhao family head thought to himself, That's being mischievous and not focused on important matters. What could a little over 10-year-old do? Besides, the child you adopted, he's neither academically nor militarily inclined, and he even angers teachers when learning painting. Wengu, on the other hand, learned painting and willingly took on famous scholars as students. Look at your family's child. The Zhao family head's gaze swept around, locating second grandfather Zhao's good grandson. In a corner, the child showed no other remarkable traits, but he was diligently eating by the pastries and fruit platter. He was cracking some nuts, and the crunching sound could be heard even from here. Useless at everything except eating. It was said that when the world became chaotic, this child was also timid and fearful on the way to Xian Prefecture City with the fleeing Zhao family members. He didn't even dare to hold a knife and hid behind others, peeking out cautiously. What kind of person was adopted? At this moment, Zhao Han, second grandfather Zhao's good grandson, who was being discussed, was engrossed in eating. He paid no attention to what others were saying about him, or rather, he skillfully blocked out their conversations. Zhao Han knew his own aptitude and understood why he was adopted. In his original family, there were 6 surviving siblings. With older brothers and sisters above and younger brothers and sisters below, he, in the middle, had a low sense of presence. He was also naughty, couldn't study, and feared hardship and fatigue, unwilling to practice martial arts. In this era, a 10-year-old could understand many things, but this age was also awkward. If he were younger, people would be more accommodating and tolerant. If he were older, he could participate in more events. At his current age, even the fights between Jiahui District and Xianghui District wouldn't include him. Zhao Han continued to eat as if no one was around, completely unaware that second grandfather Zhao, for his sake, was humbling himself and begging for favors at his old age. The Zhao family head was very displeased. He had always been relatively lenient with the children in the clan, but now he realized that excessive leniency was not appropriate in the current circumstances. Glancing around a bit more, he saw a few other Zhao family members watching with amusement. The Zhao family head's displeasure grew. It was the new year and he didn't want to create an unpleasant scene. He decided to take this opportunity to make certain people abandon their ideas, face reality, and know what disparity in strength and the difference in the world meant. Since second grandfather Zhao had adopted such a useless person, just raising him would be enough, no need to overthink things. The Zhao family head instructed his attendant, "Go find Wengu." While members of the Zhao family clan were observing Wengu, Wengu was also observing the Zhao family members and had overheard quite a bit of gossip. An attendant by his uncle's side came to deliver a message, and Wengu got up to go. On the way, at his uncle's instruction, the attendant quietly and briefly told Wengu about Zhao Han's situation. Wengu's expression remained unchanged, his gaze unwavering, but in his heart, he had already identified the person in question. "Oh, it's that kid who was crunching away in the corner just now? He seems all right." Not the arrogant, spoiled brat type. The strengths and weaknesses perceived by others would be redefined by Wengu. Pondering how to respond, Wengu arrived at his maternal uncle, Uncle Zhao's side. In front of second grandfather Zhao, Uncle Zhao didn't say much, only, "Zhao Han's temperament is far from the bravery of his father and grandfather." This father and grandfather referred to his deceased clansmen and second grandfather Zhao beside him. Second grandfather Zhao's face was grim, his expression not good, and he stared at Wengu defensively. He realized what the Zhao family head was about to do. He thought Wengu would somehow disparage or insinuate something at this moment. However, he heard Wengu say, "Brother Han is adaptable and possesses clear self-awareness. In critical moments, he can effectively avoid danger, which is also a good quality." Uncle Zhao's mouth opened and closed several times, but he was unable to speak. Everything he was about to say was forgotten. Describing timidity, cowardice, and a fear of death so elegantly. Second grandfather Zhao's expression also faltered. Even he couldn't praise under closed eyes. Although he had a beautifying filter for his adopted grandson Zhao Han, it didn't reach this level. However, this Wengu kid, he was quite good with his words. Second grandfather Zhao's expression softened slightly. Uncle Zhao finally remembered his original intention and said to Wengu, "Zhao Han has been learning calligraphy and painting from a teacher for nearly a year. You were also learning painting from old Master Hong recently. Give him some guidance later. At this moment, the attendant had brought Zhao Han over, and a table with writing materials had been prepared. Several Zhao family clan members who were watching from a distance hurried over to see what was happening. Zhao Han, who was called over to paint, was a little nervous at first, but quickly calmed down. However, from Wengu's perspective, it seemed more like a resigned, broken pot mentality. When he put brush to paper, he was quite serious, not perfunctory, but what he drew. The onlookers all had expressions of, "What is this supposed to be?" They couldn't understand it no matter how they looked at it. "Straw," someone asked. "Is it a small mountain?" another said. Zhao Han's expression was numb. "It's fire." Second grandfather Zhao tried to save face. "Flames are good. It's the new year after all. We wish for prosperity and good fortune." Uncle Zhao looked at Wengu. "Come, give him some pointers." Zhao Han, under the observation of a crowd, fell silent, waiting for everyone's judgment, habitually preparing to shield himself from their opinions. However, he heard Wengu say, "Exceptionally talented." Everyone looked at him, thinking he was being sarcastic. But Wengu observed Zhao Han's painting very seriously. Although the painting technique is simple, the lines are smooth, with a strong sense of dynamic texture. It is highly distinctive. The brushwork is concise yet expresses unconventional emotions, enhancing tension. This shows extraordinary aspirations. The Zhao family head stared at Wengu. "It's not that serious. It's not that serious. Your uncle called you here just to show off your skills, not to force compliments." Others looked at the painting, then at Wengu. "What dynamic texture and emotional tension did you see?" However, Wengu's face was extremely sincere, without a hint of pretense. Zhao Han, instead of waiting for criticism, received such high praise. A warmth rushed to his face, and his ears turned red. Second grandfather Zhao stammered, Is that so?" Living in Jiahui district, he had heard many negative evaluations of Wengu, and some even said Wengu was black-hearted. It was all a misunderstanding. All prejudice. What a good person, clearly possessing a sincere heart. Wengu glanced at Uncle Zhao, Zhao Han, and second grandfather Zhao, his eyes full of absolute sincerity. This style is actually very suitable for promotion, as long as the positioning is correct. Second grandfather Zhao couldn't help but lean closer and ask, "Then, what kind of positioning should it have?" "Come, let's sit here and discuss in detail." Wengu pulled Zhao Han and second grandfather Zhao to sit aside, and the atmosphere between the three was harmonious. "Uncle Zhao, what did I call Wengu over for?" "Never mind, let them be." In Wengu's eyes, Zhao Han's skills were not in conventional areas, and he lacked recognition. Hearing too much had caused him to lose his drive and choose to lie flat. How could such excellent comic strip talent be wasted by lying flat? Zhao Han was a bit young, but it was said he had abundant energy. Wengu, making plans in his heart, said to Zhao Han and second grandfather Zhao, "When I was traveling, on my way north, I heard some storytellers talk about divine fire eradicating evil during the spread of the plague. I have been planning to create a picture album, but I haven't found a suitable artist. I see that Brother Han is quite talented. Are you interested in this?" It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. He did have such a plan originally, but he hadn't had the time or found the right person. After winter, it would be the peak season for epidemics again, so he needed to popularize disease prevention knowledge. Now that he had finally found someone who was suitable in all aspects except for being a bit young, he couldn't let the opportunity pass. Although he was young, he had his elders to support him. Wengu seriously discussed character designs with Zhao Han, not by fooling him just because he was young. He truly appreciated Zhao Han's unique drawing style. With a little guidance, he could quickly get to work. After a flurry of chatter and some chicken soup for the soul and chicken blood injections, Zhao Han became emotional, clenched his fists, and was full of fighting spirit, eager to start. He would go back after the meal and stay up all night to finish it, work overtime. He would deliver the character designs to second brother when tomorrow for selection. Wengu glanced at second grandfather Zhao, who was equally eager beside him. Looking at the elder's eagerness today, plodding and persevering relentlessly for his grandson. They were all quite energetic. With time, financial support, and a solid political background, it would be a waste for anyone, old or young, to just lie flat at home. Although Wengu chose Zhao Han as the artist, it was said that 1 leads 10, and 10 promotes 100. Once things got moving, more people would be drawn in. There was an old saying, children and grandchildren have their own fortunes. One is willing to be a cow or horse for their children and grandchildren. Wengu frowned. Was that the original saying? Never mind, it fit perfectly. End of this chapter. Those invited to the Zhao residence for New Year's Eve were special, both in status and in their relationships. Even though Zhao Young Master was often dissatisfied with the behavior of these elders and peers, he maintained appearances on such a festive occasion. As the young master of the Zhao clan, despite a barrage of internal thoughts, possessing extraordinary self-control, he maintained perfect social etiquette. His steps were steady, and his demeanor was proper. He entered the hall, chatting and exchanging pleasantries as he walked, then suddenly stopped and stared blankly at something nearby. He thought he had been mistaken at first glance. Upon looking back, he saw it was indeed them. For a moment, his perfect facial expression contorted slightly, as if bearing a giant, unspoken expletive. Over there, next to the painting desk, sat 3 people. Wengu, a new magnate in Xian Prefecture City. During these chaotic times, he was both a relative and someone to be valued. Second grandfather Zhao, a senior figure who had genuinely bled for the Zhao family. However, he was increasingly stubborn with age, making him quite troublesome. Zhao Han, a timid and unremarkable young lad who had been adopted by second grandfather Zhao from his birth family last year. The question arises, with what state of mind did this group appear here? And the atmosphere between them seemed quite harmonious. Driven by overwhelming curiosity, Zhao Young Master changed direction and walked towards them. Zhao Young Master's personal inquiry excited both second grandfather Zhao and Zhao Han. However, second grandfather Zhao, on the verge of a new breakthrough, had concerns and needed to choose his words carefully. As for Zhao Han, having been constantly dismissed, he was initially hesitant and did not dare to speak. Wengu, on the other hand, appeared composed and briefly explained to Zhao Young Master, "It's going to warm up soon. I'm planning to use simple drawings to remind people to guard against epidemics, strengthen their awareness of prevention, and develop good habits. This work cannot be slackened." He also clarified that Zhao Han's drawing style was very much in line with his requirements, which was why he was discussing this matter with the grandfather and grandson. Zhao Young Master looked at the simple drawings Zhao Han had sketched. Indeed, their aesthetic did not align with the mainstream tastes of the upper class. As for other matters, Wengu mentioned that the pictures, which would be easy to disseminate among the public, still needed to be evaluated after seeing the finished product. What Wengu said, and the words on the table, seemed like a joke, but coming from Wengu, it was not said without purpose. Zhao Young Master did not overly comment on the drafts. He leaned closer to Wengu and whispered, "Did you see these picture albums during your travels?" Wengu nodded. Zhao Young Master took this matter seriously. Wengu's traveling experiences were not to be underestimated. Although second grandfather Zhao couldn't hear their conversation, seeing Wengu and Zhao Young Master talking casually in hushed tones increased his trust in Wengu. And the Jiahui district was indeed unreliable. Wengu and Zhao Young Master continued to chat about review matters. Zhao Young Master appeared thoughtful. What Wengu said had indeed served as a reminder. He had a team dedicated to newspaper-related affairs and now understood the benefits brought by newspapers. He could expand his efforts and try other publications. There was no harm in trying. He took Wengu's suggestion very seriously. By then, he would select 2 people from the team to be responsible for reviewing other publications and monitor their progress. If it proved effective, he would increase his support. Seeing that his suggestions had been noted by Zhao Young Master, Wengu felt satisfied. Zhao Han was in a highly motivated state. The drawing standards didn't need to be overly strict. As long as the content was accurate, the efficiency should be relatively high. When the drafts were ready, he would have Zhao Han take them to his cousin for review. His cousin would certainly not have much time, but there must be someone responsible under him. It would be best to standardize this now, select the responsible person, and then directly follow the process to improve efficiency. Don't wait until the last moment to do things and be unable to find anyone. After a brief chat, everyone present was satisfied. Zhao Young Master did not stay long, but the attitude he displayed was enough to give the grandfather and grandson hope. Second grandfather Zhao was so excited that his old legs were trembling. He was experiencing a turning point, a glimmer of hope. His aged gaze fell upon Zhao Han, then seemed to pierce through the void, as if seeing a high-ranking official in the Privy Council many years later. There was a successor. Life had meaning once more. Wengu was a good person. Snapping back to reality, second grandfather Zhao grabbed Zhao Han's arm and earnestly instructed, "Draw well." Zhao Han nodded resolutely and passionately yes. At his age, when self-esteem was strong, if they had any other choice, who would want to face so many disapproving glances and criticisms daily, willingly being considered useless? Now that there was finally an opportunity to prove himself, even Zhao Young Master, a notoriously difficult elder cousin in Jiahui District, was paying attention. He felt in search of heroism in his heart. "I'll give it my all. I'll work day and night." At the Zhao family's New Year's Eve banquet, when Gu met many Zhao family members, addressing them as uncle and esteemed elders with refined courtesy and a humble attitude. The Zhao family members also treated him with kindness. Regardless of their underlying strategies towards Wengu, they maintained superficial harmony in this setting. However, their wariness towards Wengu deepened. And looking at second grandfather Zhao, they felt even more frustrated. How quickly he had been swayed. His stance was too unstable. Second grandfather Zhao paid no attention to the other Zhao family members. His attitude towards Wengu had undergone a complete 180-degree turn today. His normally tense old face was beaming with warmth, and he kept urging Wengu to eat more at the table. If his hands weren't unsteady, he probably would have served him food personally. Seeing second grandfather Zhao firmly siding with the opposing faction, some people from the Zhao family in Jiahui District attempted to dissuade him. However, second grandfather Zhao was as stubborn as a mule. He wouldn't turn back. They looked at second grandfather Zhao, thinking, he's truly senile, tricked and still counting the money for them. Second grandfather Zhao's inner thoughts, you guys have no idea. Wengu did not pay too much attention to the internal conflict within Jiahui District. There were more important matters. Today was New Year's Eve, a special day and the home banquet of the influential figures of the Xian Prefecture Zhao clan. The female family members who usually stayed in the back courtyard would also be present. Over the past 2 years, with the expansion of the Zhao residence, his maternal uncle and cousin had added more people to their back courtyards. Privately, Madame Shin would discuss matters with Wengu, not out of idle gossip about the inner workings of the household, but to gauge the movements of Xian Prefecture through these changes. Wengu's gaze swept over the area, and many pieces of information flashed through his mind. Salt, money, iron, fragrant silk, tea. Salt industry, goldsmiths, ironware, spices, silk, tea. In addition, the latest information indicated that among the newly added personnel in the Zhao residence's back courtyard, there were now individuals from the dye and pawnshop industries. Both were highly profitable businesses. During the initial period of unrest, the Xian Prefecture Zhao family, along with many other groups, completed the supply and demand delivery and exchange of interests with extreme efficiency. For the Zhao family, with its weak foundation, to seize the opportunity and become one of the 6 major powers in the north within 1 or 2 years of chaos, and to firmly control Xian Prefecture, must have been supported by sufficient money and grain. The stable operation of these highly profitable industries indicated that the relationships within them must have been well maintained, not only enjoying the protection of the government, but also maintaining peaceful coexistence with certain dark folk organizations. To achieve such scale, there must have been preparations for risk resistance. The food and supplies these people possessed would also be in terrifyingly large quantities. These hidden wealth should not be underestimated. Regardless of who these groups belonged to in the past, they now all depended on the Xian Prefecture Zhao family. Connections, resources, channels, military. The changes in the back courtyard were only a glimpse. Wengu was now using the identities of his cousin and maternal uncle's household staff, along with the information he had obtained, to estimate the Zhao family's treasury balance. After deducting necessary expenses such as military upkeep and the maintenance of territorial construction, Wengu became more excited as he calculated. The balance was more abundant than expected. Even after deducting the mirror project, there was still a considerable balance. Should he expand his stride after the new year? Wengu pondered. Thinking about the Zhao family's account balance, Wengu was in a good mood, and the light in his eyes shone even brighter. Second grandfather Zhao, with warmth and gratitude, raised a toast with Wengu and saw the sincere light in Wengu's eyes. The old man was filled with emotion. He completely ignored the slanderous remarks of a few Jihui district relatives who had tried to provoke him earlier, calling Wengu dark-hearted. I have lived for decades, what haven't I seen? If nothing else, Wengu's eyes clearly show he is an upright person. The next day, the first day of the Lunar New Year. Wengu remained at the Zhao residence, as there was another large banquet there today. While the hosts were busy, Wengu stayed in his small courtyard. He didn't wander around, but wasn't idle either. He was writing New Year's greeting cards. During the New Year, people exchange name cards as a New Year's greeting, which contain auspicious phrases and good wishes. In these changing times, complex etiquette was difficult to observe, but exchanging name cards was still feasible, adding a touch of festivity and celebration to relationships. Wengu had already prepared several types of cards for New Year's greetings in advance. However, one card was made to order, having been painted only last night during the watch night vigil. After finishing the card, he had Chang Shun, who was responsible for running errands, deliver it on his behalf. Chang Shun had been assigned by Madame Shin to assist Wengu with errands. It hadn't been long, but he had a lot of work, and the rewards he received were also substantial. During the new year, Wengu had also given him a generous red envelope, making Chang Shun very happy. Now that Wengu's status in Xian Prefecture City was different, Chang Shun, as someone who handled external matters, also had more face when he went out. Delivering New Year's greeting cards was a task that brought prestige to people of their status as attendants in these times. Therefore, under the envious gaze of his peers, Chang Shun, holding the visiting box, went out full of festive spirit to deliver the greeting cards. He delivered them from the districts close to the Zhao residence. To old Master Hong's place, to the Pei families Pei Jun and Pei Jing. All the way to Qingyun District. Within Qingyun District, Taoist Master Qingyi had a troubled new year. He woke up early this morning to recite scriptures and cultivate his state of mind. Just as he finished, a young Taoist disciple rushed in. Master! Master! Taoist Master Qingyi was displeased with their boisterous behavior. How many times had he told them to clear their minds and bodies, and to cultivate themselves inside and out? His cultivation was far from reach. The Taoist master slowly opened his eyes, his expression serene. What is it? Are there dogs around? The young disciple flinched, somewhat nervous, holding a seemingly noble name card. Master, Chang Shun just came to deliver New Year's cards. Taoist Master Qingyi. Indeed, there were dogs around. The young disciple walked over, presented the name card with both hands, not daring to look at Taoist Master Qingyi's expression. How to put it, if the master got angry, 9 times out of 10 it would be related to Foreman 1. Taoist Master Qingyi quietly looked at the name card. He didn't even reach out to take it and directly told the disciple to place it on the table. All right, go about your tasks, the Taoist master said. The young disciple quickly retreated, closing the door to prevent the cold wind from blowing in. He was also worried about incurring his master's wrath. Most of the time, Foreman Wen's actions would make his master agitated. However, during the New Year's greetings, Foreman Wen shouldn't write anything inappropriate to anger his master, right? Alas, during the New Year. With no one else in the room, Taoist Master Qingyi stared at the name card on the table with half-closed eyes. This was not the first New Year's greeting card Qingyun Temple had received, but, just as the young disciple had sensed, Wengu's greeting card made one feel tense just by looking at it. In the current state of affairs, many greeting cards were handmade, some simple, some ornate. The style of the card could roughly infer the family background and status of the sender. The card sent by Wengu was unique. The envelope of the card was colorful, appearing like a multicolored poisonous creature in his eyes. Looking at the name card resting quietly on the table, after a long while, Taoist Master Qingyi finally moved. First move. Start with a scripture chant. To ward off evil. Then, wielding his whisk, he made several swift motions as if performing a ritual. To purify negative energy. After finishing, he carefully opened it and looked at the content. He read it again. It was normal New Year's greetings. Had the incantation and ritual been effective? Taoist Master Qingyi finally let out a sigh of relief and sat down relaxedly. That scoundrel scholar had almost driven him to paranoia. He placed the whisk aside, picked up the greeting card, and commented. The envelope of the card is quite nice. Resources were scarce nowadays. Most households couldn't afford brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, let alone colorful pigments. Only a very small number of wealthy households and nobles still had some pigment inventory. It was evident that Wengu had used the painting pigments from the Zhao family. The colors were pure and of high quality. The patterns drawn on the envelope of the card exuded both the festive joy of the new year and a hint of profound mystery. It was colorful but not ostentatious. That scoundrel scholar has indeed made progress in learning calligraphy and painting. Taoist Master Qingyi stroked his beard and looked down disdainfully. The more he looked at the patterns on the envelope, the more satisfied he became. This type of card could be imitated. In the future, when replying to patrons and believers, they should also have their own distinctive style. Qingyan Temple should have its own high-class image, and their greeting cards also represented their reputation. Looking left and right and comparing it with other New Year's greeting cards, Wengu's card was still the most satisfactory. Give it here. Taoist Master Qingyi felt no guilt. Looking at the colors and patterns on the envelope of the greeting card, he pondered whether he could try to replicate them with his current resources, considering which pigments could be produced. As he thought about this, various types of pigments came to his mind. Plant-based, animal-based, mineral-based, synthesized, all sorts of pigments flashed through his mind. Afterward, he only needed to select based on the available materials. As a seasoned alchemist, this kind of thing did not pose a significant technical challenge for him. It only required a little thought and time. As he thought this, Taoist Master Qingyi suddenly paused, as if shocked, and flung the card away as if it were hot. That scoundrel wouldn't be trying to trick me again, would he? End of this chapter. Zhao Residence. After sending out the New Year's greetings, Wengu continued to revise the post-New Year development plan. There were still many things to do. The picture album was indeed a small surprise for this new year. He hadn't expected to find the right person, and he also made the Taoist master put some thought into the pigments. The Taoist master might be unwilling now, but for the development of Qingyan Temple, these things would have to be done sooner or later. So, he would have to trouble the Taoist master to work a little harder. Zhao Han's brushstrokes were simple, and his painting skills were immature, which was not appreciated by wealthy families. However, with some minor embellishments and added colors, and by creating upgraded versions of the picture album to enhance its prestige, he believed those rich households would be willing to spend money on it. One should not underestimate the risk resilience of generations of accumulated wealthy families in these chaotic times. They still had a considerable amount of stored food and supplies. One could offer them more choices for consumption. While the picture album aimed to raise everyone's awareness of epidemic prevention, Wengu also wanted to use it as a test. Seeing that the time was approaching, Wengu tidied himself up and then headed to the venue of today's grand banquet with Taitu. New Year's Day, Zhao Residence's grand banquet. The banquet was for those who held a significant status in Xian Prefecture, or who had shed blood and sweat for Xian Prefecture and made important contributions. The Zhao Residence's New Year's Eve family banquet focused on family, while the New Year's Day grand banquet placed more emphasis on the political significance of the clan. The guests attending the banquet included close friends and relatives of the Zhao family, important generals and strategists, noble families and officials, as well as important personnel from the Four Seas district who came to pledge allegiance with their supplies. Family members could be brought along today, but there were limited spots. Guests brought their wives and children, respected elders, or favored juniors, resulting in a considerable number of attendees. Wengu did not wander around but went straight to the destination. At this hour, many people had already arrived. The younger generation was full of energy and couldn't stand being confined. Upon arrival, they didn't enter the warm rooms to wait but gathered in groups of 3 to 5, chatting in the corridors outside. Before Wengu had taken a few steps, he was called out. Wengu, over here. The voice came from the Shin family side. Shin Qing and Shin Lu, the brothers, waved enthusiastically as if they were afraid Wengu wouldn't see them. They had something to discuss with Wengu. This new year, Glass products had been a great success. However, the production was limited. Even the Shin family, after purchasing the first batch of glass windows, might not be able to buy more immediately. Shin Qing lowered his voice and said to Wengu, "Can the glass kiln in Qing'an district produce another batch?" It was too difficult to book an order at the Zhao family workshop, with extremely long queues. Even without glass windows, other glass products, such as door curtains or exquisite decorative items used to show off, could be bought if available. Wengu sighed softly and looked around, as if sharing a secret. The Qinglu brothers also leaned closer. Wengu said, "The glass kiln in Qing'an district will likely be dismantled after the new year." The Qinglu brothers were shocked. Wengu explained, "The craftsmen have all been recruited to the Zhao family workshop." The craftsmen related to the mirror project were immediately transferred to the new workshop. The original employers of those craftsmen had also been interviewed. News about the craftsmen's movements was not spread, but as long as one put in the effort to inquire, it could be found out, and it was no longer a secret. The Qinglu brothers were filled with regret. They had originally planned to find a way to get some goods from the glass kiln in Qing'an district, but it seemed they were too late. However, they soon had other concerns. Wanfu Garden is about to resume construction, and a lot of glassware will be used for decoration. As for the budget, is it still enough? In the future, buying glass products would require ordering from the Zhao family's workshop. They didn't know what the price would be. If the quote was high, they would have to buy it, albeit with a heavy heart. Wengu gave them a reassuring look. "Let's discuss this in detail later, but you don't need to worry too much." The Shin brothers felt a bit more at ease. Indeed, the Zhao family wouldn't be too greedy. They then inquired about the progress of Wanfu Garden. Although they had dispatched supervisors to the construction site and were aware of the project's progress, they trusted Wengu's judgment more. Wengu said, during winter, some carpenters worked indoors and a batch of prefabricated parts was stored in the warehouse. By hiring more laborers to rush the work, the first phase of the project should be completed in half a year. That's great. The Shin brothers were overjoyed. Recently, I've met a few new friends, and there's nowhere suitable to host them. It wasn't convenient to invite them for a meal. Once the first phase of Wanfu Garden was built, there would be a suitable venue for gatherings. That would be their chance to shine. Their mood improved, and with greater anticipation, the Shin brothers became spirited. As they chatted, time passed, and someone announced the entry. The ladies were in another hall nearby. Shinlu craned his neck to take a look, then obediently followed the Shin family elders into the banquet hall. Wengu asked Taidu to sit with the Shin family and said to the Shin brothers, "Help look after him." Oh, okay. Don't worry." Shin Qing agreed. Seeing Wengu walk off to the other side, he asked, "Where are you going, Wengu?" Wengu pointed forward. Then, the Shin family watched as an attendant led Wengu all the way to a table in the very front row. "Are you kidding me?" Shinlu exclaimed in disbelief, standing on tiptoe to confirm, as if afraid of misseeing. "I thought we'd be sitting at the kids' table together, but you, brat, went to the VIP table alone." Uncle Shin heard Shinlu shout and looked over, his eyes narrowing slightly. The seating arrangement at today's banquet had significance. After observing for a while, he turned and instructed Shinqing and Shinlu to take good care of Taitu. Shinqing's mind raced as he pulled Taitu aside and asked, "Brother Ironhead, your brother." "My brother is up front," Taitu replied. I know, I meant." Shinqing wanted to inquire further. However, Taitu was stubborn. If he didn't know, he didn't know, and if he couldn't say, he wouldn't say. Shinqing was frustrated and could only glance at Wengu from time to time, observing his movements. Did Wengu sit in the wrong place? There were 2 large tables closest to the main seat. Those who could sit here must be absolutely trusted confidants of the Zhao family and were highly valued. It represented the power that could most influence Xian Prefecture's decisions. It wasn't just the Shin family staring in that direction. Other guests who were already paying attention to who was sitting in the front, upon seeing such a young face, whether they knew Wengu or not, were filled with surprise. By what right was this person sitting at that table? If the occasion were more suitable, they would have gone over to ask in detail. After Wengu arrived in Xian Prefecture, he had indeed caused quite a stir with his honeycomb coal stoves and glass. As a foreman, he had made quite a commotion. The official Xian Prefecture newspaper had helped publicize his achievements, and combined with his status as a relative of the Zhao family, He was indeed in the spotlight. However, in everyone's impression, Wengu could at most be considered a new dignitary. To be seated in that position? At last year's New Year's Day banquet, Pei Jun was the most eye-catching. Pei Jun, less than 30 years old, held considerable power and was very noticeable. Unexpectedly, this year was even more astonishing. Wengu, less than 20 years old and seemingly without much real power, was also able to sit at the same table as those influential figures. Pei Jun, as the chief officer of the patrol division, brought his family to the banquet. His younger brother, Pei Jing, could only sit at other tables with other members of the Pei family and not in the front row seats. The guests, who were unaware of the situation, shared the same question in their hearts. By what right was Wengu there? Was it because of what he had done in Jingxing District and Qing'an District? Certainly not just that. He was also responsible for the glass and honeycomb coal stoves. Was that it? Probably not entirely. The influential figures at the front tables were not people who would tolerate being disrespected. If they felt slighted, those who were more rash and straightforward would definitely retort. However, as the guests took their seats one by one, the highly influential figures at the front tables, despite their different personalities, all treated Wengu with the same amiable attitude. Seeing the scene there, Shenqing spilled his tea. He quickly wiped it off, his face full of confusion. Did we miss some important news? He looked at others. The same shock and confusion. Amidst the strange atmosphere, the banquet began. The times were unusual, so there weren't many elaborate rituals and rules. The procedures were shortened, and efficiency was improved. Newly made charcoal copper pots were brought in one by one, supplying fresh vegetables and meat. In the northern winter, fresh vegetables were a luxury. Even those grown in noblemen's greenhouses were underdeveloped. However, the vegetables provided today were much more robust. The guests whispered amongst themselves, soon figuring out the reason. The renovation of the greenhouses had incorporated glass windows. Several wealthy households from the south, with ample funds and resources, were planning to build a greenhouse at their homes. Their eyes scanned the fresh vegetables and then landed on the charcoal copper pots. With the rampant epidemic, everyone wanted to eat hot food and drinks at any banquet. The charcoal copper pots perfectly suited their desires. The pots were of a novel design, with a detachable small chimney. In normal times, everyone would have studied them carefully. However, today, many people's attention kept drifting back to a certain table in the front. Wengu appeared humble and courteous, but his dining posture showed no sign of restraint or guilt. He looked very confident. The people at his table were very amiable. Even those who were usually stern and unsmiling seemed more lively at this moment. They had seen telescopes and microscopes. They had been called to the Zhao residence by the Zhao family head that day and had seen them with their own eyes. They knew what kind of miraculous devices they were. Even if Wengu did nothing else in the future, the Zhao family would be willing to pamper and support him. Although the credit could not be disclosed to the public for now, everyone present knew Wengu's contributions. It was precisely for this reason that they had no objection to Wengu sitting at this table, welcoming it even. Some people, using coded language, subtly inquired with Wengu whether they were difficult to produce and how long it would take to make one. It's hard to be fair when distributing limited resources. Military supplies would always have an order of distribution. However, for themselves and their subordinates, to be able to use these miraculous devices as soon as possible, a little private effort was not excessive, was it? The chief officers and deputy officers of the City Defense Army, Jiansu Army, and Patrol Division were all devising plans. A middle-aged scholar looked at Wengu with admiration and praised, "The younger generation is formidable." Another rugged military official grinned, "What younger generation and what juniors? I can't stand hearing you talk about youngsters and juniors. We only know that the wise are to be respected. Age is not a problem, seniority can be ignored." He looked at Wengu and laughed heartily. "As long as we sit at the same table, we are brothers born of the same parents." He insisted on pulling Wengu into a brotherhood, his gaze sincere and enthusiastic. Wengu responded humbly and with an even more sincere gaze. The military official, while smiling, sighed inwardly. TSK, he couldn't get any leverage with Boss Zhao. He had originally thought of trying his luck with this brat, to see if he could get some convenience from him. It's not easy. It seemed that he would have great difficulty obtaining any benefits from Wengu. The influential figures at the table took turns complimenting him, some in an elegant and cultured manner, others in a rough and direct way. Wengu showed no nervousness or awkwardness, only his eyes were exceptionally clear and enthusiastic. A general sitting to Wengu's left, around 40 years old, had deep worry lines on his forehead, giving him a very stern and rigid appearance. However, when he leaned over to speak to Wengu, he immediately started with veiled allusions to illicit dealings behind others' backs. For example, could they get a telescope first? Even a defective one would do as long as it was usable. Before Wengu could speak, an arm reached over from the right, encircling Wengu and pulling him to the side. "Brother one, let's negotiate." And so on and so forth. They slung arms around each other and raised their glasses for some cross-generational communication, appearing very harmonious. A server pushed a portable small stove, on which sat a pot of medicinal porridge, bubbling away. Nowadays, people emphasized eating everything warm, so the stove was directly pushed over, and the porridge was respectfully served to the distinguished guests. A military man sitting on the side glanced at the porridge on the stove. "This porridge doesn't look like enough to go around." "Indeed. We all have big appetites. This won't be enough," another person added. The others chuckled, their meaning unclear. As they clinked glasses, the sound of clinking cups seemed as if they would shatter, as if an invisible fire was brewing. Wengu didn't say much, except to respond to others' inquiries. Most of the time, he just listened. Given his junior status and lack of seniority, this demeanor was normal. These influential figures on the table talked about how several wealthy households had been added this year, and how they had also earned a lot from external trade. When discussing these matters, they wouldn't forget to give Wengu an appreciative look or a few words of praise. Aside from their own hidden agendas, they genuinely recognized Wengu's abilities. Trade between major powers had always been ongoing. This year's earnings were exceptionally high, for example, with glass windows and many other orders in the pipeline. Exine Prefecture earning more food and supplies was naturally a cause for joy for everyone. However, as Wengu listened, these people, whether they appeared shrewd or reckless, all spoke with hidden intentions. Especially when discussing the extra food and supplies earned at the end of the year, their smiles held a deep meaning. Of course, it wasn't directed at Wengu. After some thought, Wengu analyzed that these people, like him, seemed to be eyeing old Zhao's accounts. Trade between major powers, in addition to earning grain and daily necessities, also involved vehicles, horses, minerals, medicinal materials, Greek fire, and other valuable items. In these chaotic times, these were treasures. Exine Prefecture's 3 major military institutions were all keeping a close watch. Wengu drank the nourishing porridge made from precious medicinal ingredients in his bowl. It tasted good, and he also wished he could have more. End of this chapter. Battle robe during their idle chat at the wine table. These big shots also mentioned the small meeting on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. This refers to the high-level meeting happening the day after tomorrow. Wengu found their tone even stranger. At first glance, it seemed like they were discussing some important military operation, but when he considered his previous guesses, it felt like they had another purpose. Will Wengu also attend the small meeting on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year? Someone asked. Wengu's presence here today signified a certain inclination from the Zhao family head. Pei Jun, seated at the same table, also looked over. Wengu replied respectfully, "Yes, my maternal uncle said I should go to broaden my horizons and learn from all of you seniors." Someone chuckled. "You should indeed broaden your horizons. As for learning, cough." It seemed there was more left unsaid. The grand banquet on the 1st day of the Lunar New Year did not last too long. After listening to old Zhao's speech, which aimed to boost confidence, envision the future, maintain relationships, and strengthen cohesion, watching the performance by the professional team, and observing the various stances of the guests, the activities became much more relaxed in the later stages. Wengu also faced many probes, but he had prepared for them and handled them calmly. While dealing with these probes, Wengu also noticed that young Master Zhao went to chat with his maternal uncle and cousin. Young Master Zhao actually had a drink with old Master Hong first before seeking out his maternal uncle. They discussed academics and also mentioned the upcoming Tsintai Academy. By now, the news of the academy's establishment had reached those who were even slightly well-informed. Combined with recent visits to relatives and social engagements, even if one didn't pay attention, the news would be delivered. Speaking of the academy, although this maternal uncle was cautious, his words indicated a supportive attitude. Young Master Zhao had a clearer understanding. Recalling his aunt's eager job-seeking demeanor at the Zhao residence before the new year, and the advice Wengu had given, a certain decision in his heart was reaffirmed. He did not say much to his maternal uncle and cousin Wenyu, only lingering for a short while. This did not arouse their suspicion, and others who saw it merely thought it was a casual greeting between relatives. Wengu watched the scene unfold. Just then, Wenyu looked over. Their eyes met, and Wengu raised his wine glass. Wenyu was flattered. After today's banquet, everyone knew Wengu's special status, a capable individual who could sit at the same table as the most powerful people in Xian Prefecture. Although they were technically peers in age and cousins to young Master Zhao, their status was now vastly different. Yet, this capable individual showed no arrogance and was very humble and polite. Wenyu hurriedly returned the gesture with his wine glass and then drank it down. After finishing, he said to his father, "Wengu seems quite amiable. He just raised his glass to me." Uncle He, who was contemplating discussing poetry and literature with some renowned scholars he rarely had the chance to meet, did not pay much attention to his son's words. Not to mention them, even Aunt Zhao, upon hearing this, believed that Wengu's current mysterious and special status meant he was undoubtedly involved in significant matters and would not be targeting their humble family. Maintaining superficial courtesy should be enough. After the grand banquet ended, families returned home to discuss various things, from charcoal stoves and fresh vegetables to glassware and table arrangements. However, the most talked about topic was undoubtedly Wengu, and their attention to this new dignitary of Xian Prefecture increased. The same question lingered: why was Wengu seated at the foremost table? Because Wengu miraculously appeared at the foremost table during the banquet and gained the approval of several powerful civil and military officials, he received a large number of New Year visiting cards afterward. If Wengu were still living in Jingxing district instead of Zhao residence, people would have undoubtedly flocked to his doorstep to block his path. However, Wengu's attention was not on this. He was contemplating how to handle the small meeting in the council hall on the third day of the Lunar New Year. He recalled the subtle reactions of those powerful figures when they learned he would be attending. His maternal uncle wanted Wengu to attend this small meeting, which was attended only by high-ranking officials. However, at such a time, letting an inexperienced young man like Wengu participate would definitely not be for discussing crucial strategic decisions or planning. It was likely not a highly confidential meeting concerning significant matters. Perhaps it was just for ordinary deployments and mutual exchange. But then again, were the military and political officials stationed in various parts of Xian Prefecture all returning to Xian Prefecture City just to celebrate the new year and attend a banquet at the Zhao residence? Every meeting must have important significance. Madame Shen knew Wengu would be attending this meeting and had someone prepare his attire in advance. A complete set of new clothes, from inside out, with less ostentation and more solemnity. This was Madame Shen's gift to Wengu, his battle robe, for participating in political discussions. She felt honored by Wengu's success and felt he should not be dressed shabbily. Madame Shen attached great importance to having such a junior who could enter Xian Prefecture's core circle. She even refused several important visitors and specifically found Wengu to talk with him for a while, offering some guidance. This first small meeting of the new year was for Zhao family's trusted confidants and was bound to be significant, requiring careful handling. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Wengu changed into his clothes and put on the new, windproof and warm thick cloak gifted by Madame Shen. The weather was still cold, and wearing something warm would not be conspicuous among the gathering of dignitaries and wealthy households. Braving the cold wind, he arrived at his maternal uncle's council hall. His maternal uncle and cousin had not yet arrived, so Wengu waited in the adjacent warm chamber. Soon, the attendees began to arrive, several of whom were familiar faces from the feast 2 days prior. However, compared to their attire at the New Year's Eve banquet, the style of dress today was completely different, carrying an unpretentious, unconcealed sense of hardship. As if afraid others wouldn't know, they wore their thoughts and feelings on their clothes. Each one appeared more threadbare than the last. Simply put, the clothing of these people was stylish at the New Year's Eve banquet. Begging for food today. Even Pei Jun, from a hereditary noble family, was wearing old clothes with frayed edges and a patched jacket, far less luxurious and resplendent than on the day of the grand banquet. Although their imposing manner and demeanor were evident, they all dressed as if their family fortunes had declined. How unsightly. A few people who came over glanced at Wengu's expensive cloak adorned with dark patterns and smiled kindly and affectionately, as if looking at an innocent child. Wengu appeared surprised. Seniors, what is this? The arrivals just smiled, shook their heads without answering, their eyes holding a deep meaning. Only Pei Jun whispered to Wengu as he passed, "Learn from this first." Regardless of their reactions, it was not ridicule. Knowing that Wengu was only here to broaden his horizons and learn today, and would not be joining the fray, they were more tolerant of him. Besides, they were planning to discuss some matters with Wengu privately and could not reveal too much to him before the meeting. At this moment, Butler Fuxing, by the Zhao family head's side, quickly approached, opened the council hall door, and respectfully invited the attendees inside. His eyes quickly scanned the attire of the generals and scholars, then looked at Wengu's dark-patterned embroidered cloak. Fuxing's face remained impassive as he thought to himself, "Young master, you still have much to learn." Upon entering the council hall, Wengu's seat was at the end. In terms of status and merit, he truly paled in comparison to the others. The brief peace in Xian Prefecture was hard-won by the united efforts of these individuals, and Wengu was just beginning to exert himself, so being here was already an excellent starting point. There were only about a dozen people attending today, so one could see everyone at a glance. When the Zhao family head and young master entered the room and saw the group's drab and shabby attire, they already felt a throbbing headache before the meeting even began, their eyelids twitching. Damn it. Did this group coordinate their meeting style today? A sharp gaze swept over them, and seeing Wengu seated at the end, as well as the cloak he was wearing, their expressions softened, and their hearts were greatly comforted. Thank goodness. At least there's one normal person. They were thinking they should indeed add more new faces, otherwise, these old foxes. Just as they were thinking this, they saw Wengu take off his outer cloak, revealing plain, old, and worn clothes underneath. The Zhao family head, Wengu. I never expected you, with your refined appearance, to collude with them as well. Young Master Zhao's face also showed a rare moment of blankness. The generals, who were already brewing their intentions, widened their eyes. Who is it? Who tipped him off? Who gave him the hints and guidance? They looked at the Zhao father and son, then at Wengu, and suspiciously turned to their colleagues, their gazes scrutinizing. There must be a traitor among us. Wengu smiled humbly at everyone. Approaching the upper echelons of power times integrating into the upper echelons of power. See how harmonious and consistent is our style. He had made preparations for both scenarios. If they didn't have this intention, he would have kept his coat on. After all, he looked frail, and in the cold winter, even with a brazier indoors, seniors would understand him dressing more warmly as a frail scholar. But if everyone was as he expected, all eyeing old Zhao's accounts, and today everyone intended to cry poverty, then he would act in unison with them. To be frank, this junior also wants a share of the pie. It's time to reveal the battle robe. End of this chapter. As soon as Wengu displayed this battle robe, the seniors who had been looking at him with kindly eyes instantly changed their attitudes. They all held important positions and wielded great power. They came back to Xian Prefecture City for the Chinese New Year, knowing that Boss Zhao's private treasury was full at this time, and they could ask for some. They originally only regarded their colleagues as competitors, but they didn't expect to add a whelp right before the meeting. However, they knew very little about Wengu, so they were wary but not particularly concerned. A whelp's teeth couldn't gnaw much, right? There was no time to think too much. They put aside the unexpectedness brought by Wengu and continued with the plan. The first Crying Per conference of the new year began. The big shots present vied to perform, and for a time, invisible smoke filled the room. If they hadn't been forbidden to bring weapons into this place, these people would probably have fought each other face to face. If they didn't grab now, by the end of the meeting, old Zhao's account balance would have been distributed to everyone. There could be no hesitation or mercy when fighting for funds. When Gu sat at the end, observing the battle unfolding before him and the reactions of the Zhao family father and son, Uncle Zhao seemed calm, but the muscles in his face twitched from time to time, showing that his emotions were not as stable as they seemed. Cousin Zhao wore an expression of having expected this all along. The City Defense Army, as the main force after the weather warmed up, had the greatest chance of winning. The two big shots in charge of the City Defense Army had just begun to conjure up a little moisture in their eyes when the chief officer and deputy officer of the Xiansu Army opposite them started crying. They howled with full emotion and exceptional explosiveness. Their Xiansu Army had been hunting outside from late autumn to the entire winter, and the continuous combat had consumed a lot. They urgently needed supplies. They were starving. They were suffering. They were tired. They cried about everything from the secretly executed plan to the frostbite on the soldiers' bodies. Plus, the work tasks that had to continue after the new year, and then responding to ships going north during the melting and rising water period in late winter and early spring, monitoring merchant caravans and scattered refugee groups. When Gu listened as this big shot, dressed in old cloth clothes, cried and sang about their hardships. As one of the personnel who went north in autumn and winter, when Gu had seen the equipment of the Zhao family's Xiansu army, the Zhao family would not save money on military expenses, especially for the Xiansu army, which was the sharp edge facing outwards. The military expenses of the three armies were not cut. That was the foundation of the Zhao clan. The elite troops of the Xiansu army were well equipped, and the other teams in the army were slightly less equipped, but they were not as poor and desperate as this big shot was crying about. Someone who didn't know might think the Xiansu army went hunting on donkeys. However, the Xiansu army big shots who were crying didn't care what others thought. They just wanted Boss Zhao to know their difficulties. Especially after seeing the divine artifact called the telescope. It was rumored that the craftsman's efficiency in grinding lenses was not high, and the number of telescopes produced would be limited. Then, the distribution of items would definitely have a sequence: who was first and who was last, who got more and who got less. When Gu was the inventor and manufacturer, but the one responsible for allocation was Boss Zhao. Boss, look at me. Our Xiansu army has to go out. We are the face of the Zhao clan. We are in most urgent need of the latest military equipment. We are the sharpest swords in your hand. Zhao family head. When the big shots of the City Defense Army saw that they were being preempted, they cursed the other party for being unfair in their hearts and quickly and forcefully interrupted the opponent's spell. Then, they skillfully combined crying, flattery, and slighting. Master, our City Defense Army doesn't act as ostentatiously as the Xiansu Army, and our crying isn't as loud. We just quietly do our work and contribute silently. You are a wise patriarch. You can't let the honest children suffer. When Gu's gaze fell on the big shots of the City Defense Army, and he thought. To be fair, the City Defense Army's workload was indeed heavy. In the past autumn and winter seasons, the City Defense Army continuously plowed the land in Xian Prefecture, clearing out evil creatures and screening previously undiscovered villages and towns. After the weather warmed up and after the new year, the City Defense Army would once again face the crisis outside. They would also have to strengthen patrols and protect farming. The tasks were indeed heavy, and the military expenses required for this were not small. However, looking at the newly built defensive fortifications and the replacement of city defense equipment, it was evident that old Zhao had subsidized a lot. Had the City Defense Army suffered financially? Not at all. It was just not obvious. Yet, these generals in their 40s and 50s who held military power performed the sadness and helplessness of the repressed and honest people with flowing ease. The seemingly honest scholar cooperated with the performance from the side. The combination of civil and military arts enhanced the effect. The big shots of the City Defense Army appeared wronged and honest, as if they had suffered greatly in their daily lives. In reality, their money bags were full, and they wished they could lick every last bit of extra balance from old Zhao's warehouse clean. When Gu's gaze then turned to the representative of the patrol division. The chief officer of the patrol division, Pei Jun, was not skilled in this area, so the deputy officer rushed forward and howled even louder, one person doing the work of two. It was said that the patrol division was the Zhao family's biological son, or rather, their youngest son. There was a folk saying, the youngest son and the grandson are the old people's lifelines. In the eyes of many, the patrol division, with its status as the legitimate youngest son, was the one favored by the Zhao family head among the three major military institutions. But the deputy officer of the patrol division assumed an air of having many hidden grievances that are hard to articulate, radiating suppressed and patient emotions. Even the legitimate youngest son had no surplus grain at home. Master, love me a little more. Your legitimate youngest son is living frugally. Can you bear to see your youngest son, whom you meticulously nurtured, fail to develop properly? The chief officer, Pei Jun, didn't talk much, but his words always helped. Each time, he would smoothly pick up the deputy officer's act, ensuring the performance wouldn't be interrupted. On his face, he wore a subtle paleness and sorrow, his voice tinged with a faint tremor, skillfully portraying the sorrow of a fallen noble seeking a meal, eliciting sympathy. When Gu looked at their frail and weak and unconfident demeanor, and then recalled Uncle Shin's reaction of hiding when he saw people from the patrol division. Was the patrol division lacking in confidence? Any more favoritism, and they would be unstoppable. However, when Gu could understand. In such chaotic times, everyone hoped to have more supplies in their pockets and support more people. Everyone hoped to receive greater support from their lord. When striving for extra military funds and support, it was the subjective initiative of each party that was tested. If you want military funds, you can't have any pride. How could you have it both ways? Everyone knew they were acting, but if you want something, you have to howl loudly. You have to shake Boss Zhao's emotions. Strongly convey your needs. Are we crying for ourselves? No. We are crying for the tens of thousands of soldiers, the troops, and the common people under us. We are crying for the Zhao clan. Xiansu Army, City Defense Army, Patrol Division. Each party conveyed the same message. Boss, look at me. Is there any cake? I have a big mouth, so I'll eat first. When Gu was sincerely studying at this moment, these seniors were truly seniors. Most people couldn't witness the scene, and even if they did, they would find it hard to maintain their composure. Indeed, when a family business grows large, it's hard to be the head of the family. It's hard to be fair. Both the palm and the back of one's hand are equally important. Look at his uncle, he was visibly getting haggard. Look at his cousin, young Master Zhao, who gradually went from a poker face to, what kind of nonsense are you talking about, and then to emotional emptiness. And then look at the performers on the stage. These three groups were definitely old partners, cooperating with tacit understanding. A glance between them was enough to know the next step. Look at them, they only spoke half a sentence, but could complete a vast exchange of information. With someone cooperating, they could achieve goals with extremely high efficiency, extracting money from the Zhao family father and son's accounts. When Gu was deeply moved, thinking about his own employees, and fell into contemplation. He was at a disadvantage fighting alone. He needed to whip his staff into shape as soon as possible so that when he faced such occasions in the future, he too would bring people to cooperate. One responsible for reason, one for madness. End of this chapter. Competing for resources, the elders were overly emotional and dramatic, constructing the scene and atmosphere with great smoothness, but they also managed to balance emotion with fact. Their excessive exaggeration indicated that they were not incompetent, their core duties were handled well. They simply wanted to vividly convey their needs to the boss in today's scenario. However, it was too vivid, forcefully imposing immense psychological pressure on the master of the Zhao clan. The Zhao family head supported his forehead, his eyelids slightly lowered. As the performance below heated up, he also put on a mask of suffering. He truly didn't want to look. Around this time last year, he had reviewed the accounts and found a surplus. Leaving it in storage was a complete waste, so he asked a few old brothers to discuss their respective predicaments. He would then allocate the account balance based on each party's needs. The Zhao family head had always been generous when it came to supporting the army. He could live frugally himself, but military expenses could not be delayed. Food, supplies, whatever they needed, he provided. However, once the door was opened, these people seized the opportunity. This year was even worse. They came to a meeting and even changed into performance costumes. The direction of the meeting was as expected, but facing it directly, the Zhao family head couldn't help but feel a wave of exhaustion. He glanced at the burning incense beside him. It was about time, and the subordinates had expressed what they wanted to say. So, the Zhao family head waved his hand. The three factions below wisely stopped their performance. If they continued acting, Boss Zhao would truly be angry, which would be counterproductive. However, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at the Zhao family head, waiting for him to make the final decision. Yet, the Zhao family head's gaze swept past them and landed on Wengu, who was sitting at the far end. His gaze paused slightly on Wengu's coarse cloth clothes. He didn't know who had secretly informed Wengu. Their styles were remarkably uniform. He hoped Wengu hadn't been led astray by these people. The Zhao family head had initially thought that since Wengu had made significant contributions, he would indeed cultivate this junior. That's why he started letting Wengu participate in high-level meetings to get to know these seniors. However, the first meeting of the new year was not good for young people. From the beginning of the meeting until now, Wengu had been silent. He didn't know if he had been greatly psychologically impacted. Since he was here, he might as well let the young man participate more and have a say. So, the Zhao family head said, "Wengu, you speak too. What difficulties or plans do you have? Feel free to discuss them." After speaking, the Zhao family head, as if still worried, emphasized, "Be calm. State the facts objectively, express yourself subtly. Don't just start crying about hardships." Wengu stood up and bowed. He did not appear flustered or awkward, nor did he exhibit the exaggerated emotional overflow of the elders. Instead, he exuded the rationality and subtlety of a scholar from a humble background. His demeanor was sincere and upright. The faces of everyone present immediately became solemn, and they grew wary. Pei Jun, who was also playing the role of a fallen noble today, his gaze sharpened, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. What? Was Wengu, the imperial concubine's relative, going to pretend to be a humble scholar? No way. This kid wasn't going to learn from them and put on a show, was he? Could it be that he had planned this long ago? Even the Zhao family father and son, sitting at the head, grew anxious. No way? Had he already been led astray in such a short time? However, Wengu, standing in the hall, did not say much after bowing. Nor was he subtle. How could the matter of funding be expressed subtly? It's just that since the previous elders had already performed passionately, he, as the junior, wouldn't put on a show. He would be direct. So, Wengu calmly and composedly took out a manuscript. The three army leaders' hearts relaxed. It seemed he was just going through the normal process. Relatively speaking, he was indeed subtle. However, considering what Wengu had accomplished before, they remained vigilant and began to speculate. What was written in the manuscript? Was it Jingxing District and Wanfu Garden, which had caused heated discussions? But how could the affairs of one district compare to the important matters of their three armies? Or was it about glass and coal? Or something else? Telescopes and microscopes were not suitable for discussion here. What else could it be? Amidst everyone's speculation, with a nod from the Zhao family head, Fu Xing quickly stepped forward, took the manuscript, and handed it to the Zhao family head. He didn't look at it and retreated to the side, awaiting orders. The Zhao family head opened the manuscript. He had initially thought it was about district affairs. Upon seeing the drawing on the first page, his expression immediately became solemn, and he sat up straight, becoming serious. Seeing the Zhao family head's reaction, the group below could no longer maintain their pretense and stared at him. "Boss, give us a sign. Your reaction is making us anxious." Young Master Zhao, beside him, was curious. He hesitated slightly and tried to move closer. Seeing that his father hadn't explicitly refused, he stretched his neck to look at the manuscript his father was holding. As he looked, he didn't quite make out the drawing but saw the 4 characters, Border Post Station. He immediately couldn't look away and left his seat to get a closer look. In the manuscript, Wengu proposed the suggestion to construct defense post stations near the border of Xian Prefecture. He also drew several concept sketches and some detailed facilities within them. He was not a professional architect or painter, but the drawing was detailed enough to be understood, making Wengu's explanation unnecessary. At least the Zhao family father and son understood. The people present stirred with anticipation, their hearts burning with impatience, thinking, what did Wengu write inside? The boss Zhao must say something, right? Unexpectedly, after reading the manuscript, the Zhao family head. Slap. He closed it again. The Zhao family head skipped this topic entirely, told Wengu to return to his seat, and then looked at the others. Do you have any other important matters? Everyone else present, huh? Does he not plan to let them know for now? The more he acted like this, the more certain they became that the manuscript's implications were enormous. Family head, aren't you going to tell us? Someone asked, looking at the manuscript. The Zhao family head waved his hand distractedly. If you have something to say, say it. Silence fell in the meeting hall for a moment. They wanted to continue crying and complaining, but everyone's attention had already shifted, and they could see that the Zhao family head's mind wasn't on this matter anymore. The Zhao family head had no intention of wasting more time with these people and quickly ended the meeting. All right, that's all for today. It's cold and windy, so wear more clothes on your way back. He then added, Wengu, stay behind. Soon, only the Zhao family father and son and Wengu remained in the meeting hall, while Fu Xing guarded the door. The group that had already left the meeting hall looked back at Fu Xing guarding the door. Guess how much we'll get this time? It's likely less than expected. Boss Zhao's account balance had increased, but they might not get the expected amount this time. Boss Zhao had never cut back on military support funds, but in these times, having more in their pockets brought a sense of security. The rice jar must always have rice. If it's not full, anxiety sets in, affecting everyone from generals to soldiers. This is not good, someone said. I really didn't expect Wengu to be so capable. A few pieces of paper achieved his goal. It just depends on how big his appetite is and how much he can eat. The more Boss Zhao didn't say, the more it proved his seriousness. The extra items in the Zhao family's warehouse were generally allocated based on importance. The City Defense Army, Xiansu Army, and Patrol Division were all in similar situations. Basic military funds would not be cut, but who wouldn't want more? Thus, they had all coincidentally decided to cry poverty at today's meeting. They hadn't anticipated Wengu suddenly interfering. It seemed that Wengu would get the first bite of the pie that was placed before them. The family head is not someone who would favor personal matters in these situations, another person said calmly. Therefore, what Wengu wrote must have caused the Zhao family father and son to change their attitudes, and it certainly wasn't about the affairs of a small district. Thinking of the telescopes and microscopes before, it made everyone even more curious about what Wengu had written. Could it be another kind of divine artifact? Someone guessed. Even if it wasn't at that level, it must have an important function. They hadn't missed the change in expression on the Zhao family head's face the moment he saw the manuscript. It's a pity Wengu was asked to stay behind. If Wengu had come out with them, they could have shamelessly asked. The guarding general of Shuacheng, Wu Yang, spoke in low tones with a few colleagues as they walked out. We'll need a new approach next year. The others strongly agreed. Everyone knew the reality. Times were hard. Boss Zhao was just providing them with an occasion to liven things up and ask for more additional support. Once or twice of playing tricks was fine, but if they did it every time, Boss Zhao would get tired of it and they still wouldn't achieve their goal. This time, they had a deep realization. They had performed so hard, yet Wengu, without saying a word, received attention. So, we still need to bring out useful things. After leaving the small courtyard, they dispersed. Wu Yang put on the outer robe handed to him by his attendant, covering his patch-covered old clothes. In Boss Zhao's courtyard, no matter how they acted, they were all family, and there was no shame in being seen as pathetic. Once outside, they still had to maintain appearances, otherwise, it would be seen as disrespecting Boss Zhao. If people didn't know better, they might think that anyone affiliated with Boss Zhao could only wear rags. As Wu Yang walked out, his mind replayed thoughts of Wengu. Just as winter began, Wengu had passed through Shuacheng with a group fleeing north. However, he was on a mission and didn't meet him. But he had heard of this young master's deeds. At the time, he had casually praised him, saying he's a capable person. Who would have thought that after such a short time, this young master would be able to eat at the same table as them and compete for food from the same basin? The attendant beside him looked at his general. General Wu's face was full of emotion. As an attendant, he knew what to ask and what not to say. Therefore, during the chat on the way back, the attendant beside General Wu did not ask about the specifics of the meeting. Instead, he asked as if gossiping. Master, before coming, you mentioned the Zhao family's young master. You said he was allowed to go and gain experience, and you thought highly of him. Did you take care of him? How did he perform today? General Wu let out a sarcastic snort. It wasn't a sarcasm directed at Wengu, but a self-deprecating one. Take care of him? Is it necessary? Who is taking care of whom? This little brat, in his first meeting, dared to compete for food with them from the same basin. They had cried and performed for so long, and Boss Zhao hadn't reacted. Wengu, however, remained silent with few words, yet the family head and young master reacted most strongly. General Wu sighed with emotion. As the old saying goes, the dog that bites, cough. It doesn't cry out, but when it does, it's astonishing. End of this chapter. In their eyes, Wengu indeed possessed some ability, and his sudden involvement this time was truly surprising. For the sake of the telescopes and microscopes, they did not hold any resentment, but rather some admiration. When sharing a meal at the same table, they saw Wengu as elders viewing a junior. But when competing for food from the same pot, it became a battle on the same level. True ability earned respect. As they returned to their homes, they mused, even if Wengu's appetite is large, he wouldn't possibly devour all the wealth in old Zhao's accounts, would he? That fellow surnamed Wen currently only managed 2 districts. Even if he was indeed involved in market affairs, how much business could there be? How much money and grain would he need? However, recalling the reactions of the Zhao family father and son, perhaps there were some new ingenious devices or divine artifacts. Thinking this, they felt a renewed sense of anticipation. If that were the case, even if Wengu emptied old Zhao's account balance this time, it wouldn't matter. It truly wouldn't matter. They could simply wait for the next batch. The wealth accumulated during the autumn and winter seasons might be depleted, but spring would soon arrive, and old Zhao's account would swell again. When spring came and the ice and snow thawed, the rivers would rise, allowing for navigation. The large families from the south would head north along the various rivers before the weather turned hot. These wealthy families would come to Xian Prefecture to seek refuge with the Zhao clan and would naturally need to show their sincerity, which meant exchanging a large amount of food and supplies for Xian Prefecture money certificates. After deducting military expenses and necessary reserves, there would inevitably be a large quantity of grain and supplies that were temporarily unusable, flowing into old Zhao's private treasury. Even if the previous batch was intercepted by Wengu, they would surely have another chance with the next batch, right? That fellow Wengu wouldn't possibly be eating from his own bowl while his eyes were on the pot, would he? The commanders and scholars all thought this way. As for old Zhao? Why keep so much money in his accounts? Food and supplies were meant to be used. Nowadays, the fields in Xian Prefecture were gradually being cultivated, but the yield certainly couldn't keep up. What could be used were the stockpiles of the various wealthy families. In these chaotic times, one had to seize the opportunity to preserve oneself and strengthen oneself. The more old Zhao milked, the more they could take. The magnates of the 3 armies who had departed were already planning the distribution of the next batch of grain and goods. Inside the council hall, Wengu, holding the manuscript, explained it page by page to the Zhao family father and son with fluency. Nowadays, the major forces were mainly focused on defense. Everyone knew the importance of preserving their strength. Monsters and living people were in a predator-prey relationship. Xian Prefecture was neither too large nor too small. Nearly 2 years had passed since the epidemic of evil and chaotic times erupted, and the surviving population within the prefecture was concentrated in a few important towns. Now, over 90% of villages and towns had been abandoned. Beyond the gathering places of the survivors, outposts were established only in strategically advantageous locations or where necessary to observe enemy movements and transmit messages with beacon smoke if there were any unusual occurrences. To this end, many scouts had been trained. However, these outposts were either simple earthen forts or sentry tower wagons built with timber. If a wave of monster clusters attacked, the outposts would essentially be wiped out and would need to be rebuilt. Thinking pessimistically, monster clusters were encountered every year when the weather turned hot. As time went on, when survivors from the south migrated north, these monsters that fed on living people would also follow their prey north, and the clusters might become more frequent. Would there be enough time to rebuild them? Outposts were the eyes of the Zhao clans scattered throughout Xian Prefecture. Without them, the Zhao family would lose much of its control over the movements within Xian Prefecture. A sturdier, more stable outpost was therefore crucial in these special circumstances. Such an outpost would need to meet several requirements. It must have a certain defensive capability, able to provide temporary shelter and supplies for passing teams. It must assist in information collection, intelligence transmission, and material transfer. It must survive attacks from monster clusters. Wengu flipped over a page and revealed a conceptual sketch. Therefore, considering various factors, I have envisioned such a defense outpost. Wengu referenced circular earthen buildings and made corresponding modifications based on the special demands of the time and the new technological materials available from the workshop, finally drawing the conceptual sketch. These monsters possessed by evil spirits were different from human armies. After their mutation, they lacked human consciousness and the ability to think. Monster clusters surged like waves, targeting concentrated settlements of living people, focusing on large towns, and would not stop for a small outpost. Like water in a shallow stream flowing past exposed rocks, it will surge right over, not stopping to flood them. As long as the rock is tall enough and stable enough, it can exist forever. The water will not reach above the rock. Patriarch Zhao's eyes lit up, his excitement barely concealed. The moment he saw Wengu's manuscript, he had thought of these things. The constant consumption of outposts was indeed a major pain point for their Zhao clan. And as long as these rocks could be firmly established, it would be like placing a pair of eyes there. If there were more of these rocks, firmly planted throughout Xian Prefecture, it would strengthen his control over the prefecture. Wengu looked at the beaming gaze of Patriarch Zhao and the excited expression of young Master Zhao, then flipped another page of the manuscript and continued. Behind the conceptual sketch were the technical breakdown points, listing the manpower, materials, and time required for each item. It was quite costly in terms of food and supplies. Patriarch Zhao and young Master Zhao, who had been filled with passion and ambition while looking at the conceptual sketch, fell silent upon seeing the numerous human resources, materials, and time consumption listed. After a long while, Patriarch Zhao took a deep breath. What account surplus? Where was the surplus? Not to mention the current reserves in the warehouses, even the entire year's income would have to be invested. Perhaps it would only be enough to take the first step. Patriarch Zhao's expression was solemn. After some thought, he asked Wengu, "What is your suggestion?" Wengu replied, "We can select one location as a pilot and build one to test it." Patriarch Zhao nodded in agreement. Building the defense outpost depicted by Wengu would undoubtedly require the improved ternary soil provided by Taoist Master Qingyi. The defensive fortifications added this year had already been tested and proven to be sufficiently sturdy. Unfortunately, the output was limited, and the workshop had already planned to recruit more staff. If such defense outposts could succeed and withstand monster cluster attacks, they could try building more, or even larger-scale ones. Patriarch Zhao took Wengu's manuscript and flipped a few pages back. Wengu had drawn both a basic version and an advanced version of the defense outpost. The advanced version was larger, with layers nested within each other, capable of accommodating more people. Then the problem arose again. How much food and supplies would be needed to build these? Patriarch Zhao calculated the costs in his mind. Wengu glanced at him. Old Zhao looked as if he had instantly aged. The next day, Patriarch Zhao successively summoned several important commanders for secret talks. As a result, the generals of the three armies all knew that they would not be able to get much from old Zhao's accounts this time, and perhaps not even in the next or the one after that. They might not receive any extra surplus. This defense outpost indeed looked quite formidable. And that Wengu. He was truly ruthless. This wasn't just eating from his bowl while looking at the pot. This was completely taking the whole pot. The little scoundrel bit down hard. All right. No need to think about what tricks to use to cry poor at the next meeting. No trick would be useful. They no longer needed to eye old Zhao's accounts. Now they had to turn their attention to the defense outposts. They were stationed in several of Xian Prefecture's cities. The first pilot of the defense outpost would certainly not be too far from the survivors' gathering places, meaning it wouldn't be too far from the cities. The closest city would undoubtedly benefit the most. Thus, the commanders who returned to Xian Prefecture City for the Chinese New Year began to act quickly. Wengu, the initiator, became inconspicuous, with little further involvement. The subsequent developments involved the Zhao clan. the three major armies, and the various survivor communities in Xian Prefecture. He was just a minor district foreman, dealing with small matters within the district, and everything else was none of his concern. In any case, as long as the defense outposts appeared, Wengu's objective would be achieved. Where they would be established and how they would be built were strategic planning matters. Xian Prefecture City was such a small place. If there were any developments, the wealthy and influential families, if they were interested in paying attention, would at least be able to gather some fragmented information, even if they couldn't grasp the full picture. The meeting held on the third day of the year at the Zhao residence was the focus of everyone's attention. They didn't know what kind of meeting these influential figures had behind closed doors, but rumors circulated in the marketplace that those who returned from the Zhao family mansion appeared outwardly calm, yet with a subtle shift in their demeanor. Within a couple of days, several of them were summoned to the Zhao residence again, and their reactions became even more subtle. It couldn't be called indignation, nor could it be described as pleasant. Following this, their activities had become more frequent recently. It seemed as if something was brewing. Something was not right. Continue to observe. End of this chapter. Waterwell, the first pilot defense post, had its location efficiently determined. It wasn't particularly far from Shua City, and its construction would be jointly supervised by the Patrol Division, the City Defense Army stationed in Shua City, and the Xiansu Army. As for who would manage it after its completion, Old Zhao stated it would be discussed later, after the pilot program proved successful. When Gu examined the map, the first post was situated in an abandoned village with a water well. The location was very close to the route they had taken northward before. The area lacked safe open water sources and was a region many northbound teams passed through. If a safe post could be established there, it could also provide northbound teams with food and water, reducing unnecessary losses. Many northbound teams braved untold hardships to reach the territory of Xin Prefecture, only to perish on the final leg of their journey due to a lack of food and water. In an era where transportation was inconvenient, posts were indeed very necessary. Especially in these chaotic times, one more post could save more living people. It could also strengthen regional control. With the full support of those in power, the plan was finalized and action was taken. However, when Gu mentioned some minor details regarding the defense post construction to Old Zhao, the initial defense posts didn't need to be very large. As long as manpower and supplies were sufficient and construction materials could keep up, they might be completed before summer. Then, if they encountered monster clusters, they could test their ability to withstand the onslaught. The water demand within the posts could be met by a single well, provided the groundwater hadn't dried up and it was cleaned. However, beyond the main building depicted in his conceptual sketch, Wengu also listed many auxiliary options. For instance, a water pump, an optional piece of equipment. Wengu drew it and brought it up again, sparking great curiosity in the Zhao family father and son. The northern lands had many arid regions. If they were far from surface water sources and the groundwater level was deep, they would need to dig deeper to retrieve water. Current technology could indeed dig deep wells, but it would require more effort to draw water. However, in this era, with various survival pressures, physical strength was not a major problem. Therefore, Wengu didn't dwell on the issue of effort saving, focusing instead on water source hygiene and threat prevention. While Old Zhao and his son debated the defense post-pilot program over these 2 days, Wengu had Madame Shen help him find 2 craftsmen to build a small model. At this moment, the Zhao family father and son, with matching curious expressions, looked at the small model placed on the table. "This thing is what you mentioned seeing during your travels, a water pump?" asked young Master Zhao. "That's right. It is." When Gu arranged the props. "What's drawn on the blueprints isn't intuitive enough, so I'll demonstrate with a model. A water pump uses a piston, lever, and valve, and with human power, it draws water from underground to the surface. Even if the groundwater layer is deep, water can be easily drawn." As he explained, when Gu moved the handle up and down, drawing water from the basin below, which then flowed out of the well pipe's outlet. "It's roughly like this," Wengu said. "Nowadays, to prevent epidemics, we need to minimize water source pollution and improve drinking water hygiene. Currently, the well openings are too large, posing a contamination risk when multiple people draw water. This would be better and also easier to use. Young Master Zhao couldn't resist and tried it himself. It really works. A physical demonstration was far superior to many drawings. Old Zhao was also very impressed. After operating it himself, he made a decision. Whether the posts will use it or not, we'll set that aside for now. Let's build one and try it out. Having achieved his goal, Wengu left the model with the Zhao family father and son to continue exploring. The issue of drawing water from wells was inconsequential for wealthy families, as the water they drew would be boiled anyway. However, many commoners might not have enough firewood to boil water. Surviving until now was largely due to luck. If water sources could be improved, survival rates would be higher. While it might not be initially used in civilian residential areas, if successful, the first areas to adopt it would undoubtedly be military districts, military camps outside the city, and wealthy noble households within the city. However, as long as the craftsmanship and production capacity kept up, and given the authorities' emphasis on population, it would certainly be implemented in civilian areas. When Gu picked up the blueprints again, the general direction was set. It was time to apply pressure. Looking at the drawings on the blueprints, it seems like a simple mechanism, but making it a physical object requires a lot of technical detail, especially in casting. The well body will need more iron for testing. The Zhao clan needed to expand its smelting workshops, recruit more craftsmen, and strengthen technological innovation. Old Zhao pondered and said, "The smelting workshop has recruited a batch of craftsmen. We'll allocate some iron and assign a few masters of casting to be responsible for these things you've mentioned." As long as it didn't affect the supply of weapons and farming tools, Old Zhao was very willing to try new things. The main proposals came from Wengu, and what he suggested seemed very practical, so he was willing to provide more support. Wengu lowered his eyes and thought to himself, it seems besides coal mines, Old Zhao also controls iron ore. He doesn't seem to have much pressure regarding iron usage. Perhaps he acquired it recently, no wonder he's more decisive and generous. With coal and iron, the old problem remains, where are the craftsmen? Wengu had already applied pressure before, and now he was doing it again. The sealing materials involved in piston pumps require artisans with relevant experience to figure out. If the most suitable materials aren't available, they would have to explore alternatives. The clever ingenuity of craftsmen should not be underestimated. Well, Taoist Master Qingyi could also be given more responsibilities. Crude smelting techniques could be taught to apprentices. Old Zhao had already realized the importance of this. Not every old craftsman was willing to pass on their skills, but under survival pressure and enticement, there were always those who were willing. However, precision casting still required the support of more skilled veterans. Therefore, Old Zhao, there aren't enough people. Start poaching. Carpenters, potters, blacksmiths, those who make glue, and those who do delicate handiwork, all kinds of artisans need to be valued. After a round of encouragement and suggestions, seeing that Old Zhao had truly taken them to heart and strengthened his emphasis on craftsmen and his willingness to poach talent from others, Wengu departed, satisfied. The water pump model was kept by Old Zhao, and young Master Zhao couldn't take it even if he coveted it. Leaving Old Zhao's place, young Master Zhao, whose curiosity was not yet satisfied, found Wengu to make him another one. Wengu directly handed him a drawing and told him to find the craftsman in the manner. Having already made one, building another wouldn't be much of a challenge. Young Master Zhao put away the drawing but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked Wengu again about his experiences during his travels. The more Wengu presented, the more young Master Zhao regretted. It's a pity I didn't get to travel and study back then. I haven't seen many of the world's wonders. My experiences are also limited, but I believe. Wengu said, as long as life isn't over, anything is possible. If you live long enough, you can see everything. End of this chapter. June 27, 2025, Chapter 105. Something's not right for various reasons. Wengu stayed at the Zhao residence for a few more days. He spent the Chinese New Year there and received a pile of red envelopes, several money certificates. He also received several sets of exquisite trinkets, which Wengu packed up and had sent to Jingxing district. With matters here settled, Wengu had to return to his district to manage affairs. However, before leaving the Zhao residence, Madame Shen called him for another talk. There was no one else present. It was still a private chat between aunt and nephew, and they didn't discuss official matters. Madame Shin looked at Wengu, her eyes filled with deep satisfaction and a hint of distress. In the past few days, many people have inquired about your marriage. Your uncle and I have also been approached by some. This was not the first time aunt and nephew had discussed this topic. In this era, people married young. Upper-class families arranged engagements for their children early on to foster alliances between families. Madame Shin said, although I've informed them that you are already betrothed, in these times, as you understand, it's impossible to block their intentions. In these chaotic times, many people faced hardship, and survivors fled to wherever they could. Many existing engagements were now merely nominal. When they had discussed this before, when Gu had said, I have a prior commitment, and I will return when times are better. Madame Shin had only assumed he meant he had an engagement and would seek out his promised partner when times improved. Since when Gu's stance was firm and his decision made, Madame Shin didn't dwell on the matter. However, after the grand banquet at the Zhao residence and the small meeting on the third day of the new year, when Gu's status in the eyes of Xian Prefecture's wealthy households and influential families had changed. Perhaps they were drawn to Wengu's ability to provide greater political protection, or they believed he could enhance their reputation in Xian Prefecture and provide access to important information channels and connections. Everyone wanted to tie Wengu to their own families. Therefore, Madame Shin could only remind Wengu again that if he was not interested, he must absolutely avoid falling into their traps. Currently, throughout Xian Prefecture, he was a hot commodity. Madame Shin spoke seriously, and Wengu's face was also solemn. He was only 18. Just past 18 and not yet 19. However, people in this era counted age inclusively from the womb. In the eyes of many, Wengu was already approaching 20 years old. Rounding up, he was at the year of capping, a time when one should start taking on responsibilities. The New Year's banquet and the high-level meeting also proved Wengu's standing within the Zhao clan, making it inevitable that he would be targeted. Even in normal times, there was the frenzy of capturing sons-in-law from the imperial examinations. In these chaotic times, with dangers lurking everywhere and greater pressure for survival, such practices would only become more intense. Madame Shin was worried that Wengu was young and inexperienced, and with a slight misstep, he could easily fall into the schemes of those noble and influential families. Seeing that Wengu had taken her words to heart and was treating the matter with greater seriousness, Madame Shin felt a little more at ease. However, she did not know that while Wengu appeared serious, he was contemplating. Being targeted? That's too good. Normally, he wouldn't have a reason to approach them unannounced. Let those wealthy families and dignitaries bring forth their schemes quickly. He was still very willing to maintain genuine friendships with those families. Those families. Emphasis added. The bait had been cast. It remained to be seen who would bite first. By the time Wengu returned to Jingxing District, Xian Prefecture was already bustling with activity. Although the weather had not warmed up and the ice and snow had not melted, many affairs needed to be handled, and there was frequent movement of personnel from various parties. Jiahui District. This was where Zhao clan members and their relatives and friends resided. Compared to the busy districts, Jiahui District was much more peaceful. It was cold, and no one was strolling outside, but there were many visitors. Aunt Zhao was also called to a small gathering next door. Several clan relatives were chatting, discussing who and whose family had been transferred where, and what interesting stories there were about their first day on the job. She listened to the gossip with great enthusiasm, thoroughly enjoying herself. Unlike those who craved power, Aunt Zhao was quite content with her current situation. In the new year, she still only wished for peaceful and good times. What was wrong with being a wealthy idler? Why seek trouble? In the afternoon, a transfer order arrived. Her husband and son were assigned to administrative positions at Sentai Academy to assist with its operation. Aunt Zhao's smile vanished instantly. How could this be? It was unexpected. Outside their plans. Such a variable made her entire family feel uneasy. Uncle, he was bewildered. To be honest, he was quite happy with this new appointment. An academy, it doesn't involve power struggles, nor does it require fighting against evil creatures. Aunt Zhao, however, felt more confusion. Something's not right. It's very not right. Based on her years of experience dealing with the Zhao father and son, she knew that something unknown must have happened. Precisely because she understood her brother and nephew, she knew that the Zhao family head valued the academy and would definitely prioritize trusted confidants with ability, leaving no vacancy for others. Their own family was merely relatives, not trusted confidants. Some positions were specifically reserved as sincerity from the northern families, while those given to their relatives, who were considered mediocre and not bringing much benefit, were dispensable positions or merely for show. These administrative positions at the academy were not dispensable. Could it be a shortage of personnel? There's something strange. Without time for anything else, Aunt Zhao rushed to inquire and returned before the district gate closed. "I've found out," Wengu recommended them. Aunt Zhao's face was full of complex emotions. Uncle, he was also stunned. Are you sure? Aunt Zhao replied, "Sure, I asked Qing Jin directly." She even had to pretend to be grateful. The response from young Master Zhao was definitely not false. When you heard his mother say this, he immediately recalled the scene of meeting Wengu and his cousin outside the Zhao residence before the new year. "Mother, could it be that time? I was just putting on an act that day. Who knew someone would take it seriously?" Aunt Zhao felt a blow. Wenyu pondered his mother's attitude towards Wengu that day and said, "Wengu is quite open-minded." Uncle, he agreed. After all, he has studied the classics. Although Uncle He and his son were content with peaceful and good times, being valued by the family head and young master, having their talents recognized, and going to an academy, a place that carried scholarly aura, still made them happy. Father and son tidied themselves up and went to start their new positions the next day. Within a few days, both of them had dark circles under their eyes. There were too many affairs. Besides Old Master Hong, the founding team of the academy consisted of elder renowned scholars. They couldn't burden the elders with everything. As the younger generation, they had to share more of the workload. They left when the district gates opened each day and rushed back just before they closed in the evening. Upon returning home, they slept soundly, too exhausted. Aunt Zhao. She always felt that things were not as simple as they thought. She wanted to slap herself for gossiping too much. And Wengu too. She decided that in the future, she wouldn't speak when Wengu was around. Was that kid Wengu kind-hearted, or was he sinister? Regardless of how many people were talking about him, Wengu carried on as usual. Upon returning to his own territory, he offered some encouragement to the clerks and laborers in the district. Once the severe cold passed, there would be many tasks in the district, and the construction sites would become busy. During the harsh winter, although the construction sites were halted, the logging and transportation in Xian Prefecture did not stop for long. After the snow, they used slopes and snow paths to drag back a large amount of timber. Xian Prefecture's timber reserves had increased again this winter. The craftsmen were making prefabricated parts at home, which could be used directly when work resumed. After arranging the affairs of Jingxing District, Wengu went to Qingyun District to assign some tasks to the Daoist master and the craftsmen. Qingyun District was short of a batch of glass-firing craftsmen, and the kilns also needed modification. They also needed to recruit another batch of ceramic-firing craftsmen, as the kilns here would be used for firing ceramics from now on. Of course, Wengu did not handle everything personally. He listed the task plan and handed it over to the newly promoted stewards to manage. The old batch of stewards had already been promoted to work in the Zhao family's workshops. The new stewards were full of drive, as promotions, salary increases, and a more secure future were within sight. It wasn't just rumors or hearsay. They had personally witnessed their predecessors' ascension. Artisans without status or commoners born into humble backgrounds had no other privileges. They did not want to be dragged out to fight monsters. The Zhao family's workshops, it was heard, were protected by the city defense army. Being able to work in the Zhao family's workshops meant greater protection for themselves and their families, and they wouldn't starve or be bullied by other dignitaries. Who wouldn't covet that? The other craftsmen were also doing their best, especially the older craftsmen, who received extra rewards for bringing up apprentices. They would receive a certain amount of money and grain per person for each apprentice they trained. Most craftsmen, unless they were master craftsmen with unparalleled skills, were willing to take on apprentices. Xian Prefecture City became busy after the new year, and Jingxing District and Qingyun District were particularly so. It was a self-initiated kind of busyness. Tao San, a newcomer to Jingqing public office and a local, deeply felt the fast pace and pressure beneath the vibrant vitality here. For someone who considered himself knowledgeable, he truly found it difficult to adapt. But that was okay. He would adapt to the rhythm here. Not only would he keep pace, but he would also do better. For him, mental pressure was insignificant. It was material hardship that would be the death of him. As long as foremen when paid well, Hida, Yuer, Zhou Shan, and the others at the front were nothing. If I, Tao San, put in the effort, I can wear them all out. Do you understand the home field advantage? End of this chapter. The Pei family. After the third day of the Chinese New Year, Pei Jun, the chief officer of the patrol division, began to busy himself with affairs. Pei Jing shouldered most of the family's social obligations and entertainment. As for Father Pei, well, as soon as he regained some energy, he started causing trouble and was confined to bed. Only after the family's affairs were settled did Pei Jing go to visit Jingxing district. He felt unaccustomed to it, having not been there for a while. Although Jingxing district was noisy and chaotic, he often saw the vulgarity and rudeness of common people, which he couldn't tolerate before. He used to go to Jingxing district for the models. After the models were finished, he still found himself wanting to wander around there from time to time, to witness the rare, vibrant life force in these chaotic times. This time, he came to Jingxing district to remind Wengu of something. Wengu had just arrived at the end of last year and might not be aware of certain matters. He arrived at the study room of the Jingqing public office, but did not find Wengu. Changji was busy organizing the bookshelves. Pei Jing knew him. There were many letters, manuscripts, and books on the shelves, seemingly arranged according to some specific pattern, but at times it was unclear, and looking for too long gave him a headache. He didn't know how this clerk named Chung organized and arranged them, yet Wengu could always find what he needed precisely. Perhaps it was some sort of secret code? Little brother, he brought Pei Jing a pot of tea, and then turned to help Chengji. Pei Jing didn't disturb them, and waited for a moment. He then heard Wengu's movements from outside. He looked through the glass window. Wengu was walking this way, with the person named Hida quickly following behind him, seemingly wanting to discuss something. Wengu paused briefly, continued walking this way, and gestured for Hida to continue speaking. As the two entered, Pei Jing saw an opportunity to excuse himself. Wengu raised his hand, greeted him, and then said, "You wait here for a moment." Pei Jing didn't stand on ceremony. Since Wengu had said so, he sat there. The study room of the Jingqing public office had the most glass windows, making it the brightest. Upon closer inspection, there were also glass ornaments, which were exquisite and possessed a unique artistic quality. Pei Jing didn't deliberately eavesdrop, but the conversation from that side carried over. Hida was requesting instructions on some matters concerning the construction site. Pei Jing noticed that when Wengu spoke, Hida took out a palm-sized booklet and quickly jotted down notes with a charcoal pencil. After Wengu finished giving instructions, Hida asked 2 questions, and upon receiving answers, he quickly left and headed to the construction site. In the cold weather, Hida ran out of the Jingqing public office, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Damn, Tao San was like he was on steroids, and Hida, who was equally ambitious, how could he be willing to fall behind? In the study room, Wengu apologized to Pei Jing, "Please wait a moment longer." Pei Jing replied, "It's fine, you continue with your work." He sat beside them and watched for a while longer. Each time Wengu said a keyword or made a hand signal, Chengji could precisely and quickly retrieve what Wengu needed from the adjacent bookshelf. Pei Jing hadn't finished half a cup of tea, it was still warm, and it was already over there. Recall the issues from the construction site that Hida brought up. How many were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, in any case, quite a lot. There were issues concerning wells and the placement of personnel. In the blink of an eye, it was all over. And then there was Chengji's side. So many documents on the table and shelves, they were flipped through page by page, swiftly, with rustling sounds, and then it was done. Pei Jing. He was dumbfounded. After finishing his official duties, Wengu walked over and sat in another guest chair, pouring himself a cup of tea to moisten his throat. "Are your family matters settled?" he asked. Pei Jing snapped back to attention. "They are temporarily settled. I came today to talk to you about." He paused. What was I going to say? He was so impacted by what had just happened that he couldn't recall it for a moment. Oh, he remembered. It's about the merchant caravans. Pei Jing said. Among the 6 major clans of the northern lands, merchant caravans operated. Regardless of whether there were spies embedded or sensitive information being passed, at least the existence of these caravans was tacitly approved by all parties for now. When some large families moved north, they split into several teams, settling in different spheres of influence. Many private merchant caravans were supported by them, either for relaying messages or for other purposes. The 6 major clans also openly and covertly cultivated their own merchant caravans. What these caravans did in their travels could not be explicitly stated. After the new year, before the weather warmed up, merchant caravans would definitely arrive in Xi'an Prefecture City. Merchant caravans had complex personnel, and Pei Jing wanted to remind Wengu to be vigilant. Madame Xin had mentioned merchant caravans to Wengu, and Pei Jing also provided some useful information. After discussing the merchant caravans, Wengu invited Pei Jing to take a walk around the construction site. You are also one of the benefactors of Wanfu Garden, so you can understand its progress. Unlike the Xin family, which arranged for supervisors to report on the progress, Pei Jing had not invested much thought into Wanfu Garden. At the time, he just wanted to use up the unused items in the storeroom to prevent his troublesome father from wasting them. It was also to maintain his relationship with the Xin family. He never expected Wanfu Garden to actually get up and running. After Pei Jing left, Wengu returned to the study room and instructed little brother He, go and call Zhou Shan and Tao San over. See if your brother is here and call him too. When they arrived, Wengu briefly explained the matter of merchant caravan traffic to them. The security work in Jingxing district was mainly the responsibility of Zhou Shan. Having served as a county lieutenant, he had a good eye for such matters. He could mostly tell which people had ill intentions and what they were planning to do. Wengu assigned them new tasks, and the 3 accepted them without complaint. When only Wengu and Chengji were left in the study room, Qingji was worried. He analyzed the available personnel and reminded him the people in the district are already mixed. If merchant caravans come, the personnel we've arranged might not be able to keep a close eye on them. Wengu smiled and said, we don't need to use all our people. Don't the escort agency have quite a lot of personnel? Qingji, He hesitated. Although the Tiger Might escort agency hasn't been here long, it's developed quite rapidly, and there are indeed many people. As the escort agency's reputation grew, so did its commissions. Wengu said, go and call escort leader Lin. Forget it, I'll go over directly myself. Escort leader Lin's mind wasn't sharp enough. He put down his teacup and got up. Although Lin Wei was the head of the Tiger Might escort agency, he wasn't the only one in charge. Seeing that Wengu had already left, Chengji quickly put down his work and chased after him, calculating the cost of hiring escorts in his mind. Hiss. Even with a friendship discount, the money and grain needed would not be small. Could it be that our foreman took on a lot of business for the district during the new year? There have been many rumors, both true and false, circulating in the marketplace recently. It is indeed said that Wengu received a lot of money from the Zhao family. Could it be that the foreman also has to use his own private funds? Tiger Might Escort Agency. Wengu discussed the matter of merchant caravans with escort leader Lin and Madame Liang. He also mentioned, before the escort agency appeared, merchant caravans performed various tasks. Generally, the most important were trading goods, but additionally, they might escort personnel, conduct intelligence gathering. Especially in these current times of epidemic and chaos, those who dared to run merchant caravans were ruthless individuals with combat power and powerful backing, also seeking greater profits. For the escort agency to develop and gain experience, they could observe those merchant caravans more. Listen more, watch more, observe more, recognize their own strengths and weaknesses, and formulate better development plans. I believe you have also gathered some information. I am merely offering a suggestion, Wengu said gently. Madame Liang bowed and said, thank you for your guidance, Foreman 1. She paused, then added, we will also repeatedly caution the brothers of the escort agency to avoid causing any disturbance. This was also to inform Wengu that the escort agency would not interfere in certain matters, but if they received useful information, they would inform Wengu. Wengu replied with a sincere smile. Escort leader Lin clasped his fist in a salute and said, "Thank you for your trust, Foreman 1. We, the Tiger Might Escort Agency, are not like those riffraff in the marketplace. We are people of principle." Wengu agreed and nodded. "I am certainly assured of the Tiger Might Escort Agency's work." He didn't stay long. After Wengu left, escort leader Lin thought carefully about what Wengu had said just now. They had recruited more people now, and their information network in the marketplace was well informed. They knew that merchant caravans would be arriving soon and had already considered this aspect. However, Wengu's suggestion just now gave them a clearer direction. Eldest sister-in-law, Foreman 1 is right. Our foundation is still shallow, and we indeed need to observe more. He then declared loudly, "Foreman 1 is truly a righteous person. Even though his status is different now, he still cares about us." Madame Liang gave him a meaningful glance. After hesitating for a moment, she still didn't explicitly state Wengu's other intention. If escort leader Lin were too shrewd, it might not be good for the escort agency, and Wengu would not allow their escort agency to grow stronger. Therefore, Madame Liang suppressed the words that were about to come out and instead echoed, "Yes, Foreman 1 truly remembers us at all times." End of this chapter. He was watching too many things, and the Tiger Might Escort Agency was just one of them, and a rather reliable one at that. After all, their gang, their team has an aspiration. When there's a strong purpose and ambition, he doesn't need to push them too much. Just a slight reminder is enough. After the new year, back in Jingxing District, there was a lot of work to do, and no time for going out. Wengu spent most of his time in the two districts. The 10 personal guards allocated to him by the Zhao family head had also arrived. Before the new year, when Wengu gifted telescopes and microscopes as year-end gifts to his uncle and cousin, the Zhao family head was concerned about Wengu's personal safety and agreed to provide him with 10 guards. These people were not for protecting Jingxing District and Qingyun District, but solely for Wengu's personal guard. Guards who carried weapons and had extensive combat experience. As for the horse-drawn carriage Wengu used, while he was staying at the Zhao residence during the new year, Madame Shen had instructed the craftsman to repair it. Seeing this setup, one could deeply feel the difference in status between the foremen. Without status and ability to support it, even if one could afford a luxurious carriage and guards, they wouldn't dare to use them. In this not-so-large inner city of Xian Prefecture, the districts closer to the core area were filled with many rich and powerful dignitaries. Don't think that in chaotic times, with less strict etiquette, you can use things as you please. It depends on the place and the person. Now, it was evident that the Zhao family head and Madame Shin were elevating Wengu's status. As long as he didn't go too overboard, even scholars who were previously obsessed with etiquette would not comment. At least, they would remain silent on the surface. Wengu's improved treatment brought a sense of pride to the staff of the Jingxing public office. Although they were Wengu's personal guards, Wengu rarely went out on his own. When he was at the public office, these guards also stayed there. Just standing there added a degree of solemnity and authority to the entire Jingxing public office. In the study, Changji was excitedly reporting to Wengu that some of the residents who moved into Jingxing District last year were pregnant. Once they settled down and their health improved, good news had come. An increase in population was also a measure of achievement. However, overall, there were still many difficulties. Considering that the public office now had sufficient funds, Changji suggested, "Do we need to allocate more money and grain for support?" Even in some previous dynasties, there were many policies like fostering young children, exemption from taxes and labor, and providing material rewards and subsidies to promote population recovery. Xian Prefecture also had relevant systems to provide subsidies to families with child-rearing difficulties, but this was the responsibility of the various foremen. As for whether these subsidies were delivered or not, it was hard to say. Look at ordinary people like Tao San, who had to play tricks and cry poor to get their share of winter relief supplies. However, Changji still had great faith in Wengu, the foreman. Wengu had never embezzled relief supplies from the common people in this regard, nor did he falsify accounts, so Changji dared to make suggestions on such matters. Wengu sighed, "It's not enough." Changji thought Wengu felt the subsidy was too little. This is already enough. Any more would be a burden on the public office. There were many places in the district that needed money. That's not what I meant. Wenga took out a piece of paper and drew up a table. According to this, have someone do a statistic first. Chengxi took note. Wenga looked at the district map of Xian Prefecture for a while, then suddenly thought of something and asked, have those two from the Shin family been here recently? He was referring to the Shin Qing and Shin Lu brothers. Chengxi thought for a moment and replied, these two came by yesterday. They said they were going to take a look at Sentai Academy and also check on the progress of Wanfu Garden. They didn't stay long, took a look and left. They probably won't be coming over again in the short term. Wenga had received a report yesterday, but he was busy at the time and didn't ask further. What did they say at the time? Repeat it verbatim. Chengxi recalled slightly. Young Master Shin Qing said, everyone in Jingxing district is one of us, I trust you. Chengxi was quite happy to have gained their trust. Wengu, however, twitched his brow. Everyone in Jingxing district is one of us? Given the cunning of those two, it was highly likely they genuinely thought that. They seem quite at ease here, Wenga said, lowering his eyes. After quickly finishing his current affairs, Wenga went to the neighboring Qingyun district. Daoist Master Qingyi had made progress in researching pigments. Wenga had set up a new printing and dyeing workshop in Qingyun district to produce picture albums. When recruiting craftsmen recently, he also hired people skilled in printing and dyeing and offered high bonuses to incentivize the improvement of printing and dyeing techniques. There was progress in printing and dyeing technology, but the progress in the manuscript was not keeping up. He needed to push them. One day, Wenga took people to the Shin family for a banquet. Someone in the Shin family was celebrating something, and Wenga was invited. After attending the banquet, as he was leaving and saw that it was still early and there was still time before the district gate closed, Wenga said to Chang Shun, who was driving the carriage, go to Jiahui district. Not to mention Chang Shun, even the 10 guards accompanying him couldn't help but look at Wenga. Jiahui district? That's where the Zhao family members live? Are you serious? The 10 newly appointed guards became fully alert. The young members of the Shin and Zhao families had already fought so many times. They started thinking about what formation to adopt to protect Wengu if the people in Jiahui district made a move. They even analyzed suitable escape routes along the way. When they were sent, the Zhao family head had told them that Wengu's safety was paramount in all matters. Jiahui district. The guards at the district gate tucked their hands into their sleeves, shrinking their necks from the cold wind. The weather hadn't warmed up yet, and there was still snow on the roadside. They didn't wear thick clothes like the nobles, so they shivered when the wind blew. However, watching the district gate was not a job for just anyone, and they didn't dare to be perfunctory in order to keep their positions. He watched the people coming and going. Those living in Jiahui district were either surnamed Zhao or relatives of Zhao. Those who looked like disreputable loafers would be stopped and questioned. At this moment, a horse-drawn carriage drove over. The carriage looked very sophisticated, with spirited horses and guards carrying weapons beside it. Even though the family emblem or clear status indicators were not visible, the gatekeepers dared not stop such a procession. However, the attire of those guards looked somewhat familiar. They wondered which noble family it was and whom they were going to see in Jiahui district. Suddenly, they saw 2 sturdy-looking servants walking quickly towards the carriage and bowing respectfully, form in one. Under the imposing district gate of Jiahui district, the gatekeeper stood there dumbfounded. Then he shivered violently. Who? Is that Wengu? The one with the Shin family's label on him. He, a Shin family member, is coming to our Zhao family's territory? Doesn't he know how many brawls the Shin family and the Zhao family's young masters have every year? The 2 followers who approached the carriage were actually sent by second grandfather Zhao. Wenga had sent word in advance. Second grandfather Zhao was worried that Wenga would not be familiar with the place, so he specifically sent people to wait at the district gate. The horse-drawn carriage headed towards second grandfather Zhao's residence. At this moment, 2 young men happened to be passing by. They glanced at the commotion and their gaze fixed upon it. Although Wenga was inside the carriage, people who had paid attention to Wenga could recognize the carriage and Chang Shun, who was driving it. At the New Year's banquet, Wenga sat at the front table, envied by many of his peers. Especially from the Zhao family side, their attention and vigilance would only be greater. Before recognizing him, who is making such a big fuss? After recognizing him, holy cow! How audacious! Wengu, you, a Shin family member, are coming to our Zhao family's territory with only 10 guards. Who are you looking down on? Wengu. The person let out a roar, sending ripples through the area. Heads began to pop out from behind the courtyard walls of nearby residences, looking around to see if there were any Shin family members ambushed. Did Wengu bring people to cause trouble directly? In the horse-drawn carriage, when Gu was contemplating the matters he had to handle today when he was suddenly called out to, he could vaguely discern who it was by the voice and initially had no intention of responding. Chang Shun, who was driving, said to Wengu in a tense voice, "There are quite a few people watching outside." A lot of people? Wengu's interest was immediately piqued. He lifted the curtain to take a look. 2 young men stood in front of him. One was robust and strong, named Zhao Kuan. When he first arrived in Xian Prefecture City, he was said to have been clamoring to go to the front lines to fight monsters. Unfortunately, his mind wasn't sharp or cautious enough. His family, worried he'd go out and get himself killed, didn't dare to let him out. The result of his pent-up energy was that he was always involved in brawls between the young men of the Zhao and Shin families. When Gu had heard Shin Qing and Shin Lu curse him many times, so he remembered him vividly. The other man, Zhao Mu, appeared refined and cultured. He was always among those who sneakily went to Qingyun district to poach talent. However, when Gu's attention wasn't on them, he stopped the horse-drawn carriage, got out, and surveyed the surroundings. The sky was somewhat gloomy, and the wind still carried a chill. Yet, at this moment, figures were moving on the courtyard walls, by the door frames, and at the corners of the courtyard. Some people who had built second-story houses had gone to higher ground to peer this way. How leisurely! Zhao Kuan had only called out Wengu once, and so many onlookers had appeared. After the new year, although various places in the city had become busy, there were still many people in Zhehui district who were idle enough to pick their toes at home. It was likely that Zhehui district had the most idle people in all of Xian Prefecture City. He rarely came to Zhehui district. He didn't realize there were so many idle people here. When Gu almost burst out laughing. It was only almost, as he didn't laugh out loud, but he certainly smiled. However, to those in front of him, when Gu's sudden smile might seem to carry a different meaning. Zhao Kuan gritted his teeth. Provocation, it's definitely provocation. He raised a hand, pointing at Wengu, his hand trembling, whether from the cold or anger, he didn't know. Zhao Mu, standing beside him, pressed Zhao Kuan's arm down. Unlike these martial men with fighting on their minds, he considered things more carefully and had also recognized the guards beside Wengu. Fighting was definitely out of the question. If a real fight broke out, their side would be the one at a disadvantage. He was more concerned about Wengu's purpose for being here. Under the gaze of numerous eyes, Zhao Mu carefully considered what to say so as not to escalate the situation, yet not undermine their own dignity. At this moment, Wengu gave them a polite bow, a gesture of acknowledgement and greeting. Although Wengu wore a smile, the smile, though seemingly courteous and polite, felt somehow off to Zhao Mu and Zhao Kuan. Before they could react, second grandfather Zhao, who had received the news, hurried over with his old, stiff legs, supported by a family servant. He waved his cane, knocking Zhao Kuan and Zhao Mu aside with 2 swift strikes and walked towards Wengu, calling out warmly, "Foreman 1." Wengu's expression became more sincere. "Why have you come, old master? The weather is cold outside. Why don't you get into the carriage and sit for a while?" No need, no need. My house isn't far from here," said second grandfather Zhao. Since that was the case, Wengu didn't get back into the carriage and walked forward with second grandfather Zhao. As for Zhao Kuan, Zhao Mu, and the lingering gazes from the surroundings, Wengu paid them no mind. He was here on business today, not to stir up trouble. In this Zhehui district, there were quite a few people who were either watching the fun or itching to cause trouble. They were all idle. With their time and energy, instead of causing trouble, why not pursue their careers? Look at He Wenyu. He wouldn't have such idle time to watch a spectacle. He Wenyu, who was buried in work at Sentai Academy, suddenly sneezed. The courtyard where second grandfather Zhao lived was indeed not far. The snow had not yet melted, but the roads had been cleared, with the snow swept to the sides. The sounds of children running could be heard, and some called out second grandfather and second grandfather Zhao upon seeing the old gentleman. Although it was still cold outside, It was a rare time for relaxation. People who couldn't stay at home, from children to adults, would visit others or be out and about. This kind of cold weather was actually safer, as they wouldn't dare let young children out when it got warmer. Wengu looked at the snowdrifts outside the house and courtyard, where there were traces of children or teenagers playing. Second grandfather Zhao paid no attention to other matters. Upon meeting, he kept telling Wengu how hard his grandson, Zhao Han, had been working lately, to the point of neglecting his meals and sleep. In reality, the old gentleman also knew that the work progress was slow and was worried that Wengu might be displeased. So, he explained their difficulties and his grandson's recent efforts. Honor has lost a lot of weight. This old man, don't have any other skills, so I can only stew soup for him every day to replenish his strength. After entering the house, Zhao Han, with a look of guilt, brought out all the drawing drafts from the past few days for Wengu to review. Wengu flipped through the drafts. The progress was indeed slow. Looking at the tired Zhao Han, even 3 meals of nourishing soup a day wouldn't suffice. Wengu did not criticize him directly, but said with regret, I had originally thought that before the merchant caravan arrived, my cousin could spare some time to help review it. Second grandfather Zhao and Zhao Han immediately showed expressions of distress. Although there were people responsible for reviewing the picture album, someone else reviewing it was completely different from the young master Zhao reviewing it himself. Second grandfather Zhao also hoped his grandson would interact more with the young master and increase his presence. A silence fell in the room. Wengu put down the drafts and continued, we can try to improve efficiency. I have a suggestion. I don't know if it's suitable. The dimmed eyes of the grandfather and grandson immediately lit up again. Second grandfather Zhao said eagerly, Foreman 1, just say it. Younger brother Han studied under a teacher before. He must have many classmates and friends. You can invite them to help with the work. Wengu picked up a drawing draft and explained it to the grandfather and grandson. Honor is the main artist, but he doesn't need to be personally responsible for every step. You can break down some of this work into multiple steps and assign them to suitable people. Whoever is skilled in a particular area can be assigned to complete it. This way, efficiency can be greatly improved, and Honor won't be overworked. While the drafts are important, your health failing is not an option. Wengu spoke sincerely, and the grandfather and grandson nodded in agreement. Precisely. They didn't want to miss this opportunity, yet they were worried about not being able to complete it and also concerned about their health failing. Wengu's suggestion was very feasible for them. Second grandfather Zhao had his own considerations. Wengu said that his grandson was the main artist, which meant he would receive the primary credit. As long as this remained unchanged and the task was completed on time, they could eat meat, while giving others some soup. Wengu then looked at Zhao Han. If this first volume of our picture album is well received, there will surely be more volumes to come, and the workload will certainly be greater. It might be difficult for Hana alone to bear it. Why not start cultivating a support team now? For you, it's also a new opportunity for growth and a test. Second grandfather Zhao's old eyes gleamed, as if he had thought of something. This seemingly ordinary picture album hit opportunities and could also serve as their stepping stone. Zhao Han, at this moment, was also full of confidence. He just wanted to achieve results quickly and gain the approval of young Master Zhao. He clenched his fists and said, I'll go find people right away. Don't rush. I see you haven't had a good rest lately. Why not relax your energy first and plan carefully? Wengu patted Zhao Han on the shoulder. The task ahead is very challenging, but sharpening the axe does not hinder the chopping of wood. Start after you've prepared. In the near future, more people will see our picture album and recognize your talent. All your hard work will become a medal of honor in your life. Zhao Han felt a surge of passion. The ambition that had been suppressed by numerous difficulties during this time swelled up like waves again. What he desired most was for his talent and ability to be recognized. He would give his all. He'd call for help. Call for more people. Get all his friends to come. Then, he would personally take the completed drafts for young Master Zhao's review. Zhao Han could already envision his brilliant future. Wengu stayed for a little longer, helping them plan. He politely declined second grandfather Zhao's invitation to stay for a meal and took his leave. The people he suggested Zhao Han and second grandfather Zhao find would not be those who spent their days fighting and watching spectacles. Zhao Han would likely seek out young people. These younger Zhao family members or relatives of the Zhao family had not participated in the group fights between the Zhao and Xin families and did not have strong negative emotions towards the Xin family or its members. It was best to bring these young people into work and improve together. End of chapter. Zhao Han heeded Wengu's advice, patiently rested at home for a night to recuperate, and strategized, planned with second grandfather Zhao at home. The next day, with full energy, Zhao Han began assembling his team. Zhao Han had been holed up at home working on this project, so he hadn't had much time to cultivate relationships with his friends. However, his friends clearly hadn't forgotten him and would often stop by to see him when playing in the vicinity. Sometimes they would even build animals or other shapeless things out of the accumulated snow. The young boys had their own secret ways of communicating. Soon, these children, at Zhao Han's instigation, took on new responsibilities. Of course, when others in the family learned of this, there was gossip and snide remarks. But in Zhouhui district, second grandfather Zhao's seniority and his past contributions to the Zhao family gave him the confidence to silence any detractors. Second grandfather Zhao's attitude was resolute, his mind solely focused on Zhao Han's future. He considered it paramount and would not allow anyone to interfere. You brats. You can choose not to participate, but you can't block my grandson's path. Several days later, a certain house in Zhouhui district. A 10-year-old child was bent over a desk, drawing with meticulous care and caution in every stroke. The room was very quiet. The elders in the family held nominal positions, and although there wasn't much to do, even if they were just acting as figureheads, they were at the official yamen, not at home. The servants also dared not make any loud noises while working. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and a young man strode in. His face bore distinct bruises, as if from a fight, and he was loudly complaining that someone from the Xin family had ambushed him again, calling them names. Today, the energetic youths of the Zhao and Xin families had gotten into another fight over a minor dispute. Such incidents were frequent and not unusual. However, upon entering the room and seeing his younger brother drawing, he immediately quieted down and softened his footsteps. The child at the desk looked up, his face showing distress at the injury on his brother's face. The young man chuckled and walked over, asking, "What's wrong?" The child hesitated, then said, "Big brother, your relationship with the Xin family is so bad. Should I perhaps?" The young man interrupted, "What does it matter to you if we fight with the Xin family? Don't overthink it." He then glanced at the drawing on the paper, still drawing rocks? The child replied, "My rocks are the most in line with Zhao Han's requirements. My current task is only to draw rocks." The young man laughed, "Your drawing skills are actually good enough to be noticed?" The child's Bowsy-like face puffed up in anger as he defended himself. "They can't be too detailed. Nor can they be too rough. Anyway, what I draw is just right." The young man looked at the papers laid out on the desk. "Really? Just this?" The child affirmed, "Really." The young man quickly darted to the window, looked left and right to confirm no one was outside, then darted back and asked in a low voice, "I heard that after Zhao Han finishes his drawings, Wengu will take him to young Master Zhao to claim credit?" The child replied, "That's what Zhao Han said." The young man lowered his gaze, stroking the newly formed scratch on his chin, lost in thought. A moment later, he looked back at the papers on the desk and picked up a brush. "Brother will help you." Although the Zhao family of the northern lands had been in a slump for a long time, their ambition to rise again had never diminished. Knowing that the imperial court favored civil over military arts, the cultivation of literary skills among the younger generation of the family had never ceased. Most of the family members had average talent, but they had all learned something. These two brothers had studied painting and calligraphy under the same teacher, and their artistic styles were passed down from a shared lineage. Zhao Han's drawing requirements, while seemingly simplifying complex forms, actually involved subtle techniques that not everyone could master when they put brush to paper. However, it wasn't difficult for them. The young man first practiced on a piece of paper, and only when he had drawn something similar did he begin the formal drawing. Only rocks were to be drawn on the paper. Later, when Zhao Han needed a specific piece, it would be cut out and pasted onto the story illustration paper along with other elements to assemble the narrative picture. The young man quickly finished several drawings and couldn't help but ask, "This patching and mending, will it work?" The child said, I don't know, but that's what Zhao Han said. With his brother's help, the child completed the most tasks today, and the drawings he submitted the next day were also the thickest. The other children, unwilling to be outdone, secretly investigated and exclaimed, Wow, you brought in outside help. If you can have help, so can I. Grandparents, parents, siblings, cousins, relatives near and far, anyone suitable was brought in to help. Then, one led 10, and 10 spurred 100. Of course, most of the helpers worked covertly, as officially they remained aligned with Zhao Mu and Zhao Kun, refusing any connection with the Shen family. This was also the scenario Wen-gu had anticipated. Behind every child, their relatives and friends would lend support when needed. Once they saw the true benefits, their motivation would only grow stronger. With more auxiliary personnel, the completion rate of the picture album soared. Zhao Han only handled the core components, and the other tasks were distributed, resulting in a noticeable improvement and rapid progress. Within a few days, the first volume was completed. Wen-gu flipped through the original manuscript of the picture album. Aside from a few minor revisions needed, there were no other issues. Once it was done, he directly had Zhao Han take the picture album and go to Zhao residence together to find young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao had kept the matter of the picture album in mind, and even if he forgot, Wen-gu would remind him from time to time. Finally seeing the finished product, young Master Zhao felt it was better than expected. Though it didn't conform to highbrow aesthetics, it was indeed, as Wen-gu had said, very suitable for wide circulation. Whether among the upper or lower classes, regardless of their educational background, anyone could instantly grasp the meaning the picture album's content was trying to convey. This picture album was not just about superficial stories, it was also intended to popularize epidemic prevention knowledge, boost everyone's morale, and instill the courage to fight against evil plagues and monsters, rather than passively accepting their fate. Compared to Zhao Han's timidity, Wen-gu was much more at ease in front of his cousin. He briefly explained Zhao Han's hard work during this period and the people who supported him from behind the scenes. Young Master Zhao flipped through the picture album. The beginning of the picture album was fine, but the middle section started to look patched together, made of many pieces. Fortunately, it did not affect the overall content. As young Master Zhao looked, his brow furrowed. If his own scholars had produced such results, he would certainly have been displeased. But the ones who had completed this were mostly teenagers, and, as Wen-gu had just mentioned, even children under 10 had participated. This made him not just satisfied, but gratified. Not everyone in our Zhao family is a burden, after all. There are still many capable individuals. Excellent, you've done a superb job. Young Master Zhao praised Zhao Han without reservation. Zhao Han's face flushed with excitement, and he was at a loss for words. The recognition he had long awaited. An indescribable sense of achievement. He had no idea what to say, only grinning foolishly. Young Master Zhao also noticed the words, Xian Prefecture Jingqing Bookstore, printed on every page of the picture album. This made him even more pleased. It would be beneficial for Xian Prefecture to gain fame. Has the bookstore been established? Young Master Zhao asked. Zhao Han could not answer this and looked to Wen-gu. Not yet, it is still in preparation, Wen-gu replied. Whether the bookstore could be established was no longer a concern. As long as young Master Zhao approved, they didn't need to worry about other aspects. How many copies can you produce within half a month? Young Master Zhao asked again. We need to try it out first. The printing technology has been slightly improved, but we are still short of experienced craftsmen, Wen-gu replied. We will lend you a few craftsmen from Xian Prefecture times. That would be wonderful. I will have someone provide an estimate as soon as possible. Young Master Zhao directed them to the scholar responsible for printing. For the work coordination in this regard, Wen-gu let Zhao Han handle it himself. He did not follow, but gave him an encouraging look. You can do it. Zhao Han, who had been a bit timid, took a deep breath. I can. Wen-gu had already told him what to do, and as long as he followed the plan, there would be no major problems. After building up his resolve, Zhao Han felt a warmth spreading through his chest, his fighting spirit soaring. He had been appreciated. He had been entrusted with an important task. He was on his way to success. Watching Zhao Han leave with confidence, Wen-gu felt no worry. Zhao Han was young and might not be able to handle this matter alone, but Zhao Han was not alone. He had a whole district behind him. As if sensing Wengu's gaze, Zhao Han turned back to look. Wengu smiled and nodded at him, his expression sincere, as if offering further encouragement. Zhao Han was deeply moved and thought to himself, Foreman 1 is truly a good person. Wengu was very pleased and thought to himself, I've just assigned a few more tasks. After leaving young Master Zhao, Wengu had intended to return directly. Just then, Chang Shun hurried over and whispered a few words. His aunt, Madame Shin, had sent word that someone was making a move towards young Madame Xiao, his cousin-in-law. A certain family fancied Wengu and hoped that young Madame Xiao could mediate and help forge a connection, preferably leading to a good outcome. Young Madame Xiao might not be willing to interfere in Wengu's affairs, but out of obligation, she might find an excuse to speak to him when he came to Zhao residence. His aunt had specifically sent someone to remind Wengu that if he wished to avoid this trouble, he should leave quickly after concluding his business. He must not be intercepted on his way out of the residence. Wengu pondered. The family that had sought help from his cousin-in-law was probably not favored by his aunt, which was why she wanted him to avoid them. However, cousin-in-law. Instead of leaving quickly, Wengu naturally slowed his pace. He was afraid that if he left too quickly, he might miss his cousin-in-law. End of this chapter. I have a suggestion. I'm not sure if it's appropriate normally. Wengu kept his distance from the other women at the Zhao residence and avoided being alone with them. This was a rare chance encounter today, and he couldn't let cousin-in-law's interception fail. After slowing his pace for a while, he finally met his target before leaving the residence. Young Madame Xiao, accompanied by her maid, was holding something and appeared to be in a hurry. Upon seeing Wengu, young Madame Xiao showed a look of surprise and delight. After exchanging pleasantries, she said, "Perfect timing. We've recently hired a few artisans who have made a batch of stationery." Young Madame Xiao pointed to a wooden box carried by her maid. "Cousin, you should take a look at the styles and pick a few first. I'll have someone set them aside for you, so others don't snatch them all up." Wengu looked hesitant but still bowed and said then, "I'll trouble cousin-in-law." Young Madame Xiao smiled, "We're family, cousin, there's no need to be formal." Having come prepared, they went to a nearby warm room and took out the stationery from the wooden box for Wengu to choose from. Nowadays, the world is in turmoil, with chaos erupting everywhere. For the surviving common people, even obtaining food and clothing is a difficulty. However, for the wealthy and noble families with substantial savings, they still value elegance when composing poetry or writing letters. Only these people can afford to use stationery in these chaotic times. The needs of the target customers were clear. This new batch of stationery was either luxurious or elegant. It had enough class. Wengu chose quickly. Young Madame Xiao chose her words carefully. She knew that the Zhao family head and young Master Zhao valued Wengu, and they would consider his wife's family. Furthermore, with Madame Shin also present, she was reluctant to get involved in Wengu's affairs. However, she had been entrusted with a favor by an old family friend, so she had to probe his intentions. Young Madame Xiao hesitated, looking at Wengu across from her. However, the person opposite also hesitated. Young Madame Xiao was greatly surprised. Putting aside her own thoughts for the moment, she asked, "Cousin, do you have any suggestions? Please speak your mind." Wengu smiled apologetically. "I was just suddenly thinking about matters in the district. Lately, I've been discussing the women, children, and the elderly in the district with the clerks at the public office, and I have some ideas. Today, I happened to meet cousin-in-law, and I have a suggestion. I'm not sure if it's appropriate." Meanwhile, in young Master Zhao's office. Not long after Wengu left, a subordinate informed him that Madame and the young master had a chance encounter and were talking in the warm room over there. Young Master Zhao didn't pay much attention to it. He had received some prior information, and Madame Xiao had mentioned it. He knew why his wife had stopped Wengu. An hour later, after handling a few matters, young Master Wao inquired about the situation again. "Is Wengu still at the residence?" The subordinate replied with his head bowed. "They are still chatting in the warm room." Young Master Zhao was genuinely surprised. What were they talking about? It wasn't that he was worried about impropriety, but he was curious if Wengu was actually interested in the family his wife was trying to introduce him to. Curious, young Master Zhao got up to go over. However, by the time he arrived at the warm room, Wengu had just left. Inside the warm room, young Madame Xiao seemed to be pondering an important matter, lost in thought. Young Master Zhao saw 2 pieces of paper on the table, filled with writing. With a quick glance, he saw words like women and children and care written on them. Upon closer inspection, charity house? Young Master Zhao picked up the 2 pieces of paper. Young Madame Zhao, returning to her senses, sighed, "Yes, I was deeply moved by cousin's suggestion just now." Young Master Zhao's expression became serious as he read the writing on the papers. The amount of writing on the 2 pieces of paper was not large, but it already outlined a clear framework. "Did cousin write all of this?" Young Master Zhao asked. "He did. But he said the content was based on his past travels and studies with some modifications, and might not be comprehensive," said young Madame Zhao. Young Master Zhao looked at the content on the paper and remained silent. Although Xian Prefecture had previously established some relief measures, they were not on a large scale or standardized. However, the clear framework outlined on these 2 pieces of paper seemed like something that could actually be implemented. Standardizing Xian Prefecture's welfare system was also a way to strengthen management. The more chaotic the times, the more it was necessary to strengthen management systems in all aspects. Young Master Zhao read carefully for a long time before putting down the 2 pieces of paper. Remembering his initial curiosity, he asked, "Regarding the family you were going to introduce, what are Wengu's thoughts?" Young Madame Zhao froze. Huh? She had completely forgotten. Wengu left the Zhao residence with satisfaction. This trip to the Zhao residence not only resolved the matter of the picture album, but also solved another problem. Although cousin-in-law did not immediately agree, he believed that given young Madame Zhao's current predicament, the Xiao family would be very interested. Entrusting the matter of charity to the Xiao family was also analyzed as having the highest chance of success for their takeover. Previously, there seemed to be no sign of the Xiao family in several major investment projects in Xian Prefecture. This meant that the Xiao family's large amount of money and grain had not been spent and was still being hoarded. Not only had their substantial savings not been spent, but with the convenience of their current status, they had also carried out some businesses, continuously making profits. They were definitely a prominent family. They had money. They had grain. But there was also a crisis. The new people in Cousin Zhao's household and the families behind them were not to be trifled with. Those wealthy family groups might be looking for an opportunity to replace the Xiao family at any time. Currently, the charity house was a good starting point for the Xiao family. It could earn favor with the Zhao family father and son, gain more reputation among the people, and stabilize young Madame Zhao's own status. It would just cost some money and grain. However, he believed the Xiao family would be very willing to spend this money. This kind of project that required large sums of money should be undertaken by these prominent families. Returning to Jingxing district, Wengu went to the public office and had them clean out a study room and set up a few new workstations, suitable for writing and painting. Chengji asked, "Is the public office hiring new people?" Their Jingxing public office was an officially recognized institution in Xian Prefecture, and they, the clerks, were all officially employed members with formal positions. Generally, new personnel had to go through a process and several approvals. But looking at the situation today, was there going to be an airborne appointment? And more than one? The other people in the public office were also looking over, as everyone had relatives or friends watching the public office's staffing positions, waiting for the next recruitment opportunity. Knowing what they were worried about, Chengxi looked at the distance between everyone and this side and lowered his voice to ask Wengu, "Are you not going through the process?" Wengu replied, "No." "Chengxi, are these also officially recognized, formal positions this time?" Wengu, "Officially recognized, but not formal positions." "Chengxi?" Hesitantly, he confirmed again, "Will they not occupy the public office's staffing quota?" Wengu, "No, they won't occupy it." Chengxi was greatly surprised. Did the foreman mean that they were about to welcome several officially recognized, reliable individuals to work here, handle affairs, and contribute without occupying the staffing quota? And not just one person? There was such a good thing. End of this chapter. The study room was tidied up, and within 2 days, someone couldn't wait to get started. However, they seemed a bit young. Zhao Han was the first to bring his study boy to familiarize himself with the new workspace. The main tasks going forward would be related to printing, which was not suitable for Jiahui district. Wengu had planned to put it in the neighboring Qingyun district from the start, as it was home to many workshops and a Taoist temple under construction, fostering a strong artisan atmosphere. The drafts for the picture album were already completed, and experienced old artisans with printing experience were gradually arriving. Equipment was prepared, and the printing work was progressing rapidly. If there were any issues concerning the drafts or finished products during this process, being close by would facilitate prompt resolution. They also began preparing the drafts for the next album. Thus, Zhao Han followed Wengu's advice and moved to the Jingqing public office. Zhao Han was quite enjoying this feeling, much like those with official positions who went to the government office at a fixed time each day and returned home when it was time. This gave him a sense of excitement and satisfaction facing a new environment and new challenges. He not only enjoyed this feeling himself, but also brought his other companions to experience it. As a result, Jingqing district gained several Zhao family children. Little brother, he was assigned by Wengu to share some of the workload, taking charge of the bookstore's affairs with Zhao Han. The employees of the Jingqing public office were very friendly towards these junior colleagues. Not occupying official positions, this brought a sigh of relief to the clerical staff from commoner backgrounds. The number of official clerical positions was limited. If one was taken, their relatives and friends would have one less opportunity. Without any conflict of interest and being members of the Zhao family, the clerical staff at the Jingqing public office were amiable, referring to these new colleagues as little masters and offering them continuous praise. They occasionally even helped with odd jobs. Being flattered daily, with ample emotional support, and with not too many other tasks besides painting, plus having companions to keep them company, the young employees were very happy. In contrast, the young people like Zhao Mu and Zhao Kun were not in such a good mood. Traitors! They're all working for Wengu, someone complained. But as soon as the words were spoken, another young man, whose younger brother worked in Jingqing district, defended them. They aren't working for Wengu, but for the Zhao family. It's a task assigned by the young master. With differing views and positions, they started arguing and only stopped after a while. At this point, someone suddenly said, I was thinking, we don't need to build another garden. Since Zhao Han and the others are doing well at the Jingqing public office, can't we directly build a few shops in Jingqing district? They had considered it before, but there were concerns about Wengu, as the foreman, causing trouble. Now that someone had taken the first step and found everything to be safe without encountering any obstruction from management, it seemed they could also enter Jingqing district directly. Furthermore, knowing the immense cost of building a new garden, they might not be able to afford it. Perhaps a change in strategy could work? More than one person shared this sentiment. I've confirmed with my grandfather. It's true that the family had asked Wengu to help Zhao Han. Now it's proven that Wengu hasn't caused trouble and has been supportive. If Zhao Han and the other children can get involved, so can we. That's right. We don't need to go to that place called Wanfu Garden. We'll open shops in Jingqing district. Build a few shops, and even if we don't make money, we'll upset the Shin family. We can avoid going to the Shin family's Wanfu Garden, but we need a place for our own people in Jingqing district. We can't let Jingqing district become the Shin family's territory. He Wenyu is taking half a day off today. Let's call him over to discuss. Actually, they envied He Wenyu quite a bit. He Wenyu's mother had gone to ask the young master for a position, and the young master had indeed granted it. And in such an important place as an academy. Unfortunately, their elders were not as capable, and they couldn't get what they wanted, nor did they appreciate what they were given. They still had to rely on themselves. A short while later, He Wenyu, who was supposed to be sleeping at home after securing half a day off, was dragged over, suppressing his annoyance. He Wenyu yawned as he listened to these people discuss important matters, just smiling and saying little. When his and his father's positions were mentioned, it was not good to let it be known that Wengu had spoken on their behalf. His mother had also told him to mention Wengu less. What could he do? He could only smile and remain silent. When the young master's recognition and encouragement of Zhao Han and others were brought up, the people in the room became excited. Zhao Kun thumped the table in excitement. So, the family head and the young master still have expectations for us. It's up to us to prove ourselves. We need to take initiative. Others chimed in, yes. It must be so. He Wenyu twitched his lips, is that so? Someone passionately suggested, let's first send someone to Jingxing District and have Wengu immediately allocate a piece of land for us. The room suddenly fell silent. There was a collective silence for a long while. Another person tentatively asked, who will go? Everyone in the room looked at each other, then turned to the initiator of this internal meeting, Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu's face turned ashen. He hadn't managed to poach anyone from Wengu's territory before, and he couldn't even gain an advantage when meeting on the Zhao family's turf in Jiahui district. Even less could he go to the territory managed by the other party and present himself to be beaten. Someone else, he said decisively. Zhao Mu looked at He Wenyu, and before the latter could refuse, he said, Wenyu, you hold an important position now, you go. He Wenyu, go to hell. Don't so casually throw out such an impossible task. He Wenyu shook his head vigorously. I can't. I won't. I'm not going. What important position do I have? I'm just an employee, insignificant. Saying that, he jumped up abruptly. It seems my mother called me home. I'm leaving. He quickly distanced himself from the dangerous topic and went back to catch up on sleep. With He Wenyu gone, the others continued their discussion. Since they had an idea, they needed to act quickly. There wasn't much vacant land left in Jingxing district, and they might even have to pay extra to buy it from others. The slower they were, the more money and grain they would have to spend. Then let's all go together. Intimidation by sheer numbers. Thus, an hour later, Zhao Kuan and several young men stood outside the Jingxing public office with stern faces, not entering the courtyard. Zhao Mu and the others felt that they didn't look friendly enough. To accomplish the matter quickly, they had them wait outside first. Just because they've read a few more books and are better at putting on a show. Zhao Kuan grumbled indignantly. At the same time, in a study room within the public office. One side was the Zhao family scholars, led by Zhao Mu, all appearing cultured and refined. The other side was Wengu, along with clerks like Qing Ji and little brother He, who handled the paperwork. The atmosphere was harmonious. Although they were there to buy land and negotiate prices, both parties conversed as if discussing poetry, calligraphy, and paintings, occasionally citing classics and quoting sages. It was truly elegant. After drinking 2 cups of tea, the matter was elegantly concluded. The young Zhao family members left with a document, inwardly sighing, Wengu is quite easy to talk to. Wengu not only gave them suggestions for selecting land, but also discussed future plans. He didn't deceive them. The planning maps had been shown to young Master Zhao and annotated. The ambitious young people of the Zhao family, excited, ended up buying several more plots of land. Both parties were very satisfied with this transaction and exchanged a set of very scholarly farewell courtesies upon leaving. This elegant atmosphere filled with scholarly refinement further increased the goodwill of the Zhao family scholars towards Wengu. They thought, scholars are indeed different. Letting Zhao Kuan and the others wait outside was indeed the right decision. Wengu sincerely watched them leave. With the Zhao family getting involved, there would undoubtedly be future disputes. However, in the long run, it was safer for both Wengu and the Shen family. The 2 Shen brothers had already begun to develop the mindset that Jingxing district is Shen family territory. What Wengu needed to do was to break this mindset before it strengthened. The figures at the entrance had long since disappeared. Wengu looked at the accumulated snow outside the window. The snow outside had begun to melt, but the temperature might fluctuate in the coming period, leading to more snowfall. Once the snow completely melted and the temperature rose across the board, the entire prefecture would enter a state of readiness. However, it would take another month or 2 for the snow to completely melt. Before that, it was the peak season for merchant caravans, and it was likely that some caravans had already set out. Have someone monitor the movements in the outer city area and see which merchant caravan arrives first after the new year. End of chapter. Merchant caravan. The younger generation of the Zhao family formed a group to buy land and build houses in Jingxing district. When the Shen family brothers learned of this, they were furious and wanted to question Wengu, but there was nothing they could do. Madame Shen sent someone to issue a warning first. Thus, within a few days, a group of young people from the Zhao family in Jiahui district and the young people from the Shen family in Xianghui district got into another fight, and each proclaimed their victory. At the same time, they were all holding a grudge and would exchange barbs whenever they met. Shen family, our Wanfu garden will definitely be built first. What's the point of you buying land? Can you make money? You can all eat our dust. Zhao family, we want to buy land, we want to occupy an area. It doesn't matter if I make money, I just love seeing you dislike me but can't do anything about it. Afterwards, the Shin family's Qinglu brothers sent 2 more supervisors to Jingxing district, ostensibly to oversee the construction site, but in reality, to monitor the Zhao family's movements. The Zhao family, after some private consideration, also sent people to settle in. Although construction couldn't begin immediately and there was no need to send supervisors, the facade had to be maintained. They couldn't lose in this aspect either. Soon, a workstation for an adult appeared in the small office where Zhao Han and the others were painting. Young members of the Zhao family would take turns to show their presence and help their younger siblings with some manual labor, as they couldn't just sit there idly. When Gu paid no attention to the feud between the idiotic youths of the Zhao and Shin families. Before the merchant caravan arrived, the picture album was finally printed. On a page in the picture album, not related to the story, there was an illustration. Zhao Han, while drawing, inserted a private piece of his own, a character image from the story Spiritual Fire Punishing Evil, with one depiction showing the character in the uniform of the patrol division. In the eyes of children like Zhao Han, among Xian Prefecture's 3 major military institutions, the patrol division, the Jiansu Army, and the City Defense Army, the patrol division was the coolest. Therefore, when drawing, various imposing military uniforms and armor flashed through his mind, and he finally chose the patrol division as a reference. Regardless, this private piece passed the young Master Zhao's review and was eventually printed. The deluxe edition, with color pages, was supplied to the noble families, and it was also expensive. Of course, expensive was only relative to ordinary people. After a trial read, the wealthy families bought them in batches of 5 or 10, with more than half of them being commissioned to merchants to be taken to other prefectures. However, those sent out might be abridged versions, with the pages containing the private illustrations removed. Several more days passed. There was no more snowfall recently, and the temperature rose slightly. The merchant caravan finally began to stir. Merchant caravans from outside needed to be quarantined for more than a day at a designated location in the outer city area of Xian Prefecture City. As soon as the caravan arrived, when Gu received the news. The first to arrive was the merchant caravan from the Sheng family. The main figures in power among the Sheng family nowadays are 2 people, Sheng Feng and Sheng Ren. It is said that both are shrewd, capable, and decisive individuals. They have now pledged allegiance to the Dong clan. When Gu recalled the information about the Sheng family and asked Chengji and little brother He to learn more. Little brother He, who was copying documents, stopped his brush and said, Sui Feng Nian Ren, prosperous year, bountiful harvest? Could they be grain merchants? Xinghe Grain Shop, have you heard of it? When Gu asked. Little brother He shook his head. Qingji quickly found something in his memory. We have one there. There used to be a Xinghe Grain Shop in the city where the academy was located, and there's one in the town where my old home is. The small town where his old home was located was next to the river channel, with many boats transporting goods, which sometimes stopped there. Transporting grain was also convenient. Qingji recalled a story that circulated in the town back then and said, I heard that the boss of Xinghe Grain Shop, whose ancestors were just farmers, became a great grain merchant in just a few decades. They have excellent fortune. Little brother, he showed admiration and envy upon hearing this. In terms of status among scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, the status of merchants was indeed lower, but it depended on who you compared them to. Qingji and little brother He, both of whom were supported by their families' desperate efforts to study, were far from comparable to those wealthy families. When Gu just smiled and said, we should just listen to rumors from the common folk and not take them too seriously. When did Xinghe Grain Shop appear? It was when the imperial court's policies loosened, and people from merchant families could take the imperial examinations to become officials. Before that, the Sheng family was not well known, but their ancestors were not ordinary farmers, they were large landowners. The Sheng family's prosperity had lasted for more than a century. When merchants were not allowed to take the imperial examinations, the Sheng family was farmers. They exploited loopholes in household registration, bypassed the status isolation of separating industry and commerce, connected with scholars, and gained more power, Perhaps they had been doing it for a long time. And once the imperial court's policy towards merchants shifted from complete prohibition to limited opening and merchant children could take the exams, Xinghe grain shops would appear openly across the prefectures and quickly dominate the market. Their reputation was also well managed, with inspirational stories circulating among the common folk about ordinary farmers relying on their own hard work and good fortune to become great merchants, and their descendants entering officialdom through examinations. This information about the Shang family was told to Wengu by his aunt, Madame Shen. The Shen family was also a merchant family, with considerable wealth. However, the descendants of the Shen family were completely envious of other families when it came to their aptitude for studying. Even with the loosening of policies, no one took the examinations. Was it because they didn't want to? They dreamed of it every night. It was simply that they lacked talent in that area. Let alone the imperial examinations, even the talent for doing business was not much inherited by the next generation. The late Master Shen, who was Wengu's maternal grandfather, had made several preparations. Since the path to officialdom was blocked, he chose the path of marriage alliances. His children's marriages were specifically to scholarly families with potential, like the Wen family, and to declining noble families with potential, like the Zhao family from the northern lands. Although the Shen family's descendants lacked talent in studying, they had money. It had to be said that it was precisely because Master Shen had paved the way back then that the Shen family received this unexpected windfall today. When Gu recalled the information about the Shang family and asked Cheng Ji and He Xiao, Hida's younger brother, assumed typo for clarity, again, in our Xian prefecture, are there any capable farmers or agricultural officials? Chengji performed a search and replied, capable farmers, I don't know, but agricultural officials, there definitely are. Xian Prefecture is engaged in the pacification of refugees, water management, and reclamation of barren land. These all require officials who understand agriculture. When Gu nodded, such matters needed to be handled by professionals. Food, which is essential for survival, of course, could not rely solely on inventory. Uncle Zhao attached great importance to agriculture. However, how diligent were the agricultural officials sent down in their duties? How much did they hold back, and were they perfunctory? That was another matter. In any case, as far as Wengu knew, the harvest of the nearby ordinary villages that had dealings with their Jingxing district had not been good in the past year. On the other hand, the harvest from farmland associated with dignitaries was said to be passable. Such was the way of the world. It was impossible to bring those agricultural officials over to teach those ordinary villagers how to farm, right? Wengu did not have that much power for the time being, let alone the fact that these agricultural officials were connected to many noble families and dignitaries. He pondered. The Shang family's merchant caravan. It seems like quite a few people came this time. Wengu called Hida and Taosan over and assigned them some tasks. Our Jingxing district is a new district. Merchant caravans from other places will surely be unfamiliar with us. We can warmly welcome them and increase mutual understanding. End of this chapter. Await the future when Gu is discussing the Shang family and is currently staying with the Shang family merchant caravan in the outer city area. When Gu is also mentioned. The caravan values information as it concerns their interests and livelihoods. With the world in turmoil, they have an even stronger drive to gather news from all quarters. Inside the room, the middle-aged man sitting at the head is the leader of this expedition, Sheng Ren, second in command of the Shang family merchant caravan. His appearance is not particularly sharp, but rather has a touch of honesty. His demeanor is steady and composed. If one didn't know better, they could easily be deceived by such an honest and sincere face. At this moment, this second proprietor of the Shang family merchant caravan has a solemn expression. Under the current pressure for survival, the 6 major forces in the northern lands are developing at an astonishing pace, appearing new each time they are seen. Their Shang family merchant caravan operates every half year. Xing Ren cannot entrust this to the younger generation or the stewards under him. He must personally travel to various places to observe the situation, which helps them make more accurate judgments about the current circumstances and trends. The Dong and Zhao major forces are close by, so their caravan's first stop is Xian Prefecture. This one Gu, from last autumn to this spring, becoming the most famous person in Xian Prefecture City in such a short period, and deeply trusted, is indeed not simple. When the caravan comes to Xian Prefecture City, collecting information about Wengu is a definite objective. Xing analyzes some of the brief information he has just received and assigns tasks to his subordinate stewards and a few close confidants. After the others leave, Xing closes his eyes in thought, recalling what he has seen along the way and the summary of the news he has just received. After the autumn and winter seasons, Xian Prefecture's defensive works have expanded significantly. The increase in defensive facilities and enhanced defensive capabilities also provide those who seek refuge here with a greater sense of security. Furthermore, several major maritime families in the south have also chosen Xian Prefecture. This is not a decision that can be made in a short time. It must be the result of early planning by the Zhao family. The situation in the northern lands still requires observation. After the quarantine and observation period ended, the Shang family's team was ready early in the morning, bringing wagon loads of goods into the city. There are very few grain supplies among these goods intended for sale. Since the times became chaotic, their greatest profit on each trade journey does not come from grain transactions. The powerful and wealthy households have their own grain reserves and will not purchase grain at high prices from grain merchants for the time being. As for ordinary citizens, most cannot afford high-priced grain, so grain transactions are actually limited. Most of the goods in these wagons are being transported on commission, with items needing to be delivered to various households. There is no need to worry about these goods being seized by local forces in Xian Prefecture. As major grain merchants, they enjoy many conveniences from the 6 major clans in the northern lands. Although they have pledged allegiance to the Dong clan, they can still receive good treatment in the prefectural cities occupied by the other 5 clans. No one knows how many trump cards merchants like the Shang family possess. If they were to resort to certain methods, it might all end in vain, or even lead to greater retaliation. Therefore, in the short term, the attitude of these major forces towards the Shang family is still relatively lenient. If they truly lack grain, they will conduct direct transactions. As they get closer to the inner city gate, Xing once again emphasizes to the stewards, lest the caravan members become careless. Xian Prefecture City has restarted the market district system, with district gates opening and closing at fixed times. You must arrange the timing properly. Xing did not sit in the carriage. He observed his surroundings. The military districts in the outer city area are enclosed by district walls, and one cannot see what is inside, so there is nothing interesting to see. Soon, his attention is drawn to a farmer's ox cart in front. The driver is a young farmer. The cart has no carriage and is loaded with goods covered by a cloth, so their contents are unclear. An old farmer is also sitting on the cart, talking incessantly in a low voice. Xing vaguely hears a few keywords, seemingly mentioning Jingxing district. The steward and confidants beside him do not need Xing to remind them. While showing nothing on their faces, they divert some of their attention to the old farmer. Soon, the ox cart reaches the inner city gate. Unlike many villagers who appear timid when seeing the gate guards, the 2 on the ox cart appear exceptionally calm. The old farmer on the cart is quite spry. He jumps down, pulls out a piece of paper, and hands it to the gate guard, goods for Jingxing district. The guard quickly inspects it and does not detain the goods privately. He chats with the old farmer for a couple of sentences in a rather friendly manner. When a cart carrying goods enters the city, an entrance fee is certainly collected. They had already paid at the outer city gate, but usually, those pulling goods will also offer a little something when entering the inner city. The value of copper coins fluctuates greatly nowadays, and goods are generally used to settle the fee. However, the old man driving the cart did not unload any goods, but instead handed over several small pieces of paper. The gate guard's face showed a smile of making a big profit. Xing eyes flickered. Money certificates? It doesn't look like it, they are too small and the printing is too simple. Apart from these, could they be the food ration tickets for Jingxing district mentioned in the news? As merchants, they are sensitive to ticket-like items and understand their significance better. Seeing the gate guard's attitude, Xing appreciation for Jingxing district increases. Entering the inner city, before seeing anything else, his eyes are caught by the ostentatious, glittering treasure bridge. Even having seen many rare treasures, he is still captivated by the magnificent sight there. It seems there are truly many wealthy families in Xian Prefecture City. From a distance, One can feel the nobility emanating from that area. Xingren only glances in that direction from afar. He does not go over immediately, as he has his own schedule. He calms his mind and reviews his itinerary for this trip. For the first 2 days after entering the city, he will visit the various families, delivering the year-end gifts and letters he has brought, and also maintaining his connections. The visiting cards have already been sent out in advance, and approximate appointment times with each family have been arranged. The first visit will naturally be to the Zhao residence. He doesn't expect to meet the Zhao family head, but if he is fortunate enough to meet the young Master Zhao, it will be considered a worthwhile trip. For these 2 days, his subordinate stewards and confidants will be tasked with inquiring and collecting information. They have a place to stay in Xian Prefecture City. After settling in, one of the stewards, with his mission assigned, heads towards the locations of Jingxing District and Xingyun District. There is no need to inquire. Where the treasure bridge is, that is where Jingxing 2 districts are located. However, compared to the more bustling Jingxing District, this steward is more curious about Xingyun District. Jingxing District, to put it bluntly, will become an entertainment area in the future. The Wanfu Garden built under the leadership of the Shen family, one can imagine what kind of place it is. Although they also value Wengu, the foreman one of Jingxing District, heroes emerge in chaotic times. Major forces are now seeing emerging young talents. As they have followed their boss to various places, they have personally met several brave and handsome individuals. Therefore, they are not that curious about Wengu. What makes them more eager to investigate is the Taoist temple in Qingyun District and the Taoist master Qingyi mentioned in the news, whom the Zhao family treats exceptionally. When the Zhao family first took control of Xian Prefecture, they had killed many monks and Taoist priests. Those who know the inside story understand that those killed were people who incited people's hearts and spread false doctrines. However, it also truly shows that the Zhao family was ruthless towards monks and Taoist priests, and it was once rumored that the Zhao family detested monks and Taoist priests. Now, a Taoist temple is under construction in Xian Prefecture City, and it is not small in scale. The Shang family steward's eyes hold a hint of solemnity. That Taoist master Qingyi must possess profound immortal arts and be unfathomable. Qingyun District. Taoist master Qingyi resides in a courtyard, inside the room. Slap. A stack of papers filled with writing is slammed onto the desk. Due to the excessive force, some papers flutter to the floor. A voice filled with exasperation echoes from within the room. I'm not doing it anymore. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Damn it. Is there only me in all of Xian Prefecture who can refine these things? Why are you only targeting me? This is going too far. Scoundrel. Throwing aside the lists filled with writing, Taoist master Qingyi's face is ashen. He silently recites scriptures, regulating his breath and calming his mind. Then he gets up. With a cold face, he picks up the scattered papers one by one. Who would have thought? He was ambitious before coming to Xian Prefecture, truly hoping to be valued, but this is too much. The tasks are one after another, layering one upon another. Not to mention anything far-reaching, just recently, improving printing pigments? A minor issue, not difficult. As soon as this was resolved, that dog scholar sent another stack of task lists. It's gotten to the point where he has no free time to discuss Taoist philosophy with his patrons and believers. He didn't want to accept them at first, but the remuneration is quite generous. He couldn't resist accepting them. He couldn't resist. Taoist Master Qingyi feels he is truly struggling. Not only does the Taoist temple need to be built, but it also needs to be decorated. Ordinary decoration versus luxurious decoration. Naturally, he, full of ambition, chooses the latter. The cost is immense. At the same time, refining magical artifacts and various items also requires many rare materials. Some of these cannot be bought with money and food alone. They are even more scarce the more they are used. That is to say, they are only in the Zhao family's treasury and are willing to be used as payment. Seeing these items listed on the task list, how could he resist? Taoist Master Qingyi, with a somber face, continues to tackle the challenging tasks on the list. For the umpteenth time, he silently recites, "Just wait. When my Taoist temple is built." Not long after, a young Taoist disciple comes to report. "Master, Someone from an incoming merchant caravan, claiming their master's surname is Xing, wishes to purchase our Taoist temple's exorcism talismans and incense for use during their caravan's journey. Taoist master Qingyi scoffs. Although he stays here all day, his information is also well informed. He has also received news of the Xing family merchant caravan's arrival. For such a large merchant caravan, it is impossible that they would not have sufficient stock. Coming to the Taoist temple is at most to test the waters. Perhaps they are curious why a Taoist temple has suddenly appeared in Xi'an Prefecture City, and they want to know if this Taoist temple truly has a Taoist priest residing here, or if it is just a ruse by the Zhao family. Understanding the opponent's general objective, Taoist master Qingyi snorts coldly. Regardless of whether they are testing the waters or not, I am not afraid of anything. My confidence is boundless. He has tangible achievements. This territory, this Taoist temple, this treatment, were all earned through arduous effort, one paper after another. The Shang family is also quite straightforward. If the caravan members were to be evasive, he would not be willing to sell. Since they are so straightforward, there is no need to hesitate. If they want to buy, let them buy. The usual rules. Do not sell too cheaply, and do not sell too much. Such minor matters are directly handed over to the disciples to handle. The person who came is just a steward, and there is no need for him, the master, to personally appear. Although I may not be famous yet, my status must be maintained. I cannot be looked down upon. Taoist master Qingyi temporarily puts this matter aside. The Shang family merchant caravan is indeed a potential major client, but unfortunately, the timing is not right, and their intentions are not entirely sincere. When I become famous throughout the world in the future. End of chapter. The steward of the Shang family merchant caravan mentally catalogued the information he observed. Stepping through the gate of Qingyun district, he had already seen more than a dozen young Taoists who handled guests with practiced ease, showing no signs of nervousness or disarray. It was clear they were experienced and not just temporary hires. Taoist master Qingyi himself did not appear, as expected. The young Taoist claimed their master was in seclusion. Whether true or not, at least some of his questions were answered on this trip. After taking his leave, the steward admired the treasure bridge spanning the district for a while. Seeing that the time was right, he proceeded to the neighboring Jingxing district to continue his observations. This was the rest time for the construction site laborers, so he went directly to the canteen in Jingxing district, which he had heard about. He exchanged some of the Xi'an Prefecture money certificates he had prepared for local food ration tickets. He examined them in his hand, confirming they were the same as the items produced by the old farmer he had seen upon entering the city. He did not opt for a private room but sat in the public dining area, listening to the idle chatter and bragging of the laborers and loafers around him. The snow began to melt, but the weather was still cold. Whether it were the construction laborers or the passing loafers, they came here during their break to have a hot soup and a bun or two, which was considered a treat. Now, with the wages they earned, they could afford such expenses. The remaining wages would be used to buy more dry provisions to take home to their families. His ears were filled with accents from both the southern and northern lands, and while the content was not always elegant, the atmosphere was lively. In these chaotic times, with numbness, sorrow, and resentment everywhere, the other districts of Xi'an Prefecture City were much the same. Only Jingxing district had a liveliness that was reminiscent of the times before the chaos. During their idle conversations, various rumors from the marketplace circulated, and some even whispered about the two young masters of the Shin family. The Shang family steward perked up his ears to gather information. He also saw the bustling construction site of Wanfu Garden being built in Jingxing district. It was a large area, difficult to miss. The Shin family truly had money. No, with the Shin family's current status, even if they were short on cash, plenty of people would offer it to them. Thinking this, he felt a pang of envy. In the more peaceful times of the past, they actually looked down on the Shin family. They were both merchants, but after the imperial court eased its policies, many brothers and nephews of his employer, the Shang family, had entered officialdom through the imperial examinations. Unlike the Shin family, who could only rely on marriage alliances for support. However, times had changed drastically, and the once declining Zhao family had suddenly risen. It was easy to imagine that the Shin family had supported the Zhao family with its entire clan strength when they took over Xian Prefecture, thus achieving their current enviable status. The vagaries of fortune were truly profound. Even if the Shin family's descendants were untalented, as long as the Zhao family stood strong, they would continue to live in prosperity. He felt so filled with envy and jealousy that his insides seemed to be burning, wishing he could take their place. He even wondered if he should pray to more deities. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, but his expression remained impassive. He observed several people seated nearby, focusing on one in particular. This person was dressed ordinarily, but compared to the other loafers, he had an air of untamed, open-minded, martial arts world chivalry. They had encountered many such people running their merchant caravans. Regardless of what thoughts lay beneath, their outward demeanor was quite nostalgic. So, the Shang family steward seized an opportunity and struck up a friendly conversation with the man, generously ordering a few more dishes. Our lives are unpredictable. Those we meet are friends. Have a comforting drink first. Fill it up. Of course, there was no wine. Wine was a luxury. Only hot soup was available here. With soup in lieu of wine, they chatted amiably. Soon, the Shang family steward learned that the man was from the Tiger Might Escort Agency and understood what the escort agency profession entailed. In general, they were considered friendly competitors. He inwardly sneered, "What kind of escort agency business scope is this? Their foundation is also weak. They mostly operate only within Xian Prefecture and pose no threat to their Shang family caravan." On the other side, the man from the Tiger Might Escort Agency was also inwardly complaining. Didn't they brag that the Shang family caravan was quite capable? How is it that their bodyguard-related services don't seem as professional as ours? The boss was right. In the future, the bodyguard industry would still depend on their escort agency. Several people at one table were putting on an act, and no one noticed two laborers from the Shang family caravan about to enter the canteen. Upon seeing the steward, they quickly turned and left. They only started cursing and complaining after they were far from the canteen. They had privately traded with some locals for 4 food ration tickets, hoping to have a good meal. But finding the steward there, they had to leave to avoid causing trouble. However, they were soon drawn to something else. People kept passing by them, carrying food from the canteen and heading in a certain direction. Drawn by the aroma of the food and their curiosity, they followed. Not far away, behind a house, they saw a familiar farmer's ox cart parked there. Beside the ox cart sat a young clerk, drinking hot soup and eating dry rations, perfunctorily handling his duties. An old farmer sat there bragging, his familiar northern accent and an air of dictating the world's affairs. Those from the southern lands just aren't good enough. Their techniques don't work here. I have to guide them. The old farmer chattered, mocking the others' farming techniques. The young clerk gave a chuckle. "Uncle, you must have profited quite a bit from this, haven't you?" The old farmer chuckled, "Just a small fee for my troubles. Tending to the land is no simple task. Take spring sowing, for example, and this overwintering." He went on and on about his skills. The 2 Shing family laborers hid nearby, eavesdropping. Their expressions shifted from initial mockery to barely concealed tolerance. When the old farmer bragged about receiving gifts and then earnestly instructing people, they could no longer stand it. Don't bother instructing anymore. With this level of skill, you're instructing others? You're just a village chief. With so few people surviving now, in the past, you wouldn't even rank in the village. The Shang family, being a large merchant caravan, had their own arrogance and confidence, even among the laborers. They wouldn't dare say much to officials, but they wouldn't hesitate to retort against such common folk and minor functionaries when provoked. After retorting, they looked at the young clerk. The clerk looked at the old farmer with a questioning gaze. "Uncle, are you?" The old farmer interrupted. "Sanner, if this account is in order, then go about your business. It's cold outside, go inside and rest. Don't catch a cold." As he spoke, he took out a few food ration tickets and stuffed them into the clerk's hand. The young clerk deftly pocketed the food ration tickets, said not a word, quickly went inside, closed the door, as if he hadn't heard anything. The 2 Shing family laborers watched the scene unfold, and they were not surprised. It was the usual way for clerks. Just as they were about to leave, the old farmer, with nimble legs, hurried after them and lowered his voice. "2 young brothers, from what you just said, it seems you have some different opinions. Could you offer some guidance? The two laborers looked at him with disdain. What are you dreaming of? These are ancestral techniques, passed down from generation to generation within families. How could we tell you? Half an hour later, the two men, clutching their newly acquired food ration tickets, left furtively. The old farmer watched them go, then turned and went back inside. Inside, Tao San had already prepared paper and brush. The old farmer recounted the newly learned farming techniques, combining them with his own experiences. Tao San was responsible for recording them. After the old farmer finished speaking, he looked at what Tao San was writing and emphasized, "Mark out my own experiences." So that foreman one can differentiate them. He also wanted to improve himself, and his achievements should not be attributed to others. Tao San replied, I know. I've written it all down. Uncle, were what those two said correct? The old farmer said, I tested them. They should be fine. He had mixed his correct and incorrect information, and those two were still able to discern the difference. They're all skilled farmers from the north, the old farmer confirmed. Tao San nodded in agreement. The Shang family caravan is indeed a major grain merchant. Even their laborers are experienced hands. The old farmer, having seen much, said enviously, those two seem to have many laborers in their family, with strong backing, good harvests from their land, and they haven't starved too much. Tao San smiled, being taken in by the Shang family, they must have their own advantages. Tao San not only recorded what the old farmer said, but also added his own insights and views, as well as a detailed report of his work tasks and achievements for the day. Their trial today was not limited to the farming techniques mentioned by those two. After organizing their thoughts and experiences, they took the record to the public office and handed it to Wengu. Foreman, should we try to poach those two? Tao San suggested. Wengu looked at the content on the paper and said, it won't be easy. Given the Shang family's shrewdness, they must have strict control over their caravan members. Even their laborers are screened for their background and wouldn't betray them easily. Tao San immediately retorted, that's true. Those two both have northern accents, and they are not people who have migrated north. Their families must have survived in larger numbers, so they would prefer to stay with their own families. He added, today, those two exchanged for quite a few food ration tickets. Perhaps tomorrow, someone from the caravan will secretly come over for an exchange. Why don't my uncle and I try them again? Wengu said. No need. Tomorrow, the focus will be on that steward. If he comes again, take them to the land the Zhao family bought. Tao San was confused. The land the Zhao family newly bought? That land is still vacant, isn't it? There's nothing to see. Wengu said, it has potential. When you introduce it to them, you can embellish it appropriately. Tao San understood. Oh, so it's about bragging. End of this chapter. Prime Shop for Rent. August 25th, 2025. Chapter 115. Prime Shop for Rent. The two Xing family laborers, after exchanging their produce for food ration tickets in Jingxing district, still felt a bit guilty towards their boss. But then they thought they had only shared their farming experience and given a few tips for increasing production for the sake of the food ration tickets. It had nothing to do with the Shang family, so it wasn't betraying their master, right? What was wrong with earning a little more through their own ability? After quickly rationalizing it, the two laborers felt no psychological burden, which was followed by more little thoughts. I heard that the food ration tickets from Jingxing district can be exchanged for many things in Xian Prefecture City. They needed to exchange for items that were easy to carry and not easily discovered, to bring back and resell. Since we are here, even with a reduced staff, a large merchant caravan still consisted of dozens or hundreds of people. There were always close relationships, and good things should be shared. Soon, others learned of their method for earning food ration tickets and quietly came to Jingxing district the next day. Unfortunately, after inquiring, they learned that the old man from the village who rode the ox cart had already returned to the village when the district gate opened in the morning. He wouldn't be back in the city for at least half a month. By then, they might not even be here. They had come hesitatingly, suspecting a trap. Now that they couldn't get what they wanted, they regretted not coming earlier. The busy stewards were unaware of the private matters of a few laborers. The steward who had been inquiring about Jingxing district came again the next day. Today, his target had changed. He was no longer interested in the laborers and loafers, but in the clerks of Jingxing district. He engaged a few people in conversation and then struck up a conversation with a clerk surnamed Tao, who had a local accent, to gather information. After receiving a bribe, the clerk surnamed Tao was very enthusiastic. He took the steward to the construction site and revealed some inside information. The merchant caravan steward thanked him on the surface, but remained skeptical. He then spotted another clerk surnamed He, who had a southern accent and was said to be at odds with the clerk surnamed Tao. The clerk surnamed He also brought people to the construction site. Whether it was under construction or vacant, he spoke enthusiastically about the prospects, and in his words, he also revealed some inside information. The information was a mix of truth and falsehood, presented with reason and evidence. In short, prime shop for rent. That night, the steward returned to the merchant caravan. Xing Ren, the leader of the merchant caravan, called a few of his close confidants into his room. He had visited the Zhao residence on the first day and successfully met the young Master Zhao. However, that meeting was for a different matter. Today, he had gone out again to visit some old acquaintances and confirmed some news. Xian Prefecture is about to establish a Four Seas trading company to manage the markets and set regulations. By then, this trading company will handle external procurement. Xing Ren understood clearly that this so-called Four Seas trading company was essentially just a tool for the Zhao family to manage commerce in Xian Prefecture. The current situation is unstable, and Xian Prefecture is just this small place. There are no separate guilds, it's just a general management of markets, with different people in charge of various categories. The grain market. The head of the grain market is Xin Yuan, the current head of the Xin family. Xing Ren shared this information so that his close confidants would have a grasp of the situation. A steward hesitated and asked, "Boss, should we join this Four Seas trading company?" Xing Ren paused for a moment before replying, "Becoming a member of the Four Seas Trading Company will provide us with more convenience in our dealings in Xian Prefecture." Others showed concern, but we are afraid the Dong clan will be displeased. Xing Ren smiled calmly. There's no need to worry too much. In such times, we cannot use common sense. Besides us, other merchant caravans that come to Xian Prefecture will make the same decision. Otherwise, it will be impossible to move an inch in Xian Prefecture. As he spoke, Xing Ren's smile faded. Our Xing family merchant caravan, when outside, only engages in business, not politics. The group discussed the matter in the room for a while before others left, leaving behind the steward who had gone to Jingxing District and Qingyun District to gather information. Xing Ren picked up his teacup to moisten his throat and asked, "How did it go?" The steward briefly reported the information he had gathered and offered a stick of incense. "This is what I bought from Qingyun Temple. The temple is indeed under construction. The place is not small, and the construction looks quite meticulous, not like they are just going through the motions. The exorcism incense and talismans I bought were examined by the team's pharmacist and are both good items." Xing Ren took the stick of exorcism incense and examined it carefully. In these turbulent times, their merchant caravan encountered a lot of exorcism incense, so they could naturally distinguish between good and bad. Taoist Master Qingyi, if there is an opportunity. I should meet him. Xing Ren mused to himself. A steward's status was certainly not enough to invite the Taoist master. He would go himself next time. He then asked about Jingxing District. After hearing the summary of the information collected by the steward, who mentioned the construction site there, the steward still had some doubts despite having inquired with the clerks. Xing Ren's heart stirred. He asked the steward to get paper and brush. "What is the general layout of that area? Draw it out for me." The steward quickly drew several important locations in Jingxing District on the paper, such as the office, the Wanfu Garden under construction, and the vacant land marked Prime Shop for Rent. Xing Ren merely glanced at it and pointed to the vacant land. "Tell me about this place." The steward recalled the glowing prospects described by the two clerks and cautiously said, "The clerks there revealed that a row of shops will be built here soon, mainly for external rental." Xing Ren asked, "Whose shops are they? Who is the boss? When will they be built?" The steward replied, "Zhao family members. The Zhao family members from Jiahui District just bought the land. They said the blueprints are still being designed, and they are expected to build 2 stories. They should be completed by the end of this year." Xing Ren was surprised. It's actually the Zhao family. When he visited some old friends in the past 2 days, He had heard about the conflict between the Zhao family in Zhehui district and the Shin family in Xianghui district. The younger generation would fight every few days. They had never seen them get along peacefully. Some people also said privately that Jingxing district was Shin family territory. The foreman, Wengu, was the nephew of Madame Shin, and the largest building complex, Wanfu Garden, was also built through the Shin family's mediation. If these shops belonged to the Shin faction, he would definitely observe and evaluate further. But since they belonged to the Zhao family, he remembered the strange treasure bridge radiating an imposing noble aura that he saw upon entering the city. To build such a treasure bridge in such a chaotic time in a short period without affecting military pay was undoubtedly a display of financial strength and background. Coupled with the Wanfu Garden under construction, the dignitaries of Xian Prefecture City would surely be active there in the future. What about the rent? Xingren asked. Since the shops have not been built yet, the rent has not been determined, but a deposit can be paid in advance. Rent and deposit will only be accepted in Xian Prefecture money certificates, as they say it's for clear accounting, the steward replied. Xingren decisively said, "Go and book 2 shops." 2. The steward dared not question, only respectfully acknowledged. Xingren picked up his brush and marked the approximate location of the chosen shops on the drawing. He said again, "I have important matters to attend to in Sihai district tomorrow, so I won't be free. You should go to Jingxing district as soon as possible to handle this." With Xingren's repeated emphasis, the steward dared not delay any longer, fearing that the place would be sold off. As soon as the district gate opened that morning, he rushed over. The young men of the Zhao family took turns to guard Jingxing district every day. Even though the land was still vacant, since they had decided to make their presence felt in Jingxing district every day, someone had to come and wander around. The young man on duty today arrived at Jingxing district yawning. Before he could even enter, Hida, who was guarding the district gate, stopped him and informed him that someone wanted to rent their shops. The Zhao family youth looked bewildered, as if he had heard a dream. "Huh? What shops? Where are the shops?" Hida pointed, "The place you bought." The Zhao family youth exclaimed, "That's just an empty lot." Hida said, "So it's a reservation. The other party heard that you are going to build a row of shops there for rent and is very optimistic about the prospects of the area. They decided to reserve 2 shops and have sent a steward to pay the deposit today." The Zhao family youth mumbled, "Where did this sucker come from?" Hida pretended not to hear and asked, "Huh?" The Zhao family youth snapped back to attention, "Ahem, I mean, this gentleman is far-sighted and has keen insight." He wiped the sweat that had appeared on his forehead. He was just here to go through the motions today. He couldn't handle such major matters. He quickly had his attendant run back to notify his friends and family. The Zhao family youth felt that this matter was too absurd and a bit guilty. He looked around and quietly asked Hida, "Where's your foreman?" Hida thought to himself, *TCH, such a small matter doesn't require our foreman to step in. But he politely replied, "The foreman is busy with official duties, but he asked us to keep an eye on things. Don't worry, no one would dare to mess around in Jingxing district." The Zhao family youth thought to himself, Of course, I know no one would dare mess around in Jingxing district. I'm just a little suspicious and curious, Although buying the land was their own decision, building shops there for external rental was actually Wengu's suggestion. But Wengu had never said that they could conduct transactions there when it was still an empty lot. What kind of black-hearted person would do such a thing? If he were looking from an outsider's perspective, he would have scolded them, but as a beneficiary. Sincere. Wengu is indeed sincere. He's a good person to associate with. End of this chapter. Forging ahead September 2nd, 2025 Zhao family's young people purchased a piece of land as a group, which remains temporarily idle, and the blueprints haven't even begun to be drawn. There's even internal dispute over its intended use. Some believe they should follow Wengu's suggestion and build a row of shops for rent, keeping a space for themselves to relax and have fun, while also annoying the Shin family brothers. However, others are more ambitious, wanting to start a venture to prove their capabilities surpass those of others. Days of bickering have led to no progress. They possess wealth and provisions, and the joint land purchase cost them a significant amount, exceeding expectations. As for when the shops will be built, it depends on the cost and the financial deficit. A rough calculation suggests it might be challenging. Some elders in the family are pessimistic, often mocking them based on their seniority. They are truly young and impulsive. It's obvious they were bamboozled by Wengu. Have they forgotten which faction Wengu belongs to? They have too much money. It's better to practice martial arts, calligraphy, and painting at home. Opportunities will come. Look at Jahan. Pressure mounted. After impulsively buying the land, the young Zhao family members became confused and hesitant. Some regretted it, while others wanted to give up and return to their laid-back lifestyles. Lying around is so much better, no worries. However, just then, a follower rushing from Jingxing district with news informed them that someone wanted to rent a shop. Those who were confused, dispirited, and resigned to mockery at home sprang to action like startled carp. What? This is possible. They quickly gathered to understand what was happening. So, they'll pay a deposit and the merchant caravan sees prospects there, wanting to book it in advance? It seems unreliable. Are they playing us? But that's the renowned grain merchant, the Sheng family. Although they usually have nothing to do, they stay informed about the city's movements. The Sheng family had visited twice last year, so they were familiar. That's an empty lot right now. They can already see prospects there. The rent there isn't cheap. We don't even know what it will look like when built, yet they want to reserve 2 shops in advance. The group deliberated urgently, still unsure of what to do. It was a situation where I haven't even exerted myself, haven't found the right direction, haven't extended my hand, and money is flying to me. They suddenly felt timid. Someone worried. Could the Sheng family's merchant caravan be trying to bribe us and probe for secrets? If it's a bribe, the amount is a bit small. This is at most a gesture of goodwill. An honest person asked, puzzled, but why would we be worthy of this? Several people around him looked at him and playfully hit him. Even without power or reputation, did he need to be so blunt? However, it did relieve some of their worries. A sharp-witted individual said, Jingxing district is Wengu's territory. Since he has no objections, why should we? He's the one who proposed this idea. The shrewd ones began to pass the buck. Hearing this, others nodded in agreement. Exactly. Even if there were problems, someone from above could handle them. They didn't admit Wengu's superiority to them usually, but now they were more than willing. Let's go. They immediately set off, finding horses too slow, and rode directly. Their upbringing included horse riding as a compulsory course. Whether they were proficient was one thing, whether they could ride was another. Even those who usually disliked riding couldn't bother with anything else now. A group of about 10 young people, riding horses, galloped from the core area of Xian Prefecture City towards Jingxing District. Upon arrival, no effort was needed from them. They simply used the standard documents provided by the Jingxing Public Office, made minor modifications, filled in the amounts and terms, and the parties would confirm later when the merchant caravan arrived in the autumn and winter of this year. 3 copies would be made, with one kept at the Jingxing Public Office. Holding the signed and stamped documents, along with the newly received deposit in money certificates, Zhao Mu looked dazed. It's rented out just like that? Zhao Kuan beside him took the money certificates and looked at them. He wasn't greedy for this small amount of money, but he felt satisfied, a great sense of accomplishment. The others felt the same. As long as the accounts are clear and it's not bribery, this is our legitimate income, right? Definitely. As long as the shops are built by the end of the year. They were satisfied. The steward, who successfully secured 2 shops and completed his task, was also satisfied. Wengu, who received the contract, was even more so. Those mediocre second-generation individuals just needed to build the shops quickly and wait to collect rent, rather than embarking on reckless ventures. Those people, even if they did nothing, already had advantages far beyond ordinary people. Why was the Sheng family's merchant caravan willing to book the shops in advance? Zhao Mu and his peers belonged to Xian Prefecture's top echelon in terms of political background, the Zhao of the Zhao clan. The Sheng family had already established their stance. Not purchasing property in Xian Prefecture indicated their attitude. However, renting a place wasn't necessarily reliable, and the landlord's identity needed careful consideration. They hadn't found a suitable option until now. Fortunately, they had old friends and acquaintances everywhere, whom they could rely on or rent from short term. Now that they had found a place they fancied, with a reliable landlord, coupled with comprehensive considerations for long-term development, Xing Ren made the decision. When the Shang family's merchant caravan wanted to rent shops there, the first to receive news wasn't Jiahui district. Before that, Wen Gu had already sent someone to the Zhao residence. The merchant caravan's ability to rent shops there was already tacitly approved. In the Zhaoyang Master's Assembly Hall, the Shang family's merchant caravan was also being discussed. We still need to be wary of the Shang family's merchant caravan. The Shang family's merchant caravan's non-interference in politics meant they didn't proactively interfere in political affairs. For example, a merchant caravan wouldn't proactively transport a secret letter. However, if the secret letter was mixed with goods and the employer paid sufficient remuneration, they would, under the premise of ignorance, help transport these goods to the designated location. Similarly, if anyone investigated, they would cooperate. They would not conceal who the sender and receiver were or where the address was. I fear Xing Ren's interest in that location is also to more conveniently gather information, a scholar said. Zhaoyang Master, however, chuckled calmly. Although there are drawbacks, the benefits are greater. Jiahui district, for once, did something beneficial. Consequently, the young Zhao family members soon received praise from the Zhao residents. They became collectively excited. Whether they made money or not was secondary. With their current status, with the surname Zhao, as long as they didn't cause major trouble, they didn't need to worry about starving. More importantly, they could prove their ability. Build the shops. Build immediately. Get the design drawings out quickly. Stockpile building materials. Building materials are currently scarce. Although a significant amount of timber was transported via snow roads over the winter, most of the timber has already been reserved by the numerous wealthy households in the city. Now, cutting in line would be impossible without incurring considerable favors. However, it was worth it. The Zhao family's young people, who were idle and prone to fighting, seemed to have received multiple spurs and became busy like spinning tops. They were promised completion by the end of the year. If those shops weren't built by autumn this year, they would likely make a poor impression on the family head. A good impression equates to a good future. They shared the surname Zhao, yet their futures varied. Who would willingly be left behind by their peers? Within a few days, Jingxing District's construction site, which was already at full capacity, had new work. The well-informed loafers quickly relayed this important information to various districts. Winter had passed, and as temperatures rose, the outside would become increasingly dangerous. Commoners eager to earn food and firewood rushed over. Regarding wages, whether paid monthly or bi-monthly, in the current situation, it could be devastating for a poor family. Therefore, the construction sites generally paid daily or every 2 to 3 days. Any longer would be unsuitable and damage the Zhao family's reputation. As the money certificate amounts were too large and physical items inconvenient to manage, the newly opened construction sites promptly exchanged them for food ration tickets from Jingxing District. The laborers were quite pleased. The loafers were also feeling smug these past few days. Having the opportunity to secure benefits for their neighbors meant they would also receive help when they encountered trouble in the future. In these times, common folk like them couldn't survive solo for long. For instance, when the Zhao family opened this new construction site, they immediately notified their neighbors once they learned of the developments. The laborers who were successfully hired now owe them a debt of gratitude. During a break at the construction site, people from the same district, including laborers and loafers, gathered to chat. A thin laborer felt his sleeve pocket again, confirming the food ration tickets were still there before sighing in relief. This was his wages for 2 days. Seeing this, a loafer nearby lowered his voice and quickly said, "Stop touching your sleeve pocket all the time. Are you afraid people don't know you're hiding food ration tickets there?" It was only because they were familiar neighbors that he offered this special reminder. Otherwise, a street rogue like him wouldn't hold back. The laborer nervously glanced around and whispered, "Yes, yes, I remember." He couldn't help but be nervous. This was something that could keep his family alive. During the autumn and winter, he fell ill and missed the recruitment for the city's outer defensive works. His wife took on sewing work to support the household. However, even ordinary wealthy households were tight on money these days, and work wasn't frequently available. After recovering, he had wanted to work at the Wanfu Garden construction site, but he was too weak then and wasn't selected. Resources were scarce, and they ate sparingly. It was only a few days ago, upon hearing news from a neighbor about a new construction site recruiting, that he hardened his resolve to eat more food for a few days to regain some strength. Fortunately, he was successfully selected and started working at the construction site. However, he still felt uneasy and asked softly, "Should I exchange all the food ration tickets I received for food?" The loafer, accustomed to such questions, smiled dismissively and said, "Food ration tickets can only be exchanged for cooked food at the canteen. If you want to stockpile food, exchange them for dry biscuits, which can last for several days. It's fine now that it's cold, but they won't last long once the weather gets hot. Actually, you're better off this way. If you were to exchange them for rice or wheat, you'd need firewood to cook them. Can you chop firewood yourself? Or afford firewood and coal?" The laborer remained worried, as they had experienced disasters before. What if grain merchants raise prices again and the canteen follows suit? Just as the loafer was about to retort casually, he caught sight of a clerk surnamed He out of the corner of his eye. His tone turned serious, and he said loudly, "You don't need to worry about that. Do you know who is in charge of the rice market in Xian Prefecture City now? It's Shin the manager." He then exaggeratedly cupped his hands towards the Jingqing public office. "That's Foreman Wen's maternal uncle. I can't guarantee other places, but in our Jingqing district, grain prices won't fluctuate wildly." Hida, who had just passed by, pouted, "Exaggerated. Too exaggerated. And was he a resident here? Perhaps his heart was here, though he lived elsewhere? It wasn't impossible." As long as these loafers didn't break the district's rules, he generally didn't interfere much. However, Hida himself came from the streets and knew very well how restless these people could be, so he had to keep a close eye on them, inspecting them several times daily. His family was finally on the rise. Anyone who ruined his future, he would fight to the death. Not far away, after seeing Hida walk away, the loafer resumed his normal chat with his fellow laborers from the same street, informing them of the rules here. After a short break, the loafer led the laborers to the general store next to the canteen. "You can save up your food ration tickets. You can buy many things here," he said. The laborers bought the most water flasks and lunch boxes here. At the Jingqing District Canteen, some food categories purchased with food ration tickets included hot water. So, after saving up food ration tickets, many laborers bought a large-bellied pottery kettle to take home for their families. During the epidemic, they knew not to drink raw water indiscriminately. But firewood was expensive. Chopping firewood outside was dangerous, and the areas near Xian Prefecture City had been cleared. They couldn't afford coal either, and in the past, they had to drink raw water out of sheer luck. Now, with hot water provided for purchased biscuits, the boiled water was safe, and they were naturally happy. With accumulated food ration tickets, they could afford a pottery kettle, usable by the whole family. Lunch boxes were also convenient for them to take food home. The new laborers, after a tour with the loafer, began to make plans. Once people have goals and hope, their spirits are uplifted by several levels. The loafer looked around and whispered to his fellow street neighbors, "Most items in the general store are fired from the kilns in the adjacent Qingyun district. Sometimes, they fire some defective or flawed items, which they don't retrieve and sell at a lower price." The laborers' spirits lifted. Where do they sell them? As long as it didn't affect the main function, they were willing to buy imperfect products. The loafer chuckled. "Dream on. Everyone is short of everything now. Those with the inside information have already claimed them. No goods even reach the general store." He said mysteriously, "However, for the sake of being neighbors, if you need them, I'll try to get some for you." He had a sworn brother who knew Brother Yu Air from Qingyun District, who said he could help get some goods later. Being neighbors, he wouldn't overcharge, just earn some pocket money. The laborers naturally expressed their thanks repeatedly. Saving even a little on wages was good, and if they could purchase imperfect items through a channel, they would be even happier. The loafer, facing everyone's gratitude and flattery, was very pleased, but since he hadn't received the goods yet, he couldn't show off too much. There's also a boutique shop over there, but it's not something we can afford. Only officials and nobles shop there. Not far from the general store was a boutique shop, but they only glanced at it from the outside, not daring to enter. If they accidentally broke something, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Qingyun District. Yu Air was writing his work report. Unlike Hida and Tao San, who were always hanging around the public office, he lived in Qingyun district and couldn't get Wengu's attention frequently. However, he wisely used his work performance to make himself known. The defective goods from the kiln allowed him to gather information. The Zhao family also had large ceramic kilns outside, but the defective products from those kilns were first supplied to the military districts in the outer city area, which was the Zhao family's confidence. After the autumn and winter seasons, the outer military districts had added more troops, and there were temporarily no surplus goods to supply the commoners in the inner city. Now that everything was in short supply, for the commoners and soldiers, everyday necessities like pots and bowls, even if defective, were valuable private property. Yu'er used the defective products from the Qingyun district kilns to explore and build his information network. The information received by the common folk was very limited, but similarly, for survival, they could be extremely perceptive. In plague-ridden chaotic times, those who survived to this day couldn't possibly lack perceptiveness. Other situations didn't concern Yu'er, but if there were any movements detrimental to their foreman.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.